Nothing's gonna stop me now. Nothing's gonna stop me now. Nothing's gonna stop me now. Nothing's gonna stop me. No one will ever get left behind. A million more before I've tried. Won't let it break me till it's over. Won't let it shake me, no. Let it make me go under. Let it make me go under. So now it's time to fly. So now it's time to fly. Nothing's gonna stop me now. 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 Nothing's gonna stop me Nothing's gonna stop me Nothing's gonna stop me now.
3, 2, 1, go. Three, two, one, go. Three, two, one, go.
face you. If you scream, I'll whisper. La di da di da da da. This is all you ever wanted. Take it all, you deserve it. This is how we're gonna end it. La di da di da da da. Take it all, you deserve it. Take it all, you deserve it. Giving back the freedom you want to destroy.
Hello and welcome back, everybody. We have got the Esports World Cup, the road to it, and the qualifiers continuing tonight. I am Pig. Joining me is State for the beginning of a weekend that is going to be action-packed across all regions. How are you feeling, State?
Man, I am excited. We just finished 2 days of GSL, and now we're here covering the EWC qualifiers. Today, we're going to be going through Asia. 8 players remain. One of them is going to qualify to the World Championship in Riyadh at the Esports World Cup. $700,000 prize for that tournament. I could not be more stoked to get started.
It's going to be so incredible, isn't it? I mean, there's so many different players who have just been galvanized over the last month or two into practicing non-stop, trying to figure out the new map pool that hasn't been in circulation for that long, how to beat each other, and how to prepare the best strategies to try and get through, because there are a very limited spots for that tournament, and it is going to be a fantastic day here, of course, with the Asian region, where we are going to be taking a look at a bunch of players fighting their way through. Nice look at the upper bracket there, and you can already see, of course, Cyan, Kingslayer, Firefly, Silky, Nice, Jaishi, and Jim and Lemon. Honestly, it's a wide open field with the retirement of Oliveira. It's so hard to say who's going to go out of there.
Yeah, also Coffee not competing means that we just have a whole lot of Protoss playing today here in the round of 8. 6 Protoss in total. I'm looking at this upper bracket, and the players that stand out to me the most, I think, are probably gonna be Nice is really exciting, but Firefly, I've been casting him in online tournaments in the past, and this guy always has really explosive play. I feel like if he can take down Silky in that round number 1, his PvP is stellar. He has a really good chance of being the number 1 seed.
Oh, sorry there, guys.
I wasn't sure that was on my end or yours.
Early. It's always good to have those little production snafus on my end coming out at the very start of the day rather than later on. At least it's not the middle of a match. But I was just saying that basically there's experience differentials that are so hard to account for in this region. You've got guys like Jaishi that have been competing at the top of the Asian region for so long. And you've got guys who are relative newcomers. Players like Lemon who have looked so good recently, but have come from playing random and playing Zerg and playing Terran and finally settling and being a bit more focused as a Protoss player and really coming into his own over the last few years. So I'm a bit of a Lemon fanboy. When he switches it on, he does look really good, but if history's taught me anything in this region, you can't really count your chickens before they hatch. There's always surprises and special build orders the players are going to bring out.
Yeah, I feel like not just in the Asia region, in general right now in StarCraft II, there has been so much happening. After a very long hiatus while we waited for the announcement of EWC, we're basically in a marathon sprint going from no action to a jam-packed circuit leading up to the Esports World Cup. And you even see it going from tournaments like DreamHack Dallas into GSL, where you have players like Shin just absolutely perform stellarly, taking down the World Championship, qualifying for EWC, and then they come to GSL and they're struggling. Kira gets second place, he goes to GSL, he struggles. It's a roller coaster right now for a lot of these players because I feel like fatigue is starting to set in. It's a test of endurance. It's a test of really how are you managing your time in terms of preparing for all these separate tournaments, preparing for specific opponents. And it's very chaotic in a fun way for StarCraft II. And I think we're in for a real big treat this weekend with the EWC qualifiers.
Yeah, I like that way of describing it, because it's funny. I remember talking to Clem a few weeks ago, and he was like, yeah, I'm flying to Korea to practice, and then I'm going to Dallas, and then I'm going to go to Bulgaria. And I was like, oh, wow, yeah. And I was looking at the schedule, and I was thinking, oh, this is a crazy month for all the players. It's insane.
Yeah, players even have to choose in some ways, like, what is my best bet of going to EWC if I'm not already going to EWC? Because I have to figure out what tournaments I'm going to play in. It's almost hard to compete in everything that's available right now because the schedule is so packed. By the way, the map pool here for the EWC qualifiers, the same tried and true map pool that you've seen in GSL, that you've seen at DreamHack Dallas. 9 maps. I will be surprised if we get to see some of these maps. I feel like Last Fantasy in particular, me and Tasis have casted a season and a half of GSL already in 2025. I don't think we've seen this map once. I'm not sure how often we got to see it at Dallas.
It's cool, right, Games. The more best of 5s and best of 7s, the less vetoes players have, right? So we have to see it eventually, right? It starts to filter in a little bit as we get to the pointy end of these qualifiers.
Yeah, if only there was a best of 9, so we just could absolutely lock that thing in. There still is a chance for the best of 7 with 1 veto. We don't get to see it, but I don't know. I've always been a fan of 3-player maps. I think they're a lot of fun. I was really excited, even though I don't like to play on them on the ladder. I really like to watch the pro players play on them. But yeah, we'll see if we get the same old tried and true maps we've had over and over again in the best of 3s. But with the best of 5, like you said, there is going to be a little bit more variance. And basically every single series up until the qualifying match is going to be a best of 5 today. That qualifying match, of course, the best of 7. And starting out, it's going to be a PvP Nice versus Jayshi.
Yeah, what an interesting match. Nice, of course, a player who conquered Taiwan after many years of being in Haas's shadow and did come out as a player who had a bit more macro depth to his play, you could say. Maybe not quite as cheesy, but on the other hand, Jayshi, a player who has consistently been at the top of China for so long, top of the Asian region, a contender who would occasionally snipe down Oliveira, who, for those who don't know, Oliveira for several years, not only the world champion in 2023, but also a player who just took the competition level in Asia, outside of Korea at least, to an entirely new level. He was so consistent, so good. But Jayshi was one of the few players who could take him down occasionally, would steal a big series, get a win off him in the regionals once in a while. So Jayshi definitely comes in as a player who I feel like might be slightly more favored, but it really could go either way. I haven't seen as much of Nice performing in the weekly cups. There's a lot more secrecy around what is Nice's form right now. Have you seen any of his play in any of the Korean weeklies or anything like that, State?
Not really recently. I mean, there's been so much action, it's hard to follow everything that's going on right now. Just not only the major tournaments, but also the weeklies, as you said. But yeah, there's a little bit of a fog of war ever since we went, like, I don't know how many months without a premier tournament in StarCraft II, because a weekly, even though weeklies are a very good litmus test for where a player is at, it's not going to show you the true depth of a player's skill. You need a tournament like DreamHack Dallas, like EWC, like these qualifiers where the winning spot goes to EWC, when everything is on the line to really see where these players stand. But I'm looking at this bracket, Nice and Jayshi, this is a PvP, but the winner of this series is going to go on to face the winner of Lemon versus Jim, another PvP. And all these are best of 5 series, so I feel like even more than just the condition of the players, I think the depth and like the breadth of builds that they have available at their disposal, all the tools of their arsenal is going to be really important to decide who's going to be able to advance from this bracket. And I think actually, Pig, our game is getting ready pretty soon. We're going to be starting in just a moment here between Nice and Jayshi. I cannot wait to get into the action.
What version of PvP is going to show up, Ryan? I'm so excited. It's like, it's PvP. You don't know. Are we going to have these big brawling 5 base against 5 base games? Some would say highly unlikely with the modern meta, and also this region has a penchant for aggression. But for me, a lot of this series depends on what version of Nice comes out, because I feel like Nice is sort of, Mr. Jekyll and Dr. Hyde sort of split persona. One day you're like, oh, macro god Nice is coming out. He's just going to defend and upgrade and expand. And the next day you're like, oh, is Haas infected his mind? He's just 1 base proxy all-inning, doing crazy glaive adept all-ins. Like, I'm really curious. What does he feel gives him the best chance against Jayshi?
Yeah, it's going to be tricky, especially in PvP with the current meta. I mean, just having energy overcharge to be able to power up a sentry immediately. I'm thinking back to last year when Stats was starting to revolutionize PvP a little bit with his Stalker Sentry opening and Fast Extend. He was the first player, really outside of Max Packs in Europe, that was able to safely and consistently take that second base. But now it's almost ubiquitous. You see it very often. It is basically the default build that you will go to in PvP, at least across most regions. We'll see, as you said, there's a penchant for aggression here in the Asian region, so maybe we'll have a little bit more cheesy openings. But yeah, I'm excited to see what kind of strategies these guys are going to throw at each other, because macro, it's always an option, but you never know what the cards are going to hold. As here, spawning in the top right of ley lines, we have Jayshi, the Red Protoss.
And his opponent in the bottom left side of the map in the blue, a player who's got a lot of history in the game. Let's see what style he brings out today. It's Nice.
Yeah, it's going to be a lot of fun, man.
There's been a lot of
like
successful cheesy builds recently as well. Have you had a chance to catch? I mean, there's been so much StarCraft. Have you caught any of Mana's PvPs recently?
I haven't been able to watch Mana's PvP. What is he doing in those games?
He's really good at nasty cheese, man. It's fantastic. He's
I gotta study those then.
give that man a warp prism. He does, very, very surprising and awesome things. He's on a bit of a hot streak at the moment. Came from people going, oh yeah, he's a bit more focused on content and stuff, to like lots of upsets over the last few weeks. And I think he took out, was it Zaun? I think he knocked out of Dallas.
Oh wow.
Basically, he definitely has been taking some scalps, doing a lot of, very aggressive builds, but it's not just him. There's a few others. Obviously, Hero always mixes in things, but Proxy Robo, we've seen a fair bit of recently in the meta. We've seen, a whole range of very highly aggressive strategies in the weekly cups and in the bigger qualifying tournaments as well. So for now, it's just going to be the very safe 2-gate against 2-gate on the high ground. And it's going to be looking like it's just, a bit of the probe harass from Nice, checking things out. Jayshi, it feels like, not as worried about scouting as early in the game. A bit more willing to just kind of head over there later and confirm, okay, are you going to go 2-gate? Are you 1-gate expanding? But he wasn't here early enough. If Nice had chosen to go 1-gate expand, or heck, maybe something crazy like Nexus first, he would have gotten away with it. And then Jayshi would have had to react very late.
Yeah, some of those 1-gate expand builds, they're very difficult to punish too in the current meta. I mean, even if you go for a proxy robo, sometimes the 1-gate player, whether they opt for either a very fast Stargate in more of the max packs vein of PvP, or if they go more for a really fast robo behind that 1-gate expand, which is what a lot of players have been doing in the Korea region. Both of those instances are really hard to break down, but luckily for Jayshi, it is going to be just a 2-gate opening here from Nice. So that late scout not going to be punished. Of course, with the pylon going down here, he's going to lock in that probe there of Nice, get to kill it. It's not entirely a loss here for Nice. He's going to be able to confirm that the first 2 units coming out of those gateways are stalkers, so it's likely going to be a little bit of map presence here from Jayshi. And we actually have a Stargate coming down from our red Protoss player.
Kind of threw it down in the face of the probe that was going down as well. It was almost like, how there is death vision when a unit, goes away. You don't instantly, it's not like the vision snaps to black, right? But he threw it down almost instantly. Now, obviously, our great observer already showed he didn't actually see the Stargate, but it was just kind of funny because I was like, oh, I think he would have seen that. Jayshi, apparently just very confident, I would guess that says, right? He's not being overly cautious, and the 2 stalkers is a good way of usually disguising this. The problem is, of course, that Nice is using the sentry opening, and very easy to get the hallucination in and confirm exactly what's happening.
Yeah, hallucinations are a really big game changer here in the current state of PvP. Just having a lot more information means that the matchup in general in 2025 now is just a lot less coin flippy than it once was. And so even openings like the Stargate one, if you go for this here as Jayshi, you're mostly looking to have a presence on the map. You want to pick off a couple of probes, and then ideally later on you can use energy recharge and throw down a lot of stasis traps. But yeah, Nice actually, he's been really amping up the production just on these 2 gateways. Oracle's going to miss this. He's going to try and find some damage.
That Twilight Council's so early. Jayshi's just completely cut gateway production. He's just built 2 Stalkers, a Battery, and Oracle, and he's gone straight Twilight under a hallucinated Phoenix. The hallucinated Phoenix saw it, which means I think Nice is making exactly the correct call. Shove in here, utilize your unit advantage count. A shield battery alone is not going to stop this.
Yeah, great force fields too, body blocking that Stalker a little bit. Nice first focus firing down the Stalker that was warping in. Means the probe's gonna get pulled. Another good force field, locking that Stalker in on the bottom side. Jayshi taking a ton of damage from this 2-gate pressure, and the 3rd gate just finished up for Nice back at home. There's a proxy pylon and the triangle third here of Jayshi, and the pressure is just mounting. More probes get pulled. The micro from Nice is fantastic. 1 sentry's gonna go down, but oh man, momentum really building here. Jayshi maybe a little bit greedy with this opening, getting punished.
Yeah, you got to be so wary about rushing that Twilight Council. It was all the rage for a while, was rushing Blink, but you can see that just constantly building units. Sometimes, even though this was a macro build, there wasn't necessarily a super big plan to attack, but Nice saw the opening and said, oh, we're committing 100%. So I didn't stop building sentries and stalkers the whole early game. Your gateways were idling for over a minute. And if you've only got 2 gateway units when your warp gate's done, I've already got 6. And more warping it off the pylon on the front. I will take that victory and snap it right up. Lovely play there for Nice. And Jayshi just a little bit too greedy, trying to rush the Twilight down, trying to keep the probes going. It does bite you. Sometimes you just forget about, hey, a sentry opening, building a Nexus, building probes, you just think of it as being so defensive, right, State? And then it just walks across the map and you're like, oh, this can be aggressive as well.
Yeah, no, I am intimately familiar with this. This is my favorite opening to go for when I play PvP. I love to go 2-gate, add a third, just keep warping in and go for the aggression. So it's really fun to see Nice do that. And for Jayshi, yeah, I think you hit the nail on the head with the Twilight Council. The Stargate and not just having the Stargate in and of itself and only 2 gateways, you need to be really persistent and on point with the warp-ins from those initial 2 gateways. And even then, it's going to be tricky to defend against that kind of pressure coming across the map. But you go Stargate and then also have the Twilight Council. Just as you said, there were only 2 Stalkers in the natural expansion, and the 3rd Stalker was getting warped in. When that's getting warped in, the shield battery cannot overcharge it. It's taking a ton of damage for the Stalkers and Sentries there of Nice, and really a blink of an eye. Nice is going up 1-0 here in this best of 5 series. That was a fast-paced start to the day.
Yeah, even I'm thinking as well. I'm like, even if you like leave the Oracle at home and make stasis traps, it's still like you need to land a pretty good one to buy enough time, because you're so far behind on the unit production. It's a scary situation. You know, even if you can buy a bit of time, the best bet is probably getting a sentry down, filling it up with energy, using some force fields to split the oncoming attacks. But we see why a couple of Stalkers into an Oracle is a little bit greedy, arguably. You gotta basically, I would say if you build 4 gateway units and then warp gate finishes, it's like, it feels like you're cutting a little corner. I think 2 gateway units, warp gate finishes, it does feel like extreme greed, right? I think that's something where Jayshi was probably just hoping Nice wouldn't notice, but he seemed to just clock on with that first Phoenix. Hey, you've not been building stuff, let's go.
Yeah, it was a smart move. All right, spawning in the top right here on Ultra Love. Sending a probe really quick down to the low ground. It is our red Protoss player, Jayshi.
On the bottom left side, very decisive game 1. See if he can keep it up in game 2. It's Nice. Best of 5s.
And here on
lots of room to breathe in this match.
And here on Ultra Love, having the high ground natural expansion means that 1-gate expand definitely in the cards here for Jayshi. I think that's what he's posturing to go for with this pylon in the low ground. We'll see if he actually opts for it or if he's going to throw down a 2nd gateway. It's very difficult, even as the aggressive player, if you go for something like a proxy robo, to actually break down that natural with a push. Ultra Love, one of the more defensive maps here in PvP in terms of the early game.
That ramp's pretty brutal, isn't it? 2 force fields, you run up that ramp and you are trapped, so it does get nasty. I thought we might see a high ground 1-gate for Nice, but then I was like, well, it doesn't really make sense, right? The natural's so defensible. So he's going to go for the 2-gate. I've seen a lot more recently players not committing to the proxy and then just kind of going for their own quick nexus. But yeah, that definitely looks it looks pretty committed, doesn't it?
Yeah, I think this is going to be a proxy pylon 2 from Nice. 22 is generally right when you want to throw this thing down.
Do you think he just hides it and then just...
What is the proxy going to be?
Okay, if he stays there, we know it's actually a proxy, right? It's not just like the hidden pylon and then do a normal build.
I don't think you go 2 gateways and just throw a hidden pylon over there, unless, especially in Ultra Love, unless you're planning on this. And looking at the current path for Jayshi with this probe, he is not going to glimpse this. I think it's barely going to be out of vision unless he actually changes the path just a little bit. Oh, this is so close here for Jayshi.
Oh,
he's going to see the probe, though. Nice is moving the probe out. Jayshi is going to spot it. Will he check the corner? He will.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's really good. And he's got his own Stargate. It's like a similar timed one, so you can just build a Phoenix here, right? And shut down any Oracle that comes out immediately. I feel like if you can depower, it's good, but it's so far away. I mean, sending 1 Zealot, 1 Stalker, not a bad idea. The 2nd gateway to wall off as well to block the probe. Do you think he cancels that wall off, or does he just keep that up just for peace of mind?
Oh, the Stargate gets canceled too. Yeah, we'll see. I feel like you can cancel it in a situation like this one, especially seeing the Stargate get canceled. You know that if Nice is going to be going for some kind of aggressive tech, it'll be way later. So I'm actually a little bit surprised he's allowing this to continue on here. I would imagine you just throw down the Nexus and expand from this position, but...
Yeah, he cancels the Stalker,
doesn't
but not the wall off. Isn't that odd, right? Like, I was like, oh, I thought we canceled the gateway, but he's like, no, I'm going to cancel the Stalker. I think he just, I guess, be adept, right? He just doesn't want to have to keep throwing down temporary buildings. He's like, let it finish, whatever.
It'll be fine in any case. And Jayshi behind this, going for the Twilight Council that he opted for in game number 1 as well, but this time a lot safer. Just because he spotted that proxy Stargate. Really smart play there from Jayshi. Gonna have a nice advantage here.
good scout, sees everything, and you know, at the end of the day, it really doesn't end up being that big of a disadvantage, right? Your Nexus is quicker as Nice. Yes, you're down a few probes, but yeah, it feels like a very playable position. Also, Jayshi's gonna have to eliminate one of his own buildings eventually when he wants to move out and take a third, so it feels like it's just going to turn into a much more normal kind of blink against blink game. I do feel, even with hallucinated phoenixes, going for like the 4-gate blink off 2 base can be effective. Oracle, of course, not going to find anything since there is no greedy transfer to the natural just yet. And I feel like the start of this patch was a fun time, wasn't it, State? Because whoever went Oracle had a really high win rate because they just spammed stasis traps and everyone kept walking into them. Recently, people have got pretty good at not walking into stasis traps. They're really on high alert for it. We'll see if Nice is on guard for that in this game.
Yeah, those stasis traps, they can still provide a lot of value. It really only takes one of them to just completely catch. Like, even 4 or 5 stalkers is enough to really break the back of your opponent in a lot of situations. Here, as you see, Jayshi already going to town on his own gateway. He wants to open this pathway up to set up this third base. Of course, with that probe that scouted the proxy Stargate, he was able to throw down that Nexus already, but Nice. He's going to take a little bit of damage from this Oracle, but he's also moving across the map to attack the third base here of Jayshi. Jayshi, I'm wondering how many gateway units he has out, because this is a pretty formidable force here for Nice. We're going to have a cancel on that Nexus. A little bit of deja vu from map number 1 right here.
Oh, no.
We're getting the Colossus to just have the vision here on the high ground. I love this from Nice. Oh, there's no shield battery, the natural expansion, Pig.
This is crazy.
A lot of damage.
It's a lot of damage. I mean, Nice is losing nothing. One Stalker finally gets trapped there by the force fields, but I mean, Nice committed so little to this. He is down in probes, though. The Oracle did get a couple. He is down 8 workers. Jayshi's extreme greed. If he could survive, maybe it would have time to pay off. But right now, the army count, I mean, the differential is just insane. Feels like Jayshi's playing a lot of mind games, trying to be super greedy and really lean into that hallucinated Phoenix scout. But Nice, on the other hand, is constantly making army and then just moving across the map. And this is a huge problem because 2 wins in a row where Nice didn't have to show too much. It was just constant gateway production and pushing across the map. It does feel like Jayshi maybe overthinking the scouting a bit too much, right? And focusing on maybe the fancy kind of pivot this way, pivot that way. Sometimes StarCraft is just about keeping your production buildings rolling and just hitting those macro just right.
Yeah, it feels like Jayshi cutting a little bit of corners and Nice just punishing him. Game 1, game 2, almost the exact same story, just attacking instead of the natural expansion, hitting the timing at the third base. It was beautifully done. And Jayshi just really being greedy in a lot of ways too, not just with that third base timing and the gateway warp bins, but also the Twilight Council for both of those players were thrown down at almost identical times. But you see Nice, he had his blink finish, I want to say about 20 seconds faster than Jayshi. With each chrono boost, you're shaving about 10 seconds off production time. So yeah, he wasn't chrono boosting probes. He was chrono boosting Twilight Council at least twice more than his opponent. So really just investing a lot in the aggression. And I don't see why you would change anything from the playbook coming into a map number 3 here from Nice. Just keep the pressure on. Jayshi has already shown in game number 1 and game number 2, he's playing a little bit greedy, but now on match point, I mean, for Jayshi, I understand coming into the series, it seems like this has been his game plan, but moving into our map number 3, I feel like you got to be a little bit more conservative here.
This is
going up against a Nice who is just not afraid to pull the trigger at all.
Do you think the ultimate strategy gambler play, if you're a bit more of a poker player, say, is for Nice this game to play even greedier himself, knowing that, you know, he's like, surely Jayshi's got to be almost paranoid now. It's match point, game 3. Is this the one where Nice can do something crazy? Or maybe, actually, the only way to pull off extreme greed without your opponent knowing about it right now, because of hallucinated phoenixes, corner base, 300 IQ. What do you think, State?
Corner base would be really fun to see. I would love to cast a game like that. As for Nice, I don't know, man. I say you already haven't really shown too much in terms of your range as a player in this series, which is very important in a bracket like this one with, what, 6 out of 8 players are Protoss.
Yeah.
It's only Silky and Kingslayer that are playing Terran and Zerg. So for Nice, I think you just kind of play the same way. You continue the hallucination scouts, you check what your opponent is doing, and you know, if Jayshi is playing safe and standard back at home, okay, just go for tit for tat. Just expand safely yourself there as Nice. You don't really need to show your full repertoire as a player. Moving in the series, it's a fantastic position to be up. 2 games to none in a best of 5 as only 1 map went away from advancing to the next round of this qualifier. Our blue Protoss player spawning in the top right. It is Nice.
Those corners look really fancy. They look attractive. We'll see.
Yeah, they're very far away in those corners too here on Tuckamuck.
At the bottom left side of the map, it is, of course, the red Protoss. Hopefully starting at least something of a comeback. Jaishi.
I love the way you think about the game, Pig.
I'm always thinking
Third
about the
base.
gamble. If there's a way to flip a coin to get ahead in a series, that's what I'm thinking about.
You're a dreamer, man. You are a dreamer.
It's like, you know, the real pro gamer mindset is all about like, what can I do consistently to get ahead? And for me, it's always like, I'm like, ooh, what's like a habit that we can exploit just a little bit? You know, it's not how I played the game, but now that I watch the game a lot more, I'm like, ooh, what cheeky gambles can you make?
Those games always stand out in your mind too. I mean, I played competitive StarCraft for like 5 or 6 years, really right into like the very beginning of Legacy of the Void. And I must have played hundreds of tournament matches, if not over 1,000. And the games that usually stand out the most in my mind are the one where I lost because of a hidden base. I remember EG Puma did this to me in a tournament. I thought I was winning the entire time. I was like, why does he have so much stuff? And I lost it. That was game 3 of it. I think it was like an MLG years and years ago. And this is before you can, like, after the game ends, press W and rewind right away. And so I walked away just completely flabbergasted. My teammates are like, you know, he had a hidden third base. And I was like, God. It's so painful to lose games in those ways. I mean,
It's you've
it is the
truly
worst
been
feeling.
tricked, right? You've been taken for a ride. You're like, because you're always playing with a fog of war, but I think for a lot of people who have never played at a super high level, like, it's crazy the accuracy that pros have in it, especially a clean game at like judging, like, oh, my opponent had 36 workers and they did have exactly like 35 to 37 at that point in the replay almost every time. But then, you know, there's the rare time where a pro gamer's conception of what happened in a game is so different to what actually happened, and you're just left with your mouth open going, how was this the result? You know, that's when you see like that furrowed brow as the player rewinds the replay and pieces things together, which I'm hoping in this matchup is just Jaishi saying keep those gateways pumping. Already 4 units out, I believe, and I'd love to see 2 more as well. Does go for a quick Twilight again, keeping the probes up. It's 3 units, sorry. But, you know, I think it's going to be with the safety battery as well. A little bit more safety as an adjustment. I think Jaishi realizing can't be leaving those openings as a 3rd sentry, a 4th gateway unit does start up.
Yeah, I like this opening here for Jaishi. A lot more on point here, even queuing up a stalker after that. So he's recognized a little bit of the strategy from Nice has just been greed checking him, both in game 1 and game number 2. So this is a very smart adjustment coming in from Jaishi and also confirming with the scout. He's seeing what Nice is cooking. Another, shield battery very close to allowing those adepts to get in. Jaishi is still on point, just slowly chasing down these adepts here with this one stonker. On Nice's side of things, more sentries being warped in and a robo with a warp prism. So this is looking to be really fast pressure. For Nice, knowing that your opponent is going for Blink, sentries, they lose a lot of value as soon as Blink is done. And so the timing that Nice is going to be looking for is he wants to hit like ideally 20 or so seconds before Blink is finished. This is going to be a really fast-paced attack because he wants those force fields to get maximum value on the other side of the map. And so I'm imagining Warp Prism, 1 Immortal, lift that thing up into the prism, move across the map as quickly as possible, and just go for it. I would not be surprised if we saw a couple more gateways get thrown down here for Nice in the next few minutes.
Yeah, there's some really scary attacks that can come off this. The power the prism gives is very real. Then again, Stalkers, Force Fields, Guardian Shields can work out okay. But the 3rd Nexus starts, and that's a big expense.
Yeah.
Ooh.
Yeah, that's going to be a target on the back here of Jaishi. Actually, looking at the high energy on these sentries, I'm wondering even if Nice potentially energy recharge at least one of them. I mean, they were basically almost all full. There are just so many force fields at his disposal. 2 more gateways, no, 3 more gateways get thrown down. But look at this fantastic positioning from Jaishi, kind of an awkward dance. I love the stalkers there to catch the prism, but the 4th sentry hit squad actually able to take down one of the stalkers. You do not see that every day.
The Immortals moving out. 3 more gateways on the way. Nice has been cutting workers. Look at the worker count. JShi's not missed a beat. 44 against 34, but he's still probing. And
he's taking a gas too.
Oh,
this is crazy.
He has no idea this is happening. I mean, Nice, he's just playing aggressive. He keeps greed checking him. JShi, if he gives up the third, pulls to the natural, there's a chance. If he stays out here, I don't know if he can hold on against these numbers. The Immortal is going to be very effective, but there's not that many Stalker sentries just yet. No battery up. Good force fields to start for JShi. Can he zone him out? Right now, the Prism being used to bring these high-powered Immortals to the front line.
Yeah, the Prism Micro is fantastic right now for Nice. Unfortunately for Nice, Blink is done, so those force fields not quite as able to limit the effectiveness of these Stalkers, but JShi, or Nice, excuse me, just has so much more right now. JShi, with this low number of Stalkers, is really struggling, and the Warp Prism also being used to lift some of these units up here for Nice and dodge the projectile from the Stalker shots. Nice, it feels like he's just greed checking him again. We're about to break through the natural. One more Warpman probably going to come in here from Nice. It's going to be 3 Zealots, 2 Stalkers, and then the aggression is going to mount. Force fields really limiting the concave here for JShi as Nice works his way into the natural expansion. Probe's not yet getting pulled. Immortal is going to finish here for JShi. Probe's now finally entering the fight. Blink forward to try to take down the Warp Prism, but right into the arms of the Immortals.
With arms wide open, those Immortals do greet the Stalkers. The Stalkers finally shut down the Warp Prism, but at what cost? The Stalkers and Immortals trying to focus down so many on their way out. Can the Immortal escape here for Nice? Nice is now up 5 workers, but with no third Nexus and no Blink. And, oh, the Immortal does big damage and manages to stop the escape, which is actually a very important victory. Remember, JShi was so greedy up to this point. He's got a third Nexus. He can reprobe way faster. He's already got Blink finished. He has more maneuverability. And with an Immortal out on the defense as well, I actually think he may be coming out on top.
Yeah, that Warp Prism going down, just a little bit too ambitious with the positioning, getting caught. Plus also these Adepts going down. Man, in this case, it's going to be Nice who's going to be struggling a little bit on the army front for the next few minutes. That push had so much potential, but JShi just able to snipe down that Warp Prism, really stealing the momentum of the push. And just as you said, Pig, look at the Chrono Boost coming in. Not just on that third Nexus, I'm sure the main of the natural too, just pumping these workers out already. The worker counts have equalized. Nice a moment ago had a 4 or 5 worker lead, and now JShi really starting to pull ahead in the eco tab. Nice, because his Twilight Council is so late, he has to go for charge. He's not going to have Blink for the foreseeable future here, whereas JShi just going to be really powering up with these gateway units. I'm liking JShi's positioning a lot. Just being able to survive by the skin of his teeth, then also keep that third Nexus alive. I mean, this is just looking fantastic for a Red Protoss player.
Feels like when you're missing Blink in this situation, it's like having no cavalry, right? You just this blob of infantry walking around the map, and you kind of like the enemy's like, we can harass your back lines, we can move in, we can move out, we can scout aggressively with our army and take little skirmishes and disengage and fade away at a moment's notice. It really is a big handicap, but if both of you just have a brick of Immortal Archon Zealot fighting each other, well, it doesn't matter too much, right? The Stalker's lacking, not that big of a deal. So usually the big advantage you want to work here is JShi Prisms with Zealots in the main, Stalkers roaming the map, picking things off, all that sort of stuff. He seems to be more focused on a frontal fighting army of his own. I don't think he has many Stalkers right now, which is wise, right? You don't want to overinvest in Stalkers when there's likely another timing attack coming. I mean, Nice has been all timing attacks this series so far. Archons would be absolutely amazing. Templar Archives isn't ready just yet. If this could pull the army home, it would be amazing, because it's a lot of Zealots on the front.
Nice's supply block up until this point. Those pilots only just now finishing, so the Warpins to defend are only just now starting. Where are those Warpins? Are they happening back at home? Nice, just going to move right into the natural expansion right now. So many Zealots. Actually, a really good engagement here. I think JShi caught out of position, wasn't expecting this move to come in. Nice, very bold Archons morphing in, but they're not here just yet. Those Immortals doing a lot of work right now. The Warp Prism is safe. These Zealots going into the natural expansion. So Nice, he warped in on the front line, man. He's going for the killing blow. He is not trying to defend back at home. But look at the positioning on that Archon with 2 shield batteries and a photon cannon to charge. I mean, that is just fantastic. So much damage getting done on those Zealots, but does Nice have too much on the front line?
She might have been too greedy again, State. Even though he had the advantage in this game, the Archons just weren't quite ready. I think you said it exactly correctly. He was not expecting that counterattack at that moment. His army got caught between the natural and the third. If he could have pulled his army behind a Nexus, dragged it out a little bit, done some stutter step, got an Archon or two in the back with his army before the fight started, completely different outcome. But as it is, Nice isolates all the army before the numbers grow. He's going to get in and clear out the main. Those 3 Immortals are such a big problem, and a few Warpins to defend his third. So even though obviously Nice is getting butchered at home, he's still got a base up that he's defending at least for now. He's not going to be eliminated, and he's completely wiped out the production and economy of Jaishi on the other side. He could always group up and recall to defend this. Is he going to do it, or will he go for more of a full-on base trade? We're about to find out.
I don't think he can. He doesn't have a Nexus in the main and the natural, and the one in the third is basically out of energy. So he's just going to pull the probes all the way, probably to Jaishi's side of the map. He does have enough money to throw down a Nexus. At least a couple of these probes are going to survive despite the onslaught of
the Archon!
Yeah, the Archon. Man, there's so many actually getting taken down. Look at that. Down to 11 workers is nice, but the standing army is still a little bit better here for the blue Protoss player. Now, Jaishi, he does have +1. He does have at least 1 Archon on the field. If we can take a look at the units tab, I'm really curious how these units are stacking up. It's actually 2 Archons here for Jaishi. So,
yeah,
even though the army supplies are favoring Nice, those Archons, they could get a lot of value. Jaishi going to try to expand over here. This engagement, it's going to tell the tale of this fight, Pig.
Big fight right now, really big fight. The Immortals are going to add so much damage from the back. Yes, Archons are good against Zealots and Probes, but those Immortals in the back with the Prism, I feel like are going to have so much staying power. Once all the Zealots are gone on both sides, there is no answer to those Immortals. That being said, Stalkers the only units that really shoot up, 2 Stalkers and a Sentry, so the Prism is able to fly away. Can Jaishi make some sort of magic happen and force like a draw, you know, a stalemate sort of situation? I don't know. There's no floating buildings for Protoss, so a Terran player in this scenario definitely could do it.
Yeah, Nice only has 1 probe on the map right now. Oh, it's right under the Warp Prism, I think. That probe, it just snuck under the Warp Prism, but Jaishi had recalled it into the main to defend against the Zealot. So he didn't kill the 1 probe there of Nice. I mean, of course, Jaishi in the moment, you have no way of knowing that is the only worker that Nice has on the map. But if Nice didn't have this probe, he would not be building this Nexus back at home. Jaishi would be the only one with a mining base.
And his pylon gets sniped by the Immortals. He's trying to rebuild that pylon because he can make some Zealots. He might even be able to make 1 Stalker here as well. The Archon Prism, Immortal Prism Micro. Welcome to PvP, ladies and gentlemen. What you're witnessing right now is pure PvP at its best. You might not like it, but this is what peak Protoss looks like.
Dude, Jaishi's doing a really good job, but I don't think he has any shield batteries. A shield battery with energy overcharge could do so much right now for these Archons, but they're so low on the shields. One of them basically only has hit points remaining. The probe's even getting pulled, but with good focus fire from Nice, those Archons should be going down. One of them already falling. The second one, it just takes 1 more hit from an Immortal, and it too will fall, and Nice is going to win with a 3-0. That was an exciting game number 3, though, Pig.
Oh, it's a bit of a bummer for Jaishi. You know, he actually managed to survive that one despite once again it felt like not really being prepared for the attack that was coming. I think Nice did a really good job of faking out probe production whenever the hallucinations were coming through, and then otherwise cutting probes and basically just getting his gateways, getting his units up a little bit quicker. And we saw throughout that series 3 times in a row Jaishi not prepared for the attacks, almost brought it back that time. And it was the second wave that he was also caught off guard by and managed to catch his army in between the bases, out of position, and find the killing blow. But I gotta say that for Nice, great decisiveness. You know, committed to his attacks, picked his moments very well, scouted well to inform when to attack. This is the sort of just decisive nonchalance you want to see in a player that is likely to then go through and actually qualify.
One of the most decisive moments in that game, too, was remember the warp-in that Jaishi did in the main base of Nice? He had 4 Zealots coming with a drop, warped in more Zealots. Nice did not warp in Zealots back at home to defend at all. He let his mineral line die in the main base. He let it die in the natural expansion. He warped it on the front lines. He's like, you know what? You have, what, 7, 8 Zealots in my base? I don't care. It's going to take you time to kill my probes. I'm going to go right for the throat. A very cool move here as we look at the upper bracket. Asia. Now, Nice, the first player to advance into the round of 4. That was a pretty quick series, but those were some really fun games, especially game number 3. I feel like Jaishi really had some winning chances. I mean, if there was just 1 or 2 shield batteries in the main base of Jaishi, that series might look entirely different. But nice with his decisiveness, able to take the 3-0 win on the back of just unrelenting aggression, and he's going to be facing the winner of Jim versus Lemon.
Heck yeah, this is going to be fantastic. I can't wait to see what comes out. Jim, of course, came to fame about a decade ago, showing some of the best tournament performances we've ever seen from a Protoss player that no one had ever heard of. Since then, of course, he did have a lot more competition in the region and some highs, some lows, but I'm curious what form he's in against the upstart, the newcomer, Lemon. Jaishi, of course, going to the lower bracket, as you can see. Doesn't know who's going to be joining him down there just yet, but we will be finding out, of course, as this bracket does unfold.
Yeah, man, I'm looking forward to seeing Jim. I feel like it's been just a decade of watching his games. Like, I remember 10 years ago when he burst onto the scene, trying to find his replay pack, because I loved his playstyle so much.
He was so
I actually modeled, I think, my PvP and my PvZ off of his. It was just a pleasure to watch. Anyway, guys, I think we're going to a break, so we're going to be right back with some more matches in a little bit. We'll see you soon. Don't go anywhere.
1, go. 3, 2, 1, go. Three, two, 1, go.
you. If you scream, I'll whisper. La-di-da-di-da-da-da. This is all you ever wanted. Take it all, you deserve it. This is how we're gonna end it. La-di-da-di-da-da-da. Take it all, you deserve it. Take it all.
Welcome back, everybody. You're watching the EWC Asia Qualifier. We just finished casting Nice, win 3 over JC with some really decisive, aggressive play. And now it's time for us to move on to the upper bracket semifinal match between Nice and Lemon. I'm State. Joined with me is Pig. So far, the game's been pretty action-packed, Pig, and we're going to go into another PvP.
Indeed, I am excited to see what's going to happen because I was hoping Lemon would show up, already winning a first series, which we, of course, weren't privy to, but it was a close one, a 3-2 scoreline I did here. So it's going to be him against Nice, who steamrolled his series. I feel like these are two of the favorites to make it completely out of this bracket, and we get to see them clash already. So that's exciting news.
That's going to be a lot of fun. Now, taking a look here at the lower bracket Asia, we've got Kingslayer there, waiting to find his opponent, and Jaishi and Jim going to have another PvP. They could not escape it in the upper bracket. They fall in the lower bracket. They got another one. That's going to be a fun series to watch, too. I think, man, there's just so many good Protoss players in the Asia region. I'm always a little bit sad when we're casting a lot of just the same matchup, but at the same time, it is a little bit fun to kind of do a deep dive into the meta of PvP, right? Like, first we saw the opening series, and now Nice versus Lemon. Lemon, he plays a really explosive brand of Protoss in PvP, right? You're talking about he's very aggressive, because I haven't cast too many of his games before.
He's very interesting because I haven't seen too much PvP of Lemon, but against Terran and Zerg, it's like super macro defensive, rock solid. But PvP is a very different beast in general, right? Where even a player who's quite solid will still hit a fierce glaive adept 2-gas, timing attack and that sort of thing. So I've seen a lot of him against Oliveira, against some of the, actually there's quite a few, coffee matches, and against some of the Zergs like Silky. I haven't seen Lemon play PvP in a while, so for me, I'm coming in about as blind as you are in terms of what style, but I will tell you, he's capable of some of the most razor-thin, careful macro play you've ever seen. Like, when the player is like, you think they're being too greedy, but then they hold just perfectly. Very kind of Max Pax-esque to him. Exciting to see what's going to come out as we get into this next best of 5. 2 players that have gotten through. This one's steamrolled his side. Let's see if he can keep the momentum going. It's Nice.
And spawning down in the bottom left, let's see if he can parry the aggression coming in from Nice. It is our red Protoss player, Lemon. Rocking the Thatcher portrait. My portrait of choice in StarCraft II.
That's so funny because it's such a normie one. It almost makes me think of like if you're disconnected from Battle.net and it's just like the face of one of the big old Blizzard decks or whatever, right? You're just like,
yeah.
Is this even your clan photo or whatever? But it's kind of nice to see one's just a little bit generic. I like the what's the really generic dude with like the hat? What's that guy called?
Oh, is that Cade? I know Cade is one of. Oh, Kaczynski. Yeah, Cade is another one. A lot of the starter. The initial ones that we got in Wings of Liberty, the names just all blend together for me. Kaczynski.
They're memorable characters.
That out for us.
They were standing in the back of the armory or something on the Hyperion in the campaign. It's like,
or even in the campaign. I actually don't know this stuff. Like, I did play the campaign, but I'm really bad with faces. So even if they're like video game character faces, it's very easy for me to forget who was actually who.
You've never played any of the Wings of Liberty campaign at all?
Oh no, I played it multiple times. I'm saying it's just that I still struggle with the name, like the names of the faces. If they're not like, if it's not like Sarah Kerrigan and Jim Raynor, it's like, well, I don't know. I guess this guy's like, is he Tychus? Like, is that Manx? I'm not sure.
No, for sure. I kind of had that feeling as well, getting into Wings of Liberty, and everyone's like, oh, it's Nova, it's this character, and I'm like, oh, I didn't read any of the books. I just played StarCraft. I don't know who any of these people are, guys. But Of course, the people we care about the most right now are the aliens, the 9-foot tall guys that communicate through their minds and use a lot of lasers, a lot of robots. It's Protoss on Protoss action. Could be any sort of issue that started the war here between Nice and Lemon, but of course it will be finished in only one way, and that is through violence. A quick nexus for Lemon coming out, while Nice is being a little more conservative.
This is a cool build coming in from Lemon. Is that a 3 sentry and a 1 stalker opening?
2 sentry.
This guy likes.
Yeah.
2 sentry. Okay, excuse me. For some reason, I thought they had queued up at the exact same time, and I was like, wait, is that a third one getting queued now on the gateway? But
cancelled it.
Yeah, you're right.
It's like a very just build a unit, build a nexus, add another unit. You know, he's cutting corners wherever he can. That's for sure.
Yeah, that must have been what happened. Cool. I like this. I'm really a big fan. I've always been a fan of sentry openings in PvP. Like I mentioned this a lot, but you know, when Stats was doing the double sentry, double stalker PvP build in an era where Max Pex was like the only guy that could defend 1 base aggression successfully on an expansion, it was so exciting for me. And so having builds like this coming out from Lemon, it tickles me. I love these openings so much.
Yeah, the
behind it too, also getting such a fast Twilight Council is just icing on the cake. This is a very cool build coming out from the Red Protoss player.
Confidence for sure, right? You see it in Lemon's play, and it's the first time I commentated him, I remember very vividly, because I was just going, well, he's just being too greedy and timing attacks are coming and he's not respecting them enough, and he kept barely surviving, and I was like, oh, he's actually so good that he knows exactly the right amount to cut his economy, and it just gets enough army barely in time to defend. So he's really, really good at that. Of course, I was singing his praises for a while. He's had a few ups and a few downs. It is very hard to be consistent in all 3 very different matchups, right, across the different metas. And but definitely, I think, you know, always competitive here in the Asian region. And for me, he's my pick to do really well now that Oliveira's out.
Look at how fast this third Nexus is coming in from Lemon with a Robo follow-up still at the same 2 gateways, and he's pressuring on the map. He scouted this proxy pilot earlier. Nice, kind of just trying to throw a little bit of confusion his way by building a pylon outside of the main base. Lemon gonna punish him for it really early, taking that thing down. And I feel like, yeah, what you're saying with Lemon, just kind of pushing the envelope of being as aggressive as possible, but being consistently able to defend, Nice is actually showing him a lot of respect in this series that we didn't really see him show towards Jaishi. He's not going for the right out of the gate, super high octane aggression. He actually opted for a very fast forge back at home. You can see that +1 ground weapons only maybe 15-20 seconds behind the Twilight Council's blink. It's even getting chrono boosted out. So Nice. It seems like he knows that Lemon is kind of rock solid. He's going to be playing a little bit more here for the mid game.
We'll have a big upgrade lead, but a much later third. Will Nice. So that's the sort of differential we're looking at right now. Lemon's going to have the numbers advantage, though. Probing really good for him. And the gateway is going up for both players. They're both jumping from 2 to 4 gateways right now. So really much a bit more of a macro game than we saw in the previous series. But does Nice look to force things with +2, maybe? Or +1? You know, trying to utilize a window where you've got the upgrade advantage. Nice was a bit more intermittent with his probing in the last series. In this one, I'm not really looking at any gaps. I'm kind of staring at the production tab and going, oh, there's no gaps in the probes at all. Like, it really does feel like they're both very respectful and just saying, hey, economy is going to reign supreme in this one. That being said, Lemon's just cut workers at mineral saturation on the third, no gases. It looks like Lemon is about to hard pivot into a timing attack, potentially.
That could be a really good timing attack, too, if it hits 1+1 and everything is equalized, because that +2 ground weapons here for Nice is going to be a pretty considerable power spike. But as long as Lemon can force the fight on Nice's side of the map before that upgrade comes in, he can really leverage this economic lead into a devastating push. But actually, I say that he's taking a 4th base behind this too. Now, is he going to continue probing, or is this maybe a little bit of a feint? Is he trying to throw Nice some misinformation here?
It's definitely going to be good for transferring.
Because he's throwing down additional gateways, Pig.
Yeah, and it's good to transfer workers too, right? The 4th does give you the option. It's a flexible nexus, but it does weaken any potential timing attack. It does feel like Lemon's still kind of feeling this game out. He's up only 4 workers right now. He's got some stalkers roaming the map, trying to figure out what's going on. Nice has been incredibly turtley. Now, Nice has invested a lot more in stalkers. For anyone watching who's not as familiar with PvP, we should try to, I guess, make the analysis a little bit more noob-friendly as well. Keep in mind, stalkers, best unit in the game, as long as you've got the best micro, full attention on them, and unlimited space to micro. If you can blink back and just pick things off, stalkers can beat everything. But, of course, it's rare you find yourself in that situation, and anytime they're pressed up against a wall in a pitched battle, they're one of the lowest value units for their cost, right? Unless you're microing them flawlessly. Zealots, on the other hand, are the cheapest unit with just the best stats, but they're very weak to Archons, right? Archons are really good against them, but of course Archons can just get outranged and picked off by Blink Stalkers, and Immortals are very good against Stalkers and a bit more of a meaty anchor, a ranged unit in your army. Right now, it's almost pure Stalker sentry for Nice. He's adding his first Zealot only now. He's got +2 attack. He wants to use the upgrade advantage, but the Archons and Zealots are already there in pretty good numbers for Lemon.
Yeah, that's a really nice position. Actually, Guardian Shield coming in, so Nice going to be using the range of the Stalker to try and kite. You see him focus firing down Zealots one at a time. He really wants to thin this Zealot count down as low as he possibly can, but I mean, Lemon just really pushing the envelope right now, blinking forward. He's going to take down the Warp Prism too. The Zealot meat shield in the front. It is starting to wane a little bit, but keep in mind, those Stalkers, they do not do bonus damage against those Zealots, and they don't do it against the Archons either, so Lemon, even though he's got lower numbers, he was trading pretty effectively before, but you see, as soon as that front line dissipates, the +2 ground weapons here for these Stalkers is just doing so much work. And when these Zealots trickle in like this, 4 or 5 at a time, they are just food for this massive Stalker ball that Nice has got. Very cost-efficient trade for Nice in the latter portion of that fight.
Might have chased a little too far there, Lemon. I think that's always the big thing against Stalkers. If you can catch them overwhelmed or make them fight in 2 or 3 places, it's really hard for the Stalkers to get value. But if you're just pulling back the way that Nice has been doing, fight on the front, instigate, and then just do a fighting retreat, that's what he wants to do. I'd love to see Lemon try and get active with a few more Zealots. He's still got the economy advantage. He's got that 4th base against a 3-base setup. His own +2's coming in, but I do think we're going to see a big skirmish. 19 Stalkers for Lemon is going to allow him to really skirmish decently in the long-range fight. And now the Zealots and Immortals come in to help things out. Not many Zealots here for Nice, really committed to Stalkers. If one fight goes wrong, it's going to be really bad, and that fight did not go well for him. Remember, every Stalker, 175 resources. It's so expensive. And Lemon's 4th base is really starting to pay off now.
Yeah, that 4th base for Nice only just now getting thrown down. The main base already beginning to mine out for our blue Protoss player too, so Mineral going to be heavily in the favor of Lemon in these next couple of minutes. And ooh, ambitious blink forward, able to actually take down a couple of those Stalkers there. These are the kind of value pickoffs that Nice needs to make this Stalker ball work. You really need to isolate small groups of units. If you can't do that, you need to do stutter step micro with blinks. It's very micro intensive to get maximum value out of this army, whereas Lemon, it's a little bit more positional. He just wants to make sure that he has a nice concave to attack into, that his Zealots aren't getting picked off essentially for free. In an open field, if these 2 armies clash, I have to give the advantage to Nice, or to Lemon, but in moves like this where the ramps are adding a little bit of kind of a roadblock here for the Zealots to really get the surface area that they need, Nice is going to have an advantage, but the army supply, you can see it with these lower cost Zealots just slowly trickling in, just accumulating here for the red Protoss player. Lemon has taken a pretty sizable lead. Warp Prism going into the main base here of Nice. While
that's
huge. In front of the 3rd and 4th. Oh, he might even take this Nexus out.
This is a massive moment right now for Lemon, getting Zealots in the main and the left. Remember what we said about Stalkers, they need your attention to micro to get value out of them. But Lemon says, well, good luck microing in 3 places at once, mate. Zealots in your main, Zealots in your 4th. And this army on the front is just a distraction. It's just trying to keep him occupied while the Zealots tear his economy apart.
Zealots in the main base, natural and 3rd. Too much for Nice to handle. And Lemon's going to take a game 1 win. I have to say the mid game was actually looking pretty good there for Nice. I liked his game plan with the heavy Stalker ball, but the economy of Lemon just came online way too quickly. And as soon as those upgrades equalize, +2 on both sides, you can kind of feel the momentum shift a little bit. And just a couple of small engagements where the Stalker player wasn't really able to get maximum value out of his units. It just adds insult to injury. I mean, you're already playing on a lower economy game plan. You need to get maximum value out of your army, otherwise Lemon is just going to reign supreme. It's exactly what happened, and he's going to go up 1-0 here in this game 5 or best of 5.
Yeah, absolutely, State. I think it's such a fascinating variation that a few Protoss players favor. I wonder if Nice tries this continually. We haven't seen him get this deep in the game before, but the I will stay dedicated to Stalker game. I remember first discovering this back in the days of the American region, and Neeb kind of showcasing against upstarts like Estrella, who was starting to challenge him at the time, where Estrella was kind of getting in these good spots, and Neeb was saying, I'm just going to make unlimited Stalkers, and you're going to try to use Disruptors and Zealots and Archons, but hey, I'm going to make 60 Blink Stalkers and just dodge every Disruptor and not let an Archon or a Zealot land a hit on me, and over time gain this extreme efficiency. And it was eye-opening because we always thought, well, Stalkers aren't as good in a pitched battle. You want to transition off them, probably the earlier the better, right? Maximum 20 Blink Stalkers, right? And when you see the Stalker player engineer the correct situation, which Nice was doing pretty well for a while there, suddenly you realize like they do have unlimited capability. There is a reason why we've seen AI bots that build nothing but Blink Stalkers with their unlimited actions per minute, right? If you micro teleporting units correctly, it's very good. I would have liked to see Nice maybe get a Prism in the main as well, secure a slightly earlier fourth, or maybe like a second Forge or something to really double down on the big gateway commitment. But Lemon, with such a good early macro, such an early fourth base, he just had such good economic momentum in that first game.
I mean, the pacing of the expansions from Lemon was just something out of this world here in PvP, especially against a Nice that was looking so aggressive in his first series. And now we're going to go into game number 2. Let's see if it follows the same trend as map number 1 did. Spawning here on lane lines in the top right, the red Protoss player leading 1-0. It is Lemon.
And his opponent in the bottom left side of the map meeting some SIP resistance. It's Nice. We've seen just Lemon is such a fascinating player, because I remember thinking, oh, who is this Protoss player who's come out of nowhere, and looking up as a Ligulac a few years ago when I discovered him and going, oh, why are all his results Zerg and Terran and random and stuff? I was like, oh, he truly tried everything before recently settling on Protoss. For years, competing at a very high level, playing all races, playing random and everything like that. So yeah, he's tried. He's played a few seasons with Zerg that weren't as inspiring in the regionals and things like that a few years ago, but he's so good as a defensive macro Protoss player, and he's been at the top with this for a couple of years now. Had a few seasons where Oliveira was getting kind of tilted against him, had to get coaching from Maru. he spoke about in an interview because he just couldn't figure out what to do against Protoss, and it was specifically guys like Jaishi and Lemon that were just causing him trouble.
Yeah, it was such a refreshing game that we saw from Lemon there in map number 1. Just the pace at which he took his expansions against a Nice that has shown that he is not afraid to be very aggressive in this matchup. And of course, we're only seeing these guys perform in tournaments, but I guarantee you that Lemon and Nice know each other inside and out in terms of their own playstyle, competing in the Asia region. And you just see the respect that Nice is giving him, where Lemon is taking this really fast natural expansion, this really fast third base, this really fast fourth base. And Nice, with his hallucinated Phoenix, he's scouting it and he's like, all right, well, I'm just also going to expand because I don't think I'm going to find the same vulnerabilities going against you as I might against another opponent. But I wonder if the trend continues where Lemon just grows a little bit too big on the map too quickly, we might see Nice pull the trigger and just go back to aggression anyway, even if Lemon is typically rock solid at defending it. Because, I mean, if game 1 is anything to learn from here in this series, it's that Lemon, once he gets on those 4 bases, it doesn't matter if his upgrades are 30, 45 seconds behind. He just has so much on the ground that it's really tough to attack into him. It's really tough to deal with it. And so some kind of adjustment over the course of the Best of 5 series might need to play. And you can see Lemon even sacrificing 100 minerals in this pylon to delay the expansion of Nice, because from Lemon's perspective, it's all about the macro lead, right? This is really going to significantly delay the expansion here. Now, one adept before Nice is going to get into the main base.
Oh, nice block there.
Wow, nice. Yeah, that was some good positioning. I think maybe only one probe going to go down. If Nice is lucky, can get that second one. Oh, the shield regenerate just in time. Wow, that probe. Oh man, those shields just barely regenerated.
He's been around the ring a few times, seen some stuff. Oh, Nice goes back in.
Traumatized.
Wow.
It's a good thing probes won't have souls or feelings, because that one would be scared, man. These little robots.
That guy's gonna be telling his friends, he's like, I've survived 3 separate drive-by shootings, man. They're like, no, you didn't. And he's like, mate, I got the scars to prove it.
Yeah, that is a battered probe.
We are going to see.
I don't know if I've ever seen a probe
hallucination
survive
pressure.
so many adept shots.
I like this.
Hallucinating Phoenix here is really, or Stalkers is really cool.
It's a nice way to just, create an illusion. And, oh, the Adept's coming in. Okay, yeah. It's also especially cool to distract your opponent from the threat of this double Adept. Forge coming in nice and early for our player Nice. I apologize, guys. I forgot to look up synonyms before today's cast. I should have realized we'd be casting a lot of Nice. Some lovely upgrade timings for the blue Protoss player.
Yeah, there you go.
Fantastic Adept Micro. Very good Protoss play.
Yeah, just looking very capable. Need to bust out a thesaurus or something. Third base now coming in here for Lemon. One of the things that I like Nice doing here back at home is that he's mixing things up a little bit. He's going for the same fast +1 ground weapons with the Forge, but this is not on the back of a Twilight Council. It's actually on the back of a very fast robotics facility. And so I wonder if he's going to be using this more aggressive tech option to go and try and find some angle of attack here on his opponent. It's curious because the way that things are lining up, I feel like it will be difficult to actually find a good window against what Lemon is doing. You can see the unit count, even though Lemon, I think up until this point, has maybe only been on 2 gateways, 2 more now coming in. He's got 10 gateway units out. You know, he's doing the very typical high-level Protoss thing of just having minimal production, but just also minimal idle time on those gateways. Just as soon as they come off cooldown, he is warping in right again, the same way that you would see like a Terran player macroing out of their factories, out of their barracks and their starports. And as a result, the standing army here for Lemon, it is considerable. There are a lot of forces mustered here on the ground.
It does feel like, I don't know if it was, Estrella was the first one I saw doing this like every game as Protoss, just never letting those gateways idle. Felt like 4 or 5 years ago, it was much more common. You know, Protoss players would do a lot of powering, skip 2 production cycles, go up to 6 gates. These days, it's just peak efficiency with the production, and Lemon, he's got a lot of units out. He's got the faster third, but that +1's about to kick in. These Immortals very good against the Stalkers, but they could dive. Recall is always there for the safety. But a probe for a Stalker, not a great trade, and he does get another Stalker of his own before he disengages. So, slight positive there for Lemon, utilizing his nice little momentum and mobility advantage. The lack of Twilight Council upgrades for Nice, definitely something that could hurt him. He starts +2, and of course it's just going to be building up a ball of Charge Immortal Archon. I think it usually leads into a 3-base timing attack with Nice's build, right? You're already thinking about attacking with +2, having that ball of units. But he does need to, of course, make sure he adds the charge, and I would imagine he goes 6 gas so he can add the Archons as well.
Oh, these Immortals taking some pretty good trades right now with a shield battery. Lemon actually not able to pick it off. That is nice value here for a blue Protoss player. And with additional gateways coming in, I don't even know if he's going to take those additional gases number 5 and 6 pick. He might just go pedal to the metal here with the gateways. He's sitting at 93 supply. The mineral income is through the roof. We're going to have 1 million gateways. This might be like 13 gate coming out from Nice with more in production.
It is a lot.
It sounds ludicrous, but look at what we've got here. It is a stupendous number of gateways. And against the heavy Blink Stalker style of Lemon, when you have this many Zealots, you can very quickly push across the map and basically corner those Stalkers into a position where they need to take the fight, and they can no longer leverage your mobility against your slightly less mobile Immortal Archon Charge Zealot army. And it looks like the timing is going to be when charge finishes and +2 ground weapons is done. And you can already see Nice throwing down, 1 or 2 photon cannons, making sure these bases are going to be a little bit safer against counter pressure, because once that Warp Prism is done, he wants to go for it. Good pick off there from Lemon, taking that 1 Immortal down.
Okay, so this is really interesting, State, because I've seen this situation so many times recently, and even if it looks like the 4-base player Lemon should do well with army supply and stuff, if he doesn't counterattack and base trade, this army does get very scary. But already picking off an Immortal is so huge that Prism's very late, so he can't ferry any of these units to safety. Gets another Stalker. Like, Lemon's efficiency is already off the charts. And even if Nice pushes, if he just counters and threatens the base trade and refuses to like fight that defensive fight you were talking about where he's pressed up against a wall, no space to blink micro, I think that's the trick. Oh, and he gets another Immortal! That is so big!
These picks have been so huge for Lemon. We're down to 1 Immortal now for Nice. About 1 more is about to finish, but yeah, at this point, so much value has been gained from these Blink Stalkers. You see Nice moving across the map, but the range firepower just isn't there. So these Zealots, they're just getting shaved off one at a time. A couple of Stalkers are going down, but Nice, he has to take these losses because he needs to move across the map and bring the fight to his opponent. He cannot let Lemon continue to kite him all the way across, but there are just so many Stalkers right now for our Red Protoss players, and already you can see with charge, those Zealots are going to be sending themselves to that third base here of Nice, just trying to cause some mayhem. At the same time, War Prism here on the top side, going to be attacking the 12 o'clock base. I mean, Nice just has to start getting some ground, but these Zealots is already just wailing down on these probes. There has been a worker cut here for Nice, so the economic damage is really going to be a lot. And already this army that we've had for the Blue Protoss player, a lot of it's getting whittled down. The gateway count is almost, or the Zealot count, excuse me, is almost completely dissipated on the front lines.
Yeah, it even defends the Prism so well with the Zealot Warpins, and this army, there's no support left. It's just Immortal Archon Sentry now with like a handful of Zealots and Stalkers. And as you overcommit, you get strung out. This is a perfect example of using your mobility to dismantle the opponent. Doesn't even let him fight. That was some Cossack-style harassment against Napoleon trying to retreat through the winter. That was that was crazy. But Nice was trying to get across the map. He never even got there. It was just, this is why if you don't go blink and your opponent goes blink and has a big army, that was, you can technically get picked apart. Lemon did that perfectly though, like the multiple Immortal snipes. Nice was like, hey, if you give me a bit of room to breathe and then I come across, I hit this timing attack, everything's optimized for it, you're screwed. Never even got going. That was brutal.
That was just a clinic from Lemon on how to play a Stalker Mass style of PvP. I almost feel like with Nice, you were talking about how the Twilight Council upgrades were really kind of holding him back because he prioritized +1 and +2 ground weapons before even getting charge. And yes, your army is going to have a little bit more of a punch, but that only really matters if you're able to force the Stalkers into a position where they're taking damage. That never actually happened, Pig. And so I'm wondering if, I mean, hindsight is 2020, but from Nice's perspective, maybe if he plays a little bit more tempo focused and attacks before Lemon is able to get this critical mass of Stalkers that can one-shot Immortals, that can, they don't even need the focus fire the Zealots, you know, it's like almost like hold position or a move micro, and 2 or 3 Zealots are going down with every single volley. You gotta be a lot faster with that push from Nice, otherwise the Blink Stalker ball, he's just going to carry Lemon to victory, exactly as we saw. And now here he is on the precipice for advancing to almost the final round. Lemon leading 2-0. He is your Protoss, spawning here in the top left as the red. Oh man, I really, I kind of jumbled the name and the color and the race there, but you know, it's Lemon in the top right, the red Protoss player, blah, blah, blah. Pig, you do a better job here with Nice.
In the bottom right, he's not going to give up just yet. He's about to make 3 games in a row to bring their series back. He's Nice.
You know, we used to have it in GSL, I think it was either last year or 2 years ago, we would have, you know, the epic voice come in and announce the players for us.
Oh yeah, that one was so fun.
And then as that slowly whittled down, but now it's me and Nick doing it, and we kind of just like, we're just gonna say the names and go right into it. And so it's hard for me to switch gears into the more epic, you know, ESL EWC online broadcast. Yeah. It's a muscle I haven't had to flex in like 10 or 11 months, so bear with me here.
I'm gonna go full like boxing or like MMA intros, you know, like just like where you're like, oh, you know, you're just like, and in the bottom right, the world, you know, you just have like 17 different nicknames and titles. You're like, he's the creator of cannons, the mythical Protoss laser god. You know, I don't know. It's always fun to go a little over the top, but it also does feel a little silly as well, and I think that's why it's so much fun, especially when we're doing you know, obviously a bit of a remote little online one here. Brings me back to like 2021 days when everything was online. We were all going crazy in our room, shouting at each other, watching StarCraft over the internet. But the stakes, I would say, are a little bit higher today as we are looking for those spots in the Esports World Cup. And Nice has said, I'm not sitting back. This is just not working. And I totally agree. I wouldn't have minded a 2-base timing. I think would have been great as well. But 1-base, just don't give any room for Lemon to get started. Force Lemon to react right here, right now. Proxy a Robo on the map. It doesn't have to be an all-in. You can always ferry the Adepts in and dance them around and get a Nexus behind it. But you got to get something done. You have to throw Lemon off his mode because he's just looking too confidently greedy right now.
Yeah, I like this adjustment here coming in from Nice. I think the proxy robo is going to be a really good call. Lemon has been very ambitious, taking very fast, rapid expansion to the natural, rapid expansion to the natural, rapid expansion to the third base. But this game, the Nexus not yet getting thrown down. I think his start senses are tingling a little bit, Pig. He's suspecting some kind of aggression, and we don't have a tech of choice here from Lemon, but coming into the natural, seeing no pylon on the low ground, seeing no Nexus being made, he knows something is up. He's building a robo back at home. Usually when you play this style that Lemon is doing, the defensive robo, you might lose the wall-in gateways, but typically the defense does edge out. By the way, amazing force field, able to get at least one of those Adepts. I mean, any kind of chip damage you can get here, especially with a Sentry who, the force field, it's not going to be very valuable once a Warp Prism actually enters the field for Nice, going for this kind of robotics facility timing attack. So being able to kill even one gateway unit, real good stuff here from Lemon. And look at this, he's also going for the Stargate.
Classic, the old Phoenix. When you're in an Immortal Prism War, that Prism reigns supreme, those Immortals reign supreme because of the Warp Prism picking them up. Turns out Phoenix counter both of those things. They shoot down Warp Prisms and they can pick up Immortals so they can't get picked up and you can focus them down. It really is such a good unit when you're both stuck on 1-base making robo units. Great scout for Nice though. He's aware of it now. He knows the Stargate's coming in. And he has not.
Oh, he glimpsed the Stargate with that shade.
Oh, Lemon's got the 2 Adepts coming in as well. Oh, he's got 3 Stalkers and a Sentry at home, though. So this is actually really good preparation. If that shade finishes, that's going to be some good value.
Yeah, Lemon trying to find stuff, at least getting 1 pro. Might be able to get a 3rd one, but no, the shield battery, the 2nd Adept dies a little bit too quickly, so not able to one-shot. But, for Lemon, just even seeing that Nice has so many gateway units back at home, it might be a little bit of a sigh of relief, because it means the pressure that's going to be mounting on your front door here as Lemon, it's not going to be quite as scary as it originally would be, and that's actually going to give him the confidence to throw this natural expansion down. Now, we do have a double Immortal drop coming in, but Phoenix is going to be on the field pretty soon.
And he already used recall. It's still like 15, 20 seconds away from being cooldown. As long as Nice waits for recall, he can use it to get out. But if he doesn't have recall, it's still that 10, 15 seconds away. Oh my gosh, he's going for it. This is so dangerous, State. If he loses these Immortals in the Prism, it is basically series over. He does pick up, goes to the corner. Phoenix takes a long time to kill this, but it's still not cooldown. It's about 8 seconds. 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. It's off cooldown.
I think that's
too late. It's too late. It's too late.
Oh man, that almost just feels like it's like a slip of the mind right there for Nice, where I think he was just expecting to have that recall, and he didn't. He saw this Stargate, just as you said, with the Adepts.
Yeah, he even cast recall as well after it died. Like, as it died, he still cast the recall on that spot.
Did he really?
Yeah, I saw the cooldown reset again. I was like, that's
so painful.
Yeah, there was no way it was going to go down, but he just realized, 2 Immortals in a Prism this early, that's so much money. It is insane. It's actually, I think it's like 800 minerals, not to mention the gas, the building time. You've now lost your proxy robo. Oh, could have been a decent position if Nice just chilled, I think, right? Because the Phoenix aren't the most amazing unit. But now, 3 Immortals, 3 Phoenix, a Prism, Sentries, Stalkers, Adepts. A fearsome army for Lemon, moving across the map to assert control.
I have no idea how Nice is going to be able to stop this. I mean, the unit composition he's got set up is, I guess, ideal given the circumstances. Stalkers and Sentries, shield batteries morphing in, but just losing so much value. The Warp Prism for the micro capability, the double Robo, or the double Immortals, being taken down. No more Robo, so you can't even replenish those units. And now Lemon dropping the Immortals on the front line. Here in the main base, he's going right for the pylons. He's going to sever the production capabilities of his opponent. The Stalker is getting lifted up by the Phoenixes on the front line. The shield battery is doing their best to recharge everything, but there is just so much firepower here for Lemon. The force fields, I have to say, Nice is doing a fantastic job with the control, but Lemon just has a little bit too much, Big.
Too much firepower, even saving that Immortal with the Prism. Immortals from the back, Stalker open on the high ground, and that is going to be a dominating 3-0. The Lemon hype train is here, ladies and gentlemen. It is not just a fake thing. It is not fake news. Lemon is the real deal. And many have said they've touted him as the new champion, the up-and-comer to take over the Asian region. So far, it's definitely looking that way.
That was a impressive series, especially considering we just cast Nice beat Jayshi 3-0, and Jayshi is no slouch, right? So for Lemon to come in game 1 and game 2 and play such a stable, safe, but just powerful economic style, and then in game number 3 just identify, you know what, you lose the Warp Prism, you're dead, mate. Like, there's nothing you can do. You're down 2 Immortals, you don't have a robotics facility, you don't have a Warp Prism. It's game over. It's checkmate. He moves across the map. He has that killer instinct. That was a fantastic series. And in a bracket where we have 6 Protoss in the final 8, I mean, Lemon, he's going to have another PvP in the finals to go into that grand finals. And if he wins that finals, he's not guaranteed into EWC, but he will at least seed himself into the last chance qualifier. I am liking this, man. You have me converted. I am a believer here on Lemon. Now, I do think that Firefly has a lot of potential too. This is a guy that I've been excited about for a long time here in the Asia region. I think a Firefly versus Lemon match would be fantastic for the finals. As we now look at the lower bracket Asia, Nice falling to the round of 8 in the lower bracket. He will face the winner of Kingslayer and Silky. And Jayshi and Jim going to be also there in the round of 4. Round of 4A for the losers bracket.
Yeah, dude. I mean, that's crazy. These were the first maps that Nice has even dropped in the open qualifier. Didn't drop a single map. 3-0 the first round again, which, by the way, 3-0 against Jayshi in the previous open qualifier as well. So another 3-0 there for Nice was kind of crazy. But now, suddenly, on the receiving end of a 3-0, that's going to be awkward. But we'll see if he can drag his way back from that lower bracket. Turns out there are some other bangers going on across the board right now. We've got the other players, of course, are still grinding their games out. We did a report that Lancer and Firefly, they were kind of on match point just a few minutes ago as well. It was 2-1 up, I believe, for Lancer there, aka Cyan. Many of you know him as previously changed his name to Lancer, looking for that Oliveira style maybe change of pathways and kind of resurgence in his career. I do like that idea, but we're going to see what goes on. I think we are ready for the break now, so we'll be back with that next match as soon as it's ready, and we can continue to follow the progression here on the road to the Esports World Cup.
3, 2, 1, go. Three, two, one, go. Three, two, one, go.
So now it's time to fly. Nothing's gonna stop me now. Nothing's gonna stop me now. Nothing's gonna stop me now. Nothing's gonna stop me. No one
Welcome back, everybody. You're watching the EWC Asia Qualifier. We are continuing on the bracket right now, getting ready to go into our next match. Unfortunately, pick out a little bit of technical difficulty, so you guys are going to have to bear with me just for a minute. But so far, the games have been really fun. We just watched a really explosive series. Lemon has been an absolute killer in PvP thus far. And the bracket, as it's looking right now, 6 out of the top 8 players. I mean, you look at this. Round of 4, all Protoss here in the upper bracket. Finals, also all Protoss. Cyan was able to defeat Firefly 3-2 in a really close series that happened off stream. Cyan versus Lemon, gonna be our next match. I think it's going to be a real nail biter. Now, keep in mind here in the EWC Asia qualifier, the winner of this qualifier is going to seed directly into Riyadh for a chance at that $700,000 prize pool. Of course, second place going to be going into the final last chance qualifier. So a lot on the line between Cyan and Lemon here in the upper bracket. If we could take a look at the lower bracket here for the Asia region, we've had a lot of players actually drop down thus far. Nice and Firefly are waiting in their wings in the round of 8 Group B. Nice will go ahead and play against the winner of Kingslayer versus Silky, the only Terran and Zerg in this bracket that fell very quickly into the lower bracket. And meanwhile, on the opposite side, Jaishi and Jim going to be going up against Firefly, the winner of that series. So things continuing to move along here at the EWC Asia qualifier as we get closer and closer to crowning a victor that will be going into the Esports World Cup in Riyadh in just a couple of weeks. And Cyan versus Lemon, I think this is going to be a really good match. You know, over the course of today, we first cast Nice versus Jaishi. Nice had a really aggressive style versus Jaishi, where he was able to come out with 3 kind of different timing attacks, just abusing the greed of his opponent. But Lemon, we saw him play what almost looked like, to the casual observer, a more greedy, more macro-focused style than even Jaishi. But somehow he was just able to thread the needle between greed and safety. And you can really see his opponent, Nice, show a lot of respect for him over the course of that series. And even then, for Nice, he wasn't actually able to come through in the end. Lemon, both in Game 1 and Game 2, just really rock-solid defense, was able to basically pull all the way through to a victory. And then in game number 3, Nice goes for this proxy robotics facility. It gets scouted. Lemon, even despite there being a proxy robo on the map, is able to intuit that he could still go for an expansion. Shuts that down with 2 Phoenix, snipes a Warp Prism with 2 Immortals. Just really fantastic play overall. So I think this upcoming match between Lemon and Lancer is going to be very, very exciting. And I think our match is actually be ready here in just a minute. So that series will be beginning very soon. Lancer, we haven't got a glimpse at his gameplay just yet in this tournament. Quietly, he's been able to take down Kingslayer 3-1, Firefly, a Protoss opponent, 3-2. And we're gonna have to see how these 2 Protoss players are going to line up against each other. Lemon has been looking absolutely unstoppable. He took down Nice, and I think, if I'm not mistaken, the first maps that Nice actually lost in the entire qualifier were against Lemon, and that was a 3-0. So this is going to be 2 Titans really going toe-to-toe. Lancer took down, who was personally my favorite to actually advance to the finals in the upper bracket, which was Firefly, in a very close series. And hopefully we're going to be going into that match in just a moment. Again, I'm State. Pig will be rejoining me very, very shortly, hopefully. Being down in Australia, he's having a little bit of net issues, so I appreciate you guys bearing with me and my solo casting for a little bit. And hopefully we'll be going into that match in just a moment. Let me go ahead and check on exactly where we are at. And it seems like we're nearly good to go. So this upcoming match is going to be the upper bracket final. One of the last best of 5s that we're going to be having today. Lancer and Lemon, one of them is going to go into the qualifying match at best of 7. One of them is going to fall all the way back down into the lower bracket final. So a lot on the line right now, not just a spot at EWC in Riyadh, but also guaranteeing that you have a chance to go to that final closed qualifier, joining players from around the world, in Korea, in Europe, in the Americas. And it's going to be a lot of pressure for these guys. I know that usually these online tournaments, they might not carry quite as much weight as you would if you're playing, say, like at a LAN environment, at EWC, at DreamHack, at GSL. But I'm telling you, when you get into a series like this one, where the difference between winning and losing is potentially going to EWC and not going to EWC, even if there isn't a cash prize for this qualifier, we're talking about thousands of dollars just to be able to go to Riyadh, let alone, you know, should you show up and win a couple of series, getting a bigger and bigger share of that $700,000 prize pool in the World Championship. So I'm hearing from our producers, game is still loading up. We're getting ready to go into that one. Lancer versus Lemon. You know, Pig actually converted me over the course of today. I was really thinking that Nice and Firefly would be the two players to look out to as we advance, but Lemon was just so solid in that last series versus Nice with a 3-0 win. I think Lancer is probably going to have his work cut out for him, so very soon here we're going to see exactly how this one is going to shake out. Keep in mind, you can go ahead and check on Liquipedia to get a look at the brackets. It's coming down to the wire right now. Lancer versus Lemon. This is going to be one of the last PvPs that we have here in the upper bracket, but should we go to the lower bracket? Again, Kingslayer versus Silky. They're going to be going up against Nice later on. Firefly also waiting in the wings, so we might be seeing some of these players that we've cast already in the upper bracket rejoin in the lower bracket finals to decide who is going to go into the qualifying match. And for Lancer and Lemon, you do not want to drop to that final best of 5. You want to make sure you have as many lives as possible going into the upper bracket final, going into the qualifying match, that best of 7. Let me go ahead and check really quick again with the producer to see exactly where we are at. And I think actually the game is loading up. Pig, I think, might still be having some technical issues. He actually had to restart his computer to hopefully resolve some of the network issues that he's been experiencing. So we're deciding whether or not we're actually going to have a rematch right now. This is Lemon spawning in the top right, Lancer in the bottom right. We will see exactly how this is going to shake out as our admin has paused the game. Excuse me a second. Take a sip of water. Not used to monologuing so much. Getting a bit of cotton mouth. But I think we're ready to go. So hopefully Pig will be joining us shortly. But in any case, we are going to be starting this best of 5 series. Again, the winner of this match going to the qualifying match, the best of 7. The loser will fall to the lower bracket. Here spawning in the top right on torches, we have Lemon. In the bottom right, we have Lancer. Now, Torches, one of these matches, by the way, one of these maps, I should say, with the high ground natural expansion. Now, this is a little bit more vulnerable than a map like, say, Ultra Love, so I'm not sure if we're going to be seeing a 1-gate expand from either of these players. But Lemon, so far today in these PvP series, has been playing what I would define as a relatively greedy style, but he's doing it in a way that seems almost impenetrable. And one of the reasons that we can actually see that, and actually hold that thought, we have Lancer very early on mining the gold mineral patches that open up this upper corridor. Lemon is going to scout this very quickly, so he just barely caught a glimpse of that probe going up to the gold. He's not going to see this probe here at the main base ramp. The path has been opened up. Now, I'm wondering if Lemon actually noticed that probe mining the very last mineral, because we might be seeing some really aggressive proxy plays coming out from Lancer here. This probe working its way all the way up. You can see on the minimap how close he actually is to the main base of Lemon. And Lancer also, I think he's doing a very smart move. Lancer, when you're in the moment like this one, you can't really tell if Lemon actually did get the vision off on that probe. So I love him throwing down the second pylon here in the main base. If there wasn't a second pylon here in the Blue Protoss player's base, this would basically telegraph to Lemon that there is some kind of proxy on the map. And so while this will slow down whatever the proxy tech is going to be, it's going to be a little bit more in the dark here for Lemon. And a lot of this is going to come down to whether he actually did notice that. And in fact, no, I don't think he knows. He's sending his probe now into where the natural nexus would be, and he has not double-checked the gold bases. So from all that we can tell, Lemon is a little bit in the dark, and he's actually setting his probe all the way to the bottom left to start looking for proxies. So he has no idea that this proxy is going to be taking place all the way at the 3 o'clock side of this map. It will be a proxy Stargate. Lemon, in a situation where he doesn't know exactly what his opponent is going to be throwing at him, is going to go back to kind of a safety net and build a Stargate in his own main base. But it is a touch behind, maybe 15 seconds behind the Stargate here of our Blue Protoss player. And for Lemon, it's going to be a lot of questions about what this opponent is going to throw at him with these 2 stalkers. He is going to be able to work his way up this ramp. Oh, Lancer a little bit late throwing down the pylon, but Lemon does not want to overstay his welcome. And now finally with this probe, he spots the gold minerals. He should be able to notice Those 2 minerals on the right side, they have been mined out, and there is going to be some kind of proxy coming in. But surprisingly, both players actually going for an Oracle. In a situation like this one, I would expect Lemon as the defender to probably be going for something like a Void Array. If he wants to play the Max Pack style defense, go for a Phoenix if he wants to play that style of defense. But it is just going to be the Oracle coming in, and that means a Lancer coming really quickly here into the main base of Lemon, already able to take down 4 probes. Lemon, I guess he didn't still have the complete information. So many workers getting taken down right now. Soccer's actually finishing in from the gateways, not doing the work gate, but we have a 9 worker deficit coming in for Lemon. Lancer getting so much damage done. I love this build coming in from Lancer, mining out the gold patches here on torches, getting that proxy Stargate. It seems like Lemon, even after he finally had the glimpse of those minerals getting mined out, maybe he didn't notice because they were the gold minerals on the far right side, exactly what was happening. And he kind of gets caught with his pants down. So many workers falling very early on. And now we're going to be going into a mid game here on torches where Lancer's at a really good position. Now, can Lemon get any counter damage done with these oracles? We're going to have to wait and see. I did see on the production tab for a moment a stasis trap getting warped in by our red Protoss player, but thus far, no worker damage really being done.
All right, thank you so much for holding the fort down, Ryan. Really appreciate it.
Welcome, Pig.
It's good to be back here. So it looks like I've missed the start of an action-packed series. Lancer barely got through that previous one, hey? So a very, very close day of PvPs. And it looks like this Oracle veering in, and oh my, that Oracle doesn't find any damage. So it looks like Lancer's got a slight lead.
Yeah, to quickly catch you up, Pig, I'm not sure while you were troubleshooting your network issues how much you got to catch a glimpse of the early game. Lancer did a really cool build here on torches. Very early on, he was mining with 2 probes, the far right gold patches that unlock this right side of the map. And Lemon barely glimpsed with his probe that this was happening, but I think it just didn't register. It was like 1 or 2 frames where he saw the probe mine the final last patch. And so Lancer was able to very stealthily set up this Stargate all the way here at the 3 o'clock, and he killed like almost double-digit workers from Lemon. So a really good start here for Lancer. I love this kind of play. Torches is one of these maps that, you know, in GSL we occasionally get to see it, but not very often, because most of the GSL games, they're best of 3s. They're not best of 5s like the EWC qualifiers. And so, I mean, what a treat to see Torches getting the gold base, or not the gold base, but the gold mineral path getting unlocked to lead to a proxy like this one. It is just such a cool and clever build. Lancer really coming in with some tricks very early on in this series, and now has a nice lead. Even taking the triangle third here. Don't often say you're taking a triangle third here on torches, but it is indeed happening here for our blue Protoss player.
He's got to protect the Stargate state, you know? He's got to get his 4th base next to that eventually and have it all protected. It's not a proxy, it was just putting it in a future expansion location, that's all. He's gonna look to blink across. It's dangerous, but it's in the fog of war.
Has no idea.
Oh, wow.
He doesn't know this blink is happening in. Oh, there's even be a stasis trap coming through. The Robo's exposed. Lemon, although he's very well positioned coming on both sides, he does see the stasis ward. Links 1 stalker in to defuse it, and that's gonna mean that Lancer's gonna have to retreat. Lemon, man, props to him. This is a tricky situation, defusing both stasis traps. Oh, that is critical.
Really good handling. A lot of players panic there and they go, and then, you know, obviously he was trying to bait the big blink forward, the big probe pool all getting frozen. Lancer doing that. It's not the most committed pressure, but he's just got this good worker advantage. He's got Lemon on the ropes and does have an upgrade advantage, a worker advantage. The gateway explosion coming in nice and fast. Lemon has a temporary blink stalker momentum advantage though. He's up a little bit in army supply. He's going to move forward, depower the Stargate, but of course, the Oracle stays active and punishes him. 3 more probes, mining time, forces more Stalker weapons. Meanwhile, Lancer's well on his way to charge and a Warp Prism. So, wouldn't be surprised to see him start pivoting around the map with that mobility of the Zealots, and no more probes on the way. So yeah, Lancer's kind of said, look, I've got the economy advantage, now let's transfer that into army. Do you think the Prism goes down the right side of this map, tries to sneak into the main?
I think against this many stalkers, you just want to escort it basically all the way through. You do not want to let that Warp Prism get sniped. Maybe if he had pulled some probes earlier to kind of stealthily mine the gold patches that were keeping Lemon's natural expansion safe from that right side. I could see him go down that way, but as it is right now, the fact that Lancer is only just now beginning to take this third Vespene Geyser, he has so many minerals at his disposal. This could be a very different flavor of Blink Stalker Charge Zealot than we saw Nice do in the previous series against Lemon. Actually, wow, 4 Blinks. I wasn't expecting that here from Lancer. This guy is feeling very bold right now. He's got the confidence going through his veins. And oh my goodness, Pig, you were right. This Warp Prism is going right into the main base.
He's committing. He knows he's got momentum and he wants to just catch his opponent not in position. The Stalker's playing forward again, very dangerous. But Lemon, he doesn't want to chase this. He's got to defend his main. He does end up chasing though. Wow, a decisive decision to go after that. Gets another Stalker or two, gets a Sentry Snipe, but he's taking big damage in the main base. Oracle trying to turn on its laser to help defend. He even warps in Stalkers inside the base to get rid of that Oracle to allow those Zealots to keep tearing it up. And the emergency recall, it has to happen because this is just too much damage otherwise. Does depower almost all the gateways in the main. A few Zealots run out towards the natural. Lancer has a sizable mining advantage on a 4-base, gold base setup against a guy who can't even mine from his main base right now. Oracle comes in on the 3rd as well. Great job from Indy, as always, our observer, catching so much happening in these PvPs.
Yeah, but for Lemon, I feel like it's not even the economic disadvantage that's hurting. It's the fact that he lost so many pylons in the main base. He cannot effectively produce, even from the lower economy that he's got. Wow. He's got all the gateways that he needs to macro properly, but only if they are powered up. So right now, in this very critical moment, with 30 supply to spare, he's only just now able to spend those minerals, and that's partly because he's also just re-expanding here to this 4th base, and so Lancer is going to get at least 1 production cycle, maybe even 2 more than his opponent. And once all these Zealots come in, once +2 ground weapons is complete, the standing army here for Lancer is going to be so formidable. Lemon, he's moving into the Lion's Den with these Stalkers. This is a bold move. I don't know if he understands exactly how much Lancer has waiting for him up here at this ramp.
Yeah, bold move from Lemon. He's going to get counted by that Prism at the same time. It's so hard to deal with this massive gateway count. The Zealot's walking into his main base. Lemon realizes, I can't even get a 4th up. I am getting outnumbered, outgunned on all sides. And that was a very tricky opening. Good follow-up plan. Cyan, aka Lancer, with the recent name change, does bring in a nice start to the best of 5 series. Yeah, always good when you put your opponent on notice with that sort of tricky start. Hey,
that was a really cool build. I can't remember. I'm going back to the games that I've seen on Torches, and I feel like mostly I see that gold get mined out by the Protoss when they're playing PvZ, especially in the GSL qualifiers. I've seen Classic do this a lot, where he basically sets up that triangle 3rd base, use the high ground of the natural expansion to be really greedy and get 6-gate Templar out and just play that typical Korean brand of PvZ with Fat Storm. I think this is the first time I've seen it used like this in a PvP, at least within the Asian region, because I'm mostly, of course, following the GSL players these days. With so much StarCraft II action happening, you kind of have to pick and choose who you're going to hone in on in terms of preparation, right? But yeah, very cool build coming up by Lancer, aka Cyan. And I think that this is going to be a little bit of a shakeup here for his opponent, who up until this point, Lemon has just been looking completely rock solid, even with very greedy, albeit safe macro play. Now he's going up against somebody who has some really dirty tricks up their sleeves.
And especially if this was a shorter series, I'd be super scared. As it is, I think with Lemon's style, if I was to make a kind of guess how he goes to game 2, I don't think he changes too much. I think he says, okay, you got me with that surprise opening. You got a little bit of momentum. Let's just stick to my guns. Don't get surprised this time. You know, don't let the Oracles sneak in, and hopefully without those early 9 workers going down, he can change the story. I think in that game he was very outmanned. What I gotta say though, just massive props to Cyan in terms of like staying to gas. You know, that's a big commitment. Most players never do that these days, but he was like, you know what? I feel like with this initial pack of Stalkers, I can do so much. I can get more gates, more Zealots, the Prism, and because I'm not investing in the gas, I can go for the 4th, get a few more probes. It just gives you that ability to both swarm the opponent and out-expand them at the same time. Essentially, he was playing Zerg toss, right? Just swarm, out-expand, out-mass, keep the units basic. We don't need supreme efficiency because in that mid game, until the Archons come in, Mass Zealot just gets it done.
It really does. I remember I was getting some coaching help. I think it was from Scarlet. This was last year, back when the 2 gas opening, like, and just staying on 2 gas with Protoss was becoming really popular, and we were discussing that a little bit. And I believe it was her who said that, yeah, you know, minerals are actually really OP. Like, they're just better than gas, and so it's very fun to see this kind of style. It has fallen off a little bit in PvP, but it still is one of these approaches to the game that just packs such a punch. And even in GSL, we see players like Zound do very similar stuff in PvT, where you have this power spike of, you know, you have those 2 initial gases for the main base, or maybe you go up to 4, the natural expansion, and that allows you to unlock extra upgrades. You get the Twilight Tech up, you get Stalkers out more than usual, but then you just stay on that low gas and your army is so powerful. I love that approach from Lancer, but let's see what this guy spawning down on the bottom left has to say as a response. He is the Red Protoss player. He is Lemon.
You know, they say, when life gives you lemons, stab them with a lance. Top right side of the map, Lancer. He was a very, very good player for a long time. Does have a family and kids. And despite that, was still very competitive with Oliveira for many years. And a bunch of the other top guys over there in Asia and China specifically. But I mean, as long as I think 9-10 years ago, Lancer was, you know, traveling to compete. I do remember, I think, meeting him for the first time in Mexico in 2016 at a live event. So it's got a long history with the game, a lot of experience, but there's like a mixture of hard practice and also tricky old man tactics, right? You know, he's not just going to play completely straight up. He's going to come out with plans, try to create some asymmetry, and look to take advantage of his opponent's habits. It succeeded in game 1, but it is a best of 5. You need to string together 3 wins. We'll see what Lancer goes for. In map 2, we already see a deviation between the players. Lemon doing a bit more of a standard, I want to double check that you're not doing anything crazy like a proxy or a cannon rush. Let's scout straight away. Whereas Lancer not only delayed his scout, it's not scouting, it's going to a proxy location.
Yeah, and so in the previous game, Lancer actually thrown down the second pylon, I believe, in the main base before proxying the 3rd. And so the Stargate was a little bit later that was proxied, but it led to Lemon just absolutely not expecting it. This game, the story is different, and a pro player in a PvP, you are always counting the pylons in your main base. As soon as you only see one like that, you know they need a second one, otherwise they're going to get supply blocked. So it's got to be somewhere. Lemon now, he is trying to scramble and find out where this proxy is. He knows something is on the map. He doesn't know where it is. He doesn't know what it is. And it's going to be a very fast proxy robo.
Oh, and he goes Nexus anyway. Interesting. Lemon showed a lot of respect against the proxy robo in the previous series. He went for his own robo and Stargate and played, you know, really defensive, which I thought was a brilliant play. But this time around, it feels like he thinks maybe this is like a fake out or something like that. Or maybe he thinks he can just get away with the defense. I have seen people with the power of force fields split the natural, split the incoming army, do well. But once there's a war prism, force fields don't matter that much. Like, units can just pick up, if you split them, they can drop across the force fields offensively. So the defensive power of that is very limited. Lemon does go for a defensive robo, comes in, sees no Nexus, confirms what's going on, and a 3rd gateway on the front, as if we needed any more evidence that Lancer was completely 100% committing to this. Now there is absolutely 0 doubt.
I love the setup the Lancer is going with. Also getting the Warp Prism first, going to give him a lot of room to dodge those sentries. And that Warp Prism, just as you said, is so much more critical in these pushes now that their energy recharge is available, because your opponent, if they really want, they can't have a lot of force fields available there in the natural expansions. I mean, sentries, they're just like a dime a dozen right now in PvP early games if you're going for an FE. People love to pump them out. I'm actually surprised that Lemon only went for 2. By the way, really good stalker positioning here from our Red Protoss player, able to spot that Warp Prism. So he does now know that it is a Robo proxy, and Lemon is responding with a Robo of his own, but he's a little bit behind in terms of production just because, of course you're going to be. By the way, picking off that 1 probe there, natural expansion. Is he going to be able to get this 1-2 here on the mineral line? He wants it. Actually going for the sentry first. You know, even if he doesn't get the kill on this, he is wasting a lot of energy on that shield battery because Adepts do bonus damage to that sentry. So now coming in, Immortals are done. 2 more sentries. I feel like we're about to pull the trigger here for Lancer.
All right, here we go. Adepts coming forward. Stalker, Sentry, Immortal as well, shading in. And those Stalkers going to chase that Adept shade. Bit of a face-off here on the natural. The Immortal, such a centralization of firepower. It does so much damage. 2 Immortals in a Warp Prism. If he can ferry onto the high ground, force field the ramp, it could be game-ending. But defensive Prism for Lemon as well. Lemon maintains a 3-worker advantage. His discipline in not overprobing is big. He's got to pull away from the force fields. And he does manage to get up to the high ground pretty quickly, but he's outnumbered. 1 Immortal will not cut the mustard. Lemon needs to pull reinforcements here. He dives for the Prism, but he takes heavy damage. Doesn't lose units, though. Wastes a lot of force fields, and he's maintaining position on the natural. He doesn't want to get caught out of position, so he's really trying to track things with the Prism. Amazing control for Lemon so far, but this could still go terribly wrong if he makes any mistakes.
I mean, that was great control, but so much damage already being done onto that Immortal is going to make it very hard to defend. These force fields will section off the army. A couple of Adepts here falling on the front line. 4 Lancers are taking, again, those low HP Immortals. You can see Lancer immediately trying to focus fire them down. That is going to pop the shield. 3rd Immortal has joined the fray. For Lancer, he's actually queuing up a 4th one. That Immortal production is not stopping. This is why you see a lot of Adepts getting warped in on both sides. Lemon now dropping these Immortals here on the bottom, able to get a couple of pickoffs. Very good, but the Adepts are going to be absolutely critical here. They're going to absorb a lot of the impact. Of course, Immortals not doing bonus damage against them, and they're going to be very good against the opponent's Adepts as well.
Whoa!
Energy starting to be spread out. Some more really flashy micro on both sides. I feel like Lemon is holding, man. It was looking really good for Lancer at the very beginning when he did that damage on the Immortals on the high ground, but right now he's starting to fall out of steam.
Yeah, the problem is he's not that far behind on income. He can still waste time here and chill and just look for the right engagement, but he's going to feel the pressure. You know, when you know your opponent is on 2 bases, you're only on 1, even though there's only a small worker differential, every second that goes by starts to feel more desperate. Good force fields on both sides, and great pullbacks from those force fields as well. Neither side really letting any units go down for free. Supply is dead even. Army supply slightly ahead for Lancer. A few more probes sneaking in here for Lemon. But he's got to respect this. Look how low he is on energy, right? The batteries are out of juice. The rest of it's out of juice as well. These Adepts are just so many of them. If they ever get inside the main, it's going to make this whole situation so much more complicated. But Lemon's been really on point with blocking that, dancing around with the Immortal Prism, and just making it work as best he can. Oh, an Immortal goes down, though. That's a big problem. Great snipe for Lancer. Lancer's Immortals, though, are pushing into a choke point, and as they push forward, they do tend to take a lot of hits. So far, though, it looks like the fight started very well. A 5th and 6th Immortal walking into the fight. Oh, my lord.
It's like a pure Immortal army coming out from Lancer, and it's going to carry him to a victory. Lemon did a great job of holding on up until that point, but you know, I can't remember the last time I've seen a PvP proxy robot with that many Immortals. Usually it's like 2 or 3, and then you focus primarily on the gateway production. But that was like, was that 5? Was that 6 Immortals coming in from Cyan? That was insane.
Yeah, this is so funny. I've had this moment where I've run into that on the ladder before, and like you go, oh, I've held this. It's like 7 minutes. I've completely defended this attack in Lemon's shoes, and you know Lemon's thinking like, cool, add a few more probes, should still be good. And then that fight happens, you get that 1 Immortal that was in the middle of the fight, the Warp Prism was a bit too far away, it got popped forward by the force fields, your Immortal goes down, you go, I'm down from 4 to 3. You see Immortal number 6 of your opponents walk forwards, and your heart just sinks. You're like, how does he... Oh, he was chronoing his robo the entire game with no breaks. Cyan, he knew it was all in. He was committed. But Cyan/Lancer just knew what he had to do there and look for the correct fight. Exhausted the force fields, exhausted the battery energy, kept skirmishing. You mentioned the damage on the Immortal that happened earlier. It's like, yeah, the Immortals had maybe picked off a sentry or 2, but they were taking damage doing it, and that really adds up.
The focus fire was so good there for Cyan, and just the patience also. A lot of lesser players might commit to that fight, get sectioned off by the force fields, and kind of bungled the attack. But even with the energy recharge, he just waited. He wanted to make sure all of those sentries were low on juice. He wanted to make sure not the warp prisms, the shield batteries were low on juice. And then finally, when that 5th, 6th Immortal joined the forces on the front line, he's like, you know what? Now it is time to go. And the synergy between the Adepts being able to shade forward and avoid, being basically stymied because of their low range by the force fields, plus the Immortals on the back line. Even when one or two Immortals weren't firing because, again, the force fields are so good from the defending player, there still was just so much firepower coming in for Cyan because the army is like pure Immortal. It was absurd. I love to see it. These have been some really exciting PvP games. It feels like the action is nowhere near stopping, and we are now at match point here in this best of 5. Spawning down in the bottom right, your blue Protoss player, 1 match win away from going to the final series. He is Lancer.
And his opponent in the top left side, he's a defensive macro powerhouse, but going for a Nexus in the face of a proxy, too ballsy, gets him in trouble. Let's see if he can make the comeback happen on Incorporeal. It is Lemon. Random tidbit, by the way, State. So you mentioned the Adepts doing bonus damage to sentries.
Yeah, I actually, when I said that, I was like, wait, did they remove the light tag?
Yeah, that's one of those things.
Yeah, as I said it, I was remembering it. I was like, wait. That's my old man brain.
It was like the last patch or the one before. I can't remember exactly which one, but they removed the light tag, I think alongside the sentry getting the bonus damage to shields, which it's so funny, isn't it?
Because was that the same patch?
It was either the same or like one patches back to back, I think. So I think it was pretty close. I could be wrong on that. But
as I was saying, I was like, well, if I correct myself, I'm just gonna look really stupid. Let's hope nobody notices. I was actually gonna wait until the series was over and be like, wait, that was wrong, right? But
well, I know Twitch chat's out there, and my camaraderie with Twitch chat had to show, and I had to basically say, I know they're probably saying I don't actually have Twitch chat open right now, but I'm like, it's for you guys. I have to do that.
Well, actually, State, it's technically.
Dude, this happened in GSL. I want to say like a week or two ago, or I think it was sometime last season. I mentioned that the Cybernetics core, it was Trigger versus somebody. He was playing a PvZ, and I said that the Cybernetics core had a slightly smaller hitbox than the Gateway, and I was surprised that he was walling it in. And I have played more than 10,000 games of StarCraft II beyond any doubt. I have thousands of hours in this game. I've walled it against PvZs. I have believed this since Wings of Liberty. Somebody tweeted at me and said that I'm wrong. Yeah, and I was like, all right, nerd. Like, I know what I'm talking about. But I loaded up a custom game. And like I made all of these different wall ends, and I had probes and adepts and all these units going into the walls. And I was experimenting. I was like, oh my god, I have been living a lie since 2010. Yeah, it is embarrassing, but
no, I think
nobody's right all the time. It happens. I will say, even if the hitbox is the same, the core it is very slippery. I don't know what it is. That thing's it's greased up.
It's got a whole bunch of circles rotating when it upgrades things. Tell me that isn't slippery. Yeah. I'm on your side, State. And I think strategy games are deep and complex. And I think you and me both pretty much always have a tell us if we say something wrong policy with the community, right? Because there's it's so much in StarCraft. Any strategy game I cast, there's a lot of asserting strong opinions and then saying, hey, correct me if I'm wrong. But right now, Lemon wants to correct Lancer and says, I don't just sit back and defend. I also can be aggressive. And he's going to build a forward pylon. It doesn't look incredibly committed since he's building 2 shield batteries at home. So maybe it's just to warp in 2 adepts and look for a little bit of harassment.
That's basically what I'm thinking with this too.
Well, maybe that's just to block the Oracle, actually, and then his whole army can move across. Yeah, so he wants to defend the Oracle, and he figures, look, you've got an Oracle, you're going to be greedy on the ground. Is this only 2 gateway units again? Remember, we saw this earlier.
Look at this! Oh! Hallucinated Stalker diffuses it! Lancer doesn't know which Stalkers are real right now. He focus fires the first 3 hallucinated Stalkers before realizing which one is real. And Lemon, it was not just for Adepts coming in. Oh my goodness, that hallucination was so clutch. And you know, Lancer, he identifies, he's like, there's no way you have this many Stalkers. There's no way. And he target fires the first 3, they're all hallucinations. Oh man, that's my heart breaks for Lancer a little bit, but what a keen play coming in from Lemon with an expansion behind it, with a Twilight Council behind it. He is getting blinked, but now Lancer, it's his turn to fight back.
Here we go.
With 2 oracles, he can one-shot these probes, but one of them now pig out of energy.
Oh, the Oracle out of energy means he can't one-shot anymore. That is a problem. Means he only gets 4 probes, almost loses an Oracle. That one does go back to the natural, but it's not really going to be able to find any kills there. A Void Ray's on the way. Losing your Nexus, of course, is devastating. Getting a few probes, it's nice, but it is not going to be enough to make up for losing the Nexus. I mean, this is such a cool opening. My mother used to always say, when life gives you lemons, squirt the juice in their eye and blind them. And that's essentially what Lemon did. He basically just came out with a, once again, pretendy macro build, but poked across them. I love this. I think it's fantastic. I think it's one of those things where you think you're relatively safe. You see sentries, you see stalkers. You might even see a shield battery being built. All signs of defensive play. But if you cut those gateway units, we are seeing a pattern today in the Asian region meta. Don't cut gateway unit production because you'll get punished every single time. It feels like any skipping of the gateway units has been punished pretty much every match we've commentated. And the Void Ray, it's going to come out, but Lancer trapped on one base. It feels like a situation where, do you pull the boys here? You know, do we go for a one base all in? You're going to be expanding so late. I mean, you got to try something crazy.
Yeah, it's out channeling bit by bit. You might need to channel a little bit of cure in this situation here as Lancer. All right, Void Ray's now coming in. Got to keep those boys safe. Only one of them charges up, actually. Lancer really being very cautious with that. He wants to keep the mobility, but ooh, look at this. Nice. Stasis Trap actually catching a lot of these stalkers. Hey, Lancer, if you want to gain some momentum, this is a good way to do it. Already being able to move across the map. He is expanding behind this, so the boys are not going to be pulled. This is not some kind of crazy all-in, but Lancer needs basically any win he can possibly get in a situation like this one. I love also the body block right there on the Stalkers, although unfortunately for him, Blink is done.
Yeah, only gets 1 Stalker extra from the Stasis, and oh, can he get another one? Oh my, Lemon. 2 more Stalkers going down. Surprised he didn't, look like he didn't realize he was clicked there, but he does catch an Oracle. And he's macroing very well behind it. Immortals on the way, extra gate, extra stalkers. Lancer, Void Rays are a really cool unit, right? Like if your opponent just A-moves stalkers into you and you activate Prismatic Alignment, one of the greatest units in the game. Unfortunately, he's playing against a top-tier Protoss player with very good micro. And as the game goes on, it's very rare that the Void Rays give you much value to your army, as the top-level players usually avoid headbutting into them. And Stalker's rotating around looking for openings. This Ridge, though, with the Stasis Trap Void Ray, he's going to be safe for now. Lancer can at least survive and drag the game out.
Yeah, but the early game was just so fortuitous for Lemon. I mean, what a brilliant move with the hallucinated Stalkers. Not just 2 of them, but 4 of them. 1 to defuse the Stasis Trap, 3 more to absorb the impact of his opponent's Stalkers, and with that, he's playing with such a nice economic lead. 11 workers ahead, the 3rd base halfway done. Lancers hasn't even started, and Lancer is just on the back foot entirely. I feel like the win condition here for the Blue Protoss player, if you want to try and come back in this one, I think you just kind of have to sit back and wait for your opponent to overextend, kind of like this, but with Blink, again, a lot of these Stalkers are going to be able to escape. Only one of them probably going to go down.
Yeah, because only one of them blinked in there, right? Because the blink is like frozen on its cooldown, but I think most of them have it ready, so they can just use it when they come out. He's going to try and distract, but loses another Stalker. Lemon maybe, leading a few units out. Lancer's like, hey, the dream is real. Gets another Stalker on that side. Hey, he's getting pickoffs. Unfortunately, the 3rd Nexus coming online. Of course, there's going to be a good economic spike. And Lancer just making Blink. Oracle being annoying as well. Don't want to lose it though. You want to keep that alive for the value. Bring it back for some Stasis Traps later. And it does survive on just 4 hit points. Oh my gosh. Wow.
Massive blink forward by Lemon, going for the throw right now. The Void Rays are going to fall here. Luckily, Lancer does have blink as well, but he's gonna have to retreat all the way up to this ramp. And man, the pressure does not stop. Lemon blinks forward again, more damage being done. Now sets his eyes on this 3rd base. He knows if he cancels this 3rd base Nexus, this game is all but over. Lancer, try as he might to push Lemon back, even with Stasis Traps getting defused. I think there is no chance. The boys are getting pulled. It is pure desperation right now for Lancer. He is not going to get the 3-0. Lemon in a commanding position. A beautifully played game number 3. GG is called and Lemon is on the board.
A necessary win for Lemon. He manages to stave off the avalanche of Cyan's opening build orders in this series. And as we said, player is very tricky, comes in with some clever builds. Best of 3, very dangerous. And a best of 5 where they got to string 3 wins together. Sometimes their surprises, maybe they use up their best ones in the first game or two, and sometimes the player who's much more like, I'm happy to kind of chill, be a little more defensive, just becomes impervious to their attacks. But that's not really what we saw here, and that wasn't Lemon just defending, it was Lemon saying, let's throw my own curveball in your direction, let's catch you being too greedy, and realize these sort of Stargate openings, it's very fragile, right? A lot of Stargate players, they want to build the Oracle, and they want a non-stop probe, and they want to build a second Oracle. If you're doing all that, you are skipping on something. And of course, that is what got taken advantage of. Doesn't even proxy a gateway. Doesn't like showcase or telegraph the build in any way. A lot of players make the mistake of doing that. It just kind of says, nah, just a pylon, warp in a few units on the front, walk across the map. And of course, finds the big damage. Hats off to that hallucination move. How cool was that?
The hallucination is the highlight of the day for me so far. And that was so awesome. And I mean, also just props to the opponent. He identifies like there is no way mathematically you have an expansion and all of these stalkers. These are hallucinations. And then he attacks the first one. He's like, okay, we got to retarget. He attacks the second one. That's also a hallucination. What? You have 3 hallucinations? He attacks the third one. 4th hallucination. 1 diffuses the stasis and 3 absorb a ton of damage. I think our next game is ready, but man, we are getting treated to some really fun PvP series.
Heck yeah, man. I mean, this is awesome. I always love this region because sometimes I get stuck in PvP and I think this matchup's really hard. There's 2 or 3 builds everyone does, and then whenever I get to watch the Asian PvP region, they've evolved the meta to an entirely different level because they play so much of it. In the bottom left side of this map, it is 11. Starting the comeback.
And 1 map win away from going to the final qualifying match. The Blue Protoss player, he is Lancer.
We are going to be on Tokamak. A map is based on a... Oh, hello. Oh, no.
Need to pause here.
Lancer struggling with his power connection on a map that's basically a big old power generator. A Tokamak type of fusion generator. And this is actually a map that has a little Moopy on it, one of those little Ewok-looking guys who's controlling the power generator on both sides of the map. Hopefully they can get it sorted out.
Yeah. I think I might have been watching... Was it? I can't remember who it was. I think it was one of the games at Dallas. Well, one of the casters there was honing in on the little guys that are playing. It's like, oh, this is the player controlling the left side,
yeah.
the right. That might have actually been you, Pig. I can't recall who it was, but
I do spend a lot of early games zoomed in on that guy because he's sitting there playing on the keyboard. It does look kind of hilarious.
What did you call him?
Apparently they're called Moopies. I'm pretty sure, like, they're clearly...
That's an adorable name.
They're like an ode to Ewoks, clearly, but obviously copyright and everything. So you're like, hey, we got a little furry creature. It's cute. It's adorable. There is a graphic of them playing the bongos on Terran Marine helmets, from Return of the Protoss, not the Jedi. Yep, so you know how it goes.
Yeah, the parallels write themselves. Okay, so Lemon right now, is this... Okay, it is the second gateway coming in. It's a little bit faster there in that first gateway than Lancer. I was confused for a moment there by the production tab, but no, things are relatively standard here on both sides. And we'll have to see if there's any deviation. Nobody really going for any proxies, no hidden pylons here, even to throw the other player for a loop. Just nice standard play. We got 2 on each of the gases here for Lancer, and looking at the gas income for Lemon on the opposite side, it seems to be about the same, so... Might have a nice, calm, early game PvP here.
Until the Cybercore finishes and someone's like, 6 adepts, let's go, No. Sentries for both sides, a little bit quicker for Lemon. The Cybercore finished a little faster, but both sides going sentries for Wolf Gate.
I noticed that for a second on the production tab, I saw only 1 gateway under production for Lemon and 2 for Lancer, and I was like, wait, I wasn't paying enough attention. Is this a 1-gate build? But no, the first gateway just finished so quickly. I wonder if it was, there was like a slight probe cut to get the Cybernetics core faster. I have to go back and see, but in any case, he is going to be a little tiny bit ahead in the gateway production out of that first gateway, and the Cybernetics core with Warp Gate also going to be a little bit quicker.
Yeah. Both pylons getting cancelled. Next I go down at the exact same time. It's a proper mirror matchup. This is the Snow White battle, Mirror, mirror on the wall. Who's the fairest Protoss of them all, state? That's what we're going to find out on Tokamak. Twilight down a few seconds earlier for Lemon, but I feel like Lancer's about to drop his as well. It is really... Oh, deviation, Robo.
Is this going to be something like what we saw Nice do earlier on today, where a couple of Immortals get trickled out, there is a Warp Prism, and we go for a charge push? Because Lemon, you know, historically, as you have said, just in general, very macro-focused, but also so far today in all of the PvP games that we have seen from him, he has been kind of threading the needle in terms of what you can get away with on the greed. He goes for really fast third bases, really fast fourth bases, and Proxy Twilight. This might even be DTs for the Twilight Council over here. It could also just be to kind of throw his opponent for a loop.
It could just be for glaives as well, right? Like, you know, you kind of Glaive Adept Immortal is pretty popular. Very powerful attack, right? Very powerful, because the Adepts sync up well with the Sentry Immortal army. They don't take bonus damage from Stalkers or Immortals. And it might make your opponent worried about the early attack, because they just see the Robo. They overcommit to defense, then they realize it's not coming. They start probing up and adding Forge, and then the delayed Glaive attack hits. And obviously, you could be right, could be Dark Templar as well. And actually, you called it. Dart Shrine in the corner. Doesn't even have a prison building just yet, though. What an odd choice. It's kind of like a weird timing on it, isn't it?
Man, you had me convinced, though. The more you talked, I was like, wow, it definitely is going to be Glaives. I'm a fool for suggesting the DTs. the two Adepts worked into the natural expansion, and for a moment, I saw that, and I was thinking, you know what? If this is Glaives, those two Adepts getting warped into the natural expansion, this telegraphs to Lemon that it might be a Glaives Adept build. And I wonder if that's intentional, because it's a very odd time to be going for Adepts, even if you're going for this kind of harassment earlier on. Of course, two Adepts, if you can use them to their full potential and get a couple of probe kills, potentially delay a third base, they're always going to be worth it. But it is an interesting development here. And actually, there's no units, no shield battery even. So these two Adepts gonna get a lot of damage done over here at Lemon's base. Already 3 probes going down with Link Stompers, and those probes being nice and quick. It will just be the 3 probes, but in total, I want to see that's what, 4 workers being killed. Hey, we're both right, Pig. It's a Glaives follow-up to the DT Shrine. Beautiful.
Unfortunately for Lancer, Dark Templar drops coming in as the Observer's popping. So it would have actually been better if he hit like 30 seconds later when the Observer's across the map, but the Observer's not leaving. Lemon's so safe. Oh, good play for Lemon, really covering himself right now.
Yeah, it's a 2 obs opening too.
Wow. Exactly what you need against this. It's interesting though, he's waiting for him to move out. He knows that surprising Dark Templar are the best Dark Templar. So he's like, hey, you move out. When you move out, that's when I'll move in. That's really, really clever. He's like holding his cards close to his chest right now, not revealing anything. And for me, the question is like, has Lemon seen anything suspicious inside Lancer's base? Because I don't know if he's like, there's like a forge, you know, there's like, it looks like a bit bare bones. He's got something coming in now. He sees 3 Immortals, but he sees probes, right? You see the probe production. Probes not producing on the natural, and a bunch of gateways coming in now. It starts to look a bit suspicious. Now, I think if Lemon just cuts probes right now, he could absolutely defend this. He's already got the Observer there in the main. Prism does save the Dark Templar. Does take a little bit of damage, but not too much. So still a very tight game. Lemon does cut probe production at 55, builds a cannon, another cannon, charge, +1. I think if Lemon masses army, he can defend, but he's really got to respect this.
Yeah, Lemon's about to have 3 cannons, 1 on each base, I think. So he is getting into a really good offensive position. Oh man, beautiful Blink. Star Sense is tingling there for Lemon, able to snipe the Warp Prism. Oh, he even had the safety to have 3 more Stalkers on the left side. Now Lancer is going to catch him. Ooh! Man, the pathing a little bit tricky here at Takamok. I've certainly been there, where you think that your units are going to go around the other way of the gold patch, but instead walk right back into the Immortals. So Lemon bleeding out a couple of units, and for Lancer, right now, this is your time to pull the trigger. You want to go as fast as possible, and Lemon, man, he is actually going to be going for a little bit of chaos himself, attacking into the natural expansion of Lancer. Right as Lancer's putting his heights on this third base, that's going to trigger a recall on 3 Immortals, but those Stalkers, they could also just get recalled back up in defense.
Yeah, the Immortal recall, I think, is a big mistake for Lancer because, of course, the Stalkers of Lemon recall, and now he dives forward. And without your Immortals, you've got no anti-Stalker firepower. Oh, a massive mistake for Lancer. Lemon just baiting a huge mistake out of his opponent, but the Adepts still come in. They're going to find some big damage. Lemon barreling across this map. He wants the counter damage. Does he have enough units to defend these Adepts? He's going to use, oh, yeah, with the cannon, the Stalker warp-ins. I think he's going to be okay here in the main. Losing a bit of economy is fine. His own Stalkers roaming the map looking for an opening.
That was such a fantastic trade. If it wasn't for these Adepts getting so many worker kills, I feel like this game would basically be turned on its head with just those subsequent recalls. As it is right now, Lemon really working his way, or Lancer really working his way back into this with 15 worker kills. Now these Stalkers actually blinking into the main base. Keep in mind, with Glaive Adepts, you're not going to be in a really good position to deal with Stalker harassment like this. Lemon can even blink down into the natural expansion again if he wants to. Indeed, he will.
He already used
that other
recall.
group of Stalkers on the left side. He can go somewhere else. It's only really these Immortals that have a chance. And if the Immortals also get isolated, there is a chance the Stalkers could pick them off. Great control by Lemon.
That's so cool because he has no recall. I was like, this he might get trapped. This could be bad. But he actually just like runs around in circles, picking off units, does that blink on the natural, which is, it's like you can barely blink out of there, right? You need to shuffle your Stalkers right to the edge. Did it really well across that beautiful red tree there. Lemon's probed up behind it. He's betting +2 attack, and that's a very high value snipe pair. Just the pylon alone is good. But if you can get rid of the Dark Shrine, take out these buildings, that's really massive. Lancer pressure on him to move on the map. He's got Glaive Adept, 5 Immortals. That's still a very scary blue army.
Yeah, Lemon's taking at 4th base right now. He still hasn't even been able to fully resaturate all these other bases because he lost so many probes earlier. So Lancer, he has been able to macro up an insane force. I do not think he's going to make the same mistake again with these recalls. Instead, just warping into depths. And I think he might just pull the trigger right now. Commit completely on this 3rd base. So many Glaive Adepts taking the damage from the Stalkers. More Stalkers getting warped in. But we have 6 Immortals. They're going to take down this Nexus in a hurry. Lemon is getting some good counter damage of his own done on Lancer's side of the map, but the standing army and a head-to-head fight, much better for the Blue Protoss. Another recall, actually! The Immortals have exposed again!
Oh, he thought he was being really clever, but Lemon was so quick to punish that move. Goes back in. Lemon does lose some Zealot Stalker on the other side, but Lancer losing Immortals and Adepts. And I think he should have kept committing. I think that was probably the better play. If Lemon was slower to pounce, he could have pulled back the other units and it would have been a great move. Like the moves Lancer's doing, they're kind of perfect against a player who's slightly worse than Lemon. But Lemon's so quick, he keeps punishing them and keeping his chances in this game alive.
The most insane deja vu. We have a recall that weakens the position a little bit here for Lancer. This time, of course, not nearly as bad as the previous time.
Yeah.
But then the Adepts once again come in and kill a ton of the economy here for Lemon. I mean, this is the same story that we had 3 or 4 minutes ago. And Lancer back behind this again on 50 workers, going to back up a massive army. More Glaive Adepts coming in. That shade will get canceled. The standing army is still much stronger for the Blue Protoss player.
Yeah, like the Adepts on their own are kind of bad in a fight, but they're just good buffer for the Immortals. And in these numbers, like, you can't make Zealots. You want to make Zealot Archon, right, against the Immortals especially. Zealots are so good. Have fun doing that into like 30 Glaive Adepts. It's not going to do anything, but good hunt down here. Lots of Adepts getting caught. This is actually pretty good value for Lemon, and Lemon's still equal on workers, keeping the supply competitive. Snipes the obs. Look at how tricky he's being with his Stalker movement. Lemon is such an expert. Oh, that Prism. He saw the Prism.
Yeah, man, my heart sank a little bit right there. Okay, well, Forge and Blink now coming in for Lancer. We might be in a situation where this game starts to normalize, but with this many Adepts, whoa, what an ambitious Blink! I'm surprised Force Fields didn't get dropped there by Lancer. With energy recharge, he might have been able to catch a ton of those Stalkers, but I mean, there's just so much chaos happening on the map right now. It is really hard to deal with situations like this one.
The upgrade differential is massive. +2 for Lemon, and he's got armor on the way. +1's just started for Lancer. If Lancer had a 4th Nexus up, I would actually be fine with the transition, but as it is, I feel like he maybe should have kept barreling across the map. He's going to lose the tech in the top left now, the original Twilight Council, the Dark Shrine, the Gateway. It's not too important, but just good value as Lemon's 4th base is up and mining. That's the one that got sniped earlier. He's still got a massive Stalkers on the map. We are seeing this classic matchup of mass Stalker for Lemon. Lancer's not going into a different thing. He's going into his own blink to try to keep up with it, but he's going to be doing it with way less stalkers, less upgrades, and a later fourth base. I think Lemon has managed to claw his way back from the brink, and yeah, Lance is going to be kicking himself. Some of those recalls, I think, have really taken him from a dominant position to a slightly worse one, and then a slightly worse one again, and now Lemon using that positioning really well. Stalkers defend the Adept, Stalkers dive into the main and the natural, trying to get more damage. I do think his recall's available, and oh, a killer dive!
Massive blink on top of the Immortals, identifying they're vulnerable here. The Adepts no longer could tank. A recall in the main base of Lancer is going to save the Stalkers of Lemon, and Lemon just... I mean, what brilliant use of the mobility of these Stalkers, getting maximum value of these units. And Lancer, just because he kind of got stuck on this tech, yeah, your standing army is better in a head-on engagement. Lemon is never giving you that head-on engagement. It's always multiple groups of Stalkers and multiple sides of the map, picking off Warp Prisms, picking off Immortals, going for counterattacks just like this, forcing recalls. And Lancer, you can never get the fight that he wants to have. He has to recall defensively to deal with these. And the Stalker count, even with Blink, it's going to take forever for Lancer to work up to have enough Stalkers to actually stop this harassment from taking place. And at this point, I don't even know if Lancer still has the better standing army. We have +2 ground weapons, +1 armor on these Stalkers who are here for Lemon.
Lemon's kind of headbutting though. These fights are really ugly right now, State. Like really ugly. Lemon
They are, but
yeah.
look at the mineral income. It's 1,000 more per minute for Lemon. I think he can afford to have slightly cost inefficient trades.
I agree with the income. That was not slightly inefficient, though. That was really bad. He threw away like 15 Stalkers for no reason. His left army stumbled in, and then the right army headbutted. He's now down 2,200 resource units lost. I don't get me wrong, he's not out of this, but his army supply is less. In a situation where his army was looking dominant, he's still up 2 upgrades, though. Stalkers trying to blink back, trying to fight away from the Immortals. A Zealot transition would be so good for him against this mass Stalker Immortal here. Like, shielding from the Immortals would be great. His Stalker counter, getting met with some Stalker weapons as well. Very close fight over there. He's back up in the supply lead. His army supply only barely down, and I don't think there's a Prism reinforcing. Lancer does have 4 bases up, gets rid of the 5th of Lemon, which keeps Lancer's economy in a vaguely competitive position. But as the game goes longer, we can see that 1,000 mineral differential. It is starting to make that magic happen, and Lemon is getting further away from Lancer. Lancer needs to make something happen now.
With +2, he just has barely enough Stalkers to one-shot those Immortals. He's going to lose a lot of the Stalkers of his own there, just to the range ball that Lancer has assembled here. But I'm telling you, man, 1,600 minerals in the bank right now for Lemon, +3 ground weapons about to finish. These trades, Lancer is doing a great job of taking these favorable engagements in tough positions. Lemon may be a little bit overzealous with these blinks, but once the Warpins come in, once the Adepts on the front line dissipate here for Lancer, we get more Zealots, I think he's going to be hard-pressed to lose this fight. Probe's even actually getting pulled, though. Lemon, he's feeling the pressure right now.
He keeps blinking his entire army.
Lancer is making this work. Yeah, the
Lancer's microing perfectly. He's microing so well. Meanwhile, Lemon, he was so panicked about the Immortals, he kept blinking his entire army forwards. Lemon, he was on the cusp of bringing this back, but I'm telling you, the last few minutes, it's been a train wreck. His engagements have not been good. It is still so very close. Both players on 4 base. The army is now ahead for Lemon. The defender's advantage might have barely got him out of trouble here, but you can see the nerves. He knew that he was going from an advantage position to an almost disadvantage. Got a little fat fingered there, started kind of just grabbing his whole army and blinking the entire thing forward, and that's really dangerous. When you're in battles of that size and your opponent can blink back and dodge projectiles and keep those Stalkers alive, it gives you so much value over time. And I think it's really good to focus Immortals down, but I think when you blink 43 Stalkers forwards to focus 1 Immortal down, you start to get some diminishing returns. Lemon, thankfully though, all those advantages he built up over the previous 10 minutes, that was there as a buffer, and it did save him. He gets to heave a sigh of relief.
I wish I could go back into that replay and see how many gateways he had, because we were talking about the income differential. It was 1,000+ minerals per minute more for an extended period of time. I was watching that income and I was watching the minerals, and I'm like, wait, This is turning into a bank. He's fighting right now, though. He needs the units. Where are the Warpins? I was expecting like a Warpin of 12 Zealots to come in as a front line. It never really came to fruition. Instead, it got really scrappy and it turned into a nail biter. You were right. Those blinks, they were just a little bit too much without the production to back it up. So, I mean, by the skin of his teeth, able to leverage that earlier advantage into a victory, but what a nail biter there at the finish. I mean, the unit movement was spectacular all the way through the mid game, but yeah, sometimes you get into these modes, and it happens to even just the best Protoss players in the world. Sometimes, you know, there's just like this neuron activation of the monkey brain of the Protoss player where they're like, you know what, every time I blink, I'm going to blink every single stalker. And oftentimes it doesn't go to plan. And like you said, picking off a couple of Immortals, yes, that is good value, but especially in a situation where the Adepts have thinned out, yeah, I feel like the way that you should be approaching is like, you know what, let's have enough Zealots as a front line that the Immortal count doesn't even necessarily matter, so we don't need to blink in that aggressively. But that game was one of the more chaotic PvPs that we have cast today, and so it's natural that there's going to be forced errors, there are going to be unforced errors, the best players in the world. I mean, you cannot play. StarCraft is such a difficult game, it's so fast paced. Even under the best of circumstances, it is hard to play perfectly. But you get into situations like that one where both players are constantly microing armies on two sides of the map. Like two different groups of forces, one trying to poke and prod and the natural expansion and main base at the top right, and then these smaller groups that are also trying to maybe snipe warp prisms or reinforcements. Things get chaotic very, very quickly. And I mean, props to making that as close as it was. We're going to be going to a game number 5. I really don't know who I favor now because,
yeah,
you know, Cyan has been playing a really good series. Lemon with some very cool moves. I don't know who I give the edge to. I feel like these guys are very evenly matched.
100%. I'm with you there. I think, you know, Lancer had chances to close that out. Tried to recall, but we saw that the instant stat recalls of Lemon were so good. Like anytime there was a quick reposition of the army, Lemon would recall his offensive units home and jump on whatever was left on that side. And that's what got him out of trouble in that last match. Let's see what he could do here on Persephone. It's a map with a healing shrine. Let's see if he utilizes it. Top left side of the map. It's Lemon.
And in the bottom right, the blue Protoss player trying to close this one out. It is Lancer.
You know, it's a funny thing that happens where sometimes in StarCraft, it's very difficult in the heat of executing all the little actions you have to maintain situational awareness, to maintain a top-down view. And sometimes, in fact, we simplify our understanding as players. And we've all experienced this on the player side, and you see it all the time casting. Someone will go, okay, cool, I've worked myself into a big economic advantage, and they'll start thinking exactly the way you were analyzing that game, right? Which is the logical thing, which is, I can afford to take a few inefficient fights here. I'm that far ahead. As long as we're trading, we're grinding him down before he gets some sort of weird tech advantage, like a Skytoss transition or whatever crazy thing that makes the economy advantage not matter, right? Just keep trading. Doesn't matter if the fights are a little bad. And how many times, I'm sure you've experienced this, I know I do all the time when I'm playing, I make that assessment, and then I end up doing kind of what Lemon did and just like throwing a few armies away in one of the like really grossly inefficient fights and going, oh, okay, I can be a little inefficient, maybe not this inefficient. And Lemon, I think, experienced that there. I think if he gets ahead in this game, he'll be a bit more cautious and he'll have learned his lesson.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I was looking at that situation. I was like, no, I kind of like this. And then suddenly I look at the army supply and I'm like, wait a moment. Everything we see on screen is everything that we've got here. Up until that point, he had been so active on the map with really large groups of units on the north side. So I was just expecting at 12 o'clock, like, don't worry, the 12 stalkers, he's going to recall them back. He's going to be fine. But then the bank started building up and the production wasn't there. Oh, man, things got really scary in a hurry there for 11. So I think you hit the nail on the head. It's going to be, I imagine, a much more, maybe not safe, but conservative game should Lemon find himself in an advantageous position economically. I think that he will, the calculus is going to be a little bit different when it comes to how inefficient can I be with my trades.
Oh, Lancer thinking about maybe a Cybercore or like a double pylon block here or something like that. He's gonna let the pylon finish. Probe is hidden. And you know what? Lemon's been pretty greedy on the gateway unit production. Sentries don't do a lot of damage. They do a lot to the shields, and then their damage drops off drastically once the shields are gone. So that pylon.
Look at that.
Yeah, that's going to be a big delay. Double Adept comes in as well. Big distraction.
Nope. No probe at the wall, and these adepts are going to get it in. The sentry's going to be so slow to actually catch up to them, but the force field is clutch. I mean, that's the best case scenario for 11, but the best case is still really bad, as more adepts are going to get focused down. 5 in total already falling. Can we get 6? Can we get 7? And we can. Oh, they didn't even die. Oh, no, the force fields couldn't even catch it. The sentries are too slow. This is a catastrophe.
Oh, 2 ready point adepts and they leave. No! No!
Lancers going to the qualifying match.
Off of such an epic series to end like that. Protoss nightmares are made of this state. Oh no!
Oh. I feel so bad.
You guys have to understand, we love Cyan. We really, well deserved, but this is the most.
I mean, that was
way to
a
lose a
sick
game
move,
5.
but
oh, we're laughing because we have felt the extreme tragic pain of this so many times before. I remember, I think it was like a WCS Austin in 2018 or something. Showtime and Haas, I think it was, had an epic 5-gamer. And the 5th game, they ended the exact same way. 2 adepts barely slipped in and killed 10 probes and he GG'd. And I just remember thinking like, oh, that's an anticlimactic way for a series to finish. But it's PvP, baby. You got to leave that probe at that ramp. And, you know, got distracted by the Cybercore, right? It was like unexpected. He went, oh, and he was so focused on that. Ah, the adepts just slipped in. And for both of them to survive, I thought it was going to be 5 probes with the force field, right, Stay? I didn't think they'd get out after killing 10.
yeah, the force field was pretty good. Given, I mean, you have very limited options with where you're going to drop a force field because the sentry is so slow. You got to throw it at max range, right? Oh. But it just could not come through. He was able to kind of separate the adepts a little bit, which is what you want to make it harder for them to one-shot. So maybe you save 1 or 2 more probes in the very end. But the sentries, I mean, just having no stalker, being a little bit greedy there was Lemon. This time he did not get away with it, and Cyan is going to be going all the way to the grand final. That is the qualifying match for EWC. He's going to have a 1-map advantage in that best of 7 coming from the upper bracket because, you know, there is the lower bracket. Everyone does get a second life. That is the bonus advantage you get coming from the upper bracket, but oh, I mean, we've all been there. At least every Protoss player has been there. It is the worst way to lose a game, and to lose a game 5 of a series where, you know, it cements your spot in that qualifying match, but also it guarantees that you will be going at minimum to the last chance qualifier. Even if you don't win that final series, even if you don't go to Riyadh on the next best of 7, at least you're going to go to that last qualifier and have one more chance. And now Lemon's going to have to wait at the lower bracket grand final. This is not the way you want to see a series end, but I mean, still, like, well earned. That was, oh, my heart rate is through the roof right now.
Indeed. Wow. Well, now we're going to be, of course, diving into that lower bracket momentarily. As you can see, the match is laid out in front of us, and we will be trying to maybe hop in mid-series depending on where they're going. But yeah, it's going to be interesting to see as that bracket plays out who gets through, because you've already got your final bosses waiting now. You've got, of course, Cyan, aka Lancer, waiting in the final match. You've got Lemon in the lower finals before that, kind of gatekeeping that spot to face him. So, you know, you could say we might see many games between Lemon and Cyan. They could have a rematch, and we could see many more games of that as we go. So I am hoping to see some interesting matches. We're going to be hopping in a moment. We've got to play a very quick ad break, but we will be back momentarily with the lower bracket here in the Asian qualifier of the road to the EWC. And welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Rather than hopping into more chitty chatter, rather than waiting on an ad break screen, we're hopping straight into the next match. That's right, this match was already going on. We managed to get our observers in there, and we're going straight here into this one. It is, of course, going to be Nice against Silky. Nice has won game 1. We're just under 4 minutes into game 2. Lings looking for a cancel on that third base. Nice was using his Oracle to spot the Overlord on the pillar on the left side, and Nice punished for Silky, gets the cancel.
Wait a second, Pig. What is this? What are these units that the blue player has? I haven't seen these all day. Those aren't zealots?
Yeah, this game's actually being played in my country, Australia, where we have a lot of rare flora and fauna creatures that, you know, are very endangered. They don't survive in a lot of climates, but you occasionally run into one. This is the famous drop zerg. They drop out of
the
trees.
drop zerg. the mythical drop zerg. Oh, what a breath of fresh air, man. I mean, me being a Protoss player myself, I love to cast Protoss games, but it's been a couple of hours. Finally, we're getting treated to see Silky play some ZVP. How exciting. And he's playing a really Ling-heavy style, by the way. +1 melee attack just starting. Lair also getting queued up as we find our bearings here in game number 2 of this best of 5.
Looks like he's doing a sort of a laser style. I want to build 3 queens and nothing but army and drones behind that. So 50 drones, mass Zergling coming out. Very good against Blink Stalkers. If you really struggle with Blink Stalker Oracle getting in your face and just pinning you on the defensive as Zerg, this is one of the best solutions, is just have an abundance of Lings. Enough where you can counterattack them and swarm the Stalkers on the front at the same time. But we are seeing Nice, I think, realizing the sort of game he's in. And he very quickly pulls the Oracles home. His Stalkers are pretty far away on the front, though. It's a bit dangerous.
I don't think he knows just yet. Silky's doing a very good job of hiding the Lings. These Stalkers are completely exposed here. They're going to be trying to attack this 4th base. They might get the Overlord, but they're going to have a recall very quickly when he sees this number of Lings. Silky has been putting so much larva into the Ling production. Actually, with the Oracles coming in, Silky instead going for the counterattack at the 3rd base, so those Stalkers will survive. Silky just going for where the Oracles are not. A recall most likely to be coming in to bring those Oracles back home. No, in fact, they're just going to fly across the map. These Stalkers dead to rights here at the 4th base. They are going to kind of find their way into this corner to minimize the damage, but those Oracles still not quite here. A lot of these Stalkers going down. This Ling flood getting so much damage done, Pig.
It's such a good philosophy. You called it. Fighting wherever the Oracles are not, right? Even from the first cancel and the 3rd. Oracle goes to spot the Overlord, bam, snipe the 3rd. It comes back, run away. Oracle goes across the map, run in and counterattack. Oracle comes home, run away. Stalkers and Oracles come across the map, counter. This is just basically being annoying Zerg. I love it. It's a great way to play. You're going up to your gases behind it, adding your Hydra in, so you're not completely all in on Zerglings. Oh, but the Stasis Trap Oracle does defend that wave. So more gases desperately required is the only problem, right? You go into 5 hatcheries as Silky, you're on 62 workers, you are still down in workers, you've scared your opponent into being very defensive. I'd love to see 1 or 2 more rounds of workers out of him so he can just swarm Hydraling. As it is, it's basically mass Zergling with a handful of Hydras to support it, and fair enough, he's keeping up the momentum.
Yeah, but Nice actually did a better job than I really expected at defending that. Oh no, those Oracles. Yeah, you wanna turn on a dime right there, buddy. Do not fly over those Hydralisks, especially with one of them injured already. And a Hydraling attack is coming in, but I mean, Nice's defense has been so solid up until this point. I love this Sim City with the 2 pylons, the 2 gateways, the battery covering the shield cannon, or the shield cannon, the photon cannon. Shield cannon gonna be coming in the next expansion of StarCraft II in 20 years. But no, Nice is playing a really good game. Storm is halfway done. He's kind of playing the more Korean style that we've been seeing very often in GSL, of going up to, I think, very quickly 6 gateways. You know, 6 gases, Link +1 and Storm. And once that Storm comes in, the army that Zerg has is a very glass cannon army. There are no roaches, there are no Ravagers even, which, you know, calling a Ravager tanky is a little bit of a stretch in and of itself, but they certainly are more tanky than Lings and Hydras into Storm. And so Nice, I mean, Psionic Storm, it is complete. Hydra speed still about 12 seconds away from completion. Yes, you did just disable a lot of the static defense, but we have, what, 3 Storms in the bank right now? How's this fight gonna go?
Ooh, Silky committing here is a wild decision, but he gets a good angle with the Hydra Ling, and you know what? That was actually an excellent engagement. That army getting caught on the ramp between the bases. And that was a very successful fight for Silky. Doesn't want to lose all the Hydras, but the Stalkers chasing actually turns against them as the Lings are very happy to fight any exposed Stalkers in the middle of the map. And Nice is on 3 base against a 5 base Zerg. 5 base Zerg also going to 10 gases behind this. But the worker count's kind of low, only 68 workers. You can see that Silky's been so aggressive all game. Oh, the Hive only just started. Okay, because I saw him go Infestation before. I guess I thought the Hive was already done, but with how much army he's been pumping across the map, makes sense. He's struggling to get that up. It's kind of weird because I normally look at this stage of the game timer, I'd say, this is a late Hive, this is not a high worker count. Then I look at Nice situation and how crippled he is, and I go, oh wow, Silky's rich, he's super tech dead. You know, he's in a great position right now because Nice, he's trying to take a 4th on the right side of this map. That is such an awkward location. It leaves his natural wide open. But his stasis traps have been good. His Oracle management has been fantastic. Nice doing a very good job of just surviving in this game so far.
He is, but I think the storms are starting to run very thin. I don't know how many Templar we have on the map. We see 4 right here. Those might be the only 4 Templar in this game, and in fact they are. So Nice has to be very, very conservative and calculating when he decides to drop those storms down. This might be the kind of situation where you blink and just storm and kill all those lings. We'll see if Nice can do anything like that, but that wasn't the way that I was imagining that happening. All right, stasis trap does get diffused right here. Hydra Ling really hunkering down this position. I mean, with only 1 photon cannon, 1 shield battery, and 1 storm, there is not a lot of damage with this Protoss army actually having to wait until all the reinforcements come back in. These stasis traps are really anchoring the defense here for Protoss, catching only a couple more Lings here. The actual firepower on the ground is very low, and the issue for Nice isn't that he's going to die in the next couple of minutes. The issue is that he doesn't have a fleet beacon underway. There's no second Stargate. The upgrades, only +2 ground weapons. We don't have armor, we don't have air weapons getting started. And 20 lurkers are getting morphed in as soon as Seismic Spines is done.
Wow.
I mean, just in terms of a game theory, just a StarCraft theory perspective, lurkers beat Protoss ground. You need to make an air transition. There's no air transition coming. There's none even in the cards. Our Robo Bay is coming through. I don't know how Nice is going to stop 20 lurkers. I mean, how could you possibly deal with this where your main DPS is a handful of storms? I mean, the Zealot and the Stalker count, it doesn't look that low, but compared to the lurker count,
no immortals, right? If you've got a heavy immortal account and a flank, you can take out a lot of lurkers, but right, that's 20 lurkers, no immortals. Stalkers are worthless against this. You cannot break the lurkers. You have to go across the map, but losing your 4th and your 3rd before you even start the base trade, trying to make disruptors as a sort of budget answer against this. It does make sense. It's what you got to do. You got to make a desperate counter. But Nice has been reeling for the entire game, and I think Silky, he did look like he was almost desperately aggressive at moments, but then he would build a giant round of drones, take another base, take more gases, and doing such an explosive 20 lurker transition. You don't deal with that from the position that Nice was in this game. His production's going down. He's going to try to push in, but as Lurker Hydra starts to get together on the defense, it's going to be so hard for him to break through while his own base is getting butchered.
I mean, Nice is doing a great job of making the best out of a bad situation. He's getting good damage done on the other side of the map, but Silky just has so many lurkers. There's really nothing to be done. And that's going to be the series up, tied 1-1 here in this best of 5.
Glad to see a Zerg player punching up there. Silky, you know, this is very much what I've seen from him in this region in the past is, oh gosh, these Protoss players are going to be greedy or they're going to be all in. And when he knows he's going to a macro game, he wants to get aggressive. He doesn't want to let them get there. I think he did very well that game with all the Zergling shoves and that sort of stuff. I am wondering what his range is as a player now, because it feels like having one really good build against Protoss like that, it's great for getting you a game, maybe 2 games in a best of 5. Can you keep doing it though? No, you can't keep massing Zerglings because a mass Ling style like that off of 3, maybe 4 queens, Glaive Adepts, charge lot timings, charge lot Archon timings. There is a bunch of things that aren't Blink Stalkers that will get free wins against it. So I think that was a really cool build, but since we missed game one, I'm kind of like, oh, are we going to see the you know, these popular Overlord Queen drop Roach Ravager pushes that Solar was spamming, of course, and Dallas recently, and Cyril's always using, and Raynor. I wonder what he's going to bring out, and I also wonder if Nice does go a little bit, you know, put on his Haas hat at some point in this series and say, you know what, I'm sick of being the defender. Let's go and build some Slow Zealot Immortal all in or something crazy like that.
Yeah, not catching game one means it's a little bit tricky to see exactly what these players are going to be doing. Game two, especially even joining in that late, it's kind of hard to get a feel for where they're going to be at in PBC. So, you know, the best of 5, now it's tied up 1-1. It's almost like we're just casting a clean best of 3 from this point, right? So we'll see what the game plan is going to be in game number 3. But I feel like Silky, historically, at least from the games like I played against him and that I've seen from him, he tends to be a very aggressive Zerg. And so I like the way that you put it. Like, what kind of aggressive brand of ZVP is he going to be coming with? Because he was aggressive with Zerg in metas where Zerg wasn't even particularly that aggressive in this matchup, but the overarching theory seems to be right now, ZVP is a very hard matchup. You need to kill Protoss before you go to the late game. I don't know whether or not that statement is true, but that seems to be how a lot of Zerg players are approaching the matchup, and so I'm expecting some kind of attack to be coming the way of his Protoss opponent. Just what is it going to be?
You've described that, you said, you know, maybe that's not the way it is. Well, I think you've described the non-Serral Zerg mindset very well there. There's always one exception to the rule. Like
I talk to a lot of these Zergs, I know. I've spoken with Rex, spoken with sort of. Yeah, it's
Dude, Rex is such a cool guy. I love Rex so much. Obviously,
he's amazing.
Very used to playing against these guys. I also feel like he's the most traumatized Zerg in this matchup of any player in the world after over a decade of having to play Haas every single tournament. I'm just like, man, how many times can you get cannon rushed and mass oracled and immortal zealot all in? It is nasty, but Rex still so passionate for the game, still just pumping out content, streaming, competing like the cool guy that he is. I love him. I'm sure he's cheering for Silky a little bit here as well, hoping, because they are some of the very few Zergs who play in the Asian region.
Yeah, Rex is just an absolute legend, man. I love that guy so much. I remember I went through a phase, I think it was last year or 2 years ago, where I was doing a bunch of Haas-esques all-ins, and I was doing them against Silky. I'm like, why are you so good at defending this? And then I thought about it. I was like, yeah, wait, actually, it makes perfect sense.
There are builds that you should save for the EU ladder because these players are experts against them. Down at the bottom left, it's Silky. Some very smooth mass link play in game 1, or game 2, I should say.
And spawning in the top right, the red Protoss. He is nice.
There was a period a few years ago where Nice was actually doing a lot of Colossus play in this matchup. So if it turns out Silky is like, you know how some Zergs are just like obsessed with roaches like Solar? Every game there's a roach war on it to save timing. Then there's Zergs who are allergic to roaches. They're like, it's a bad unit, I refuse to build it. If Silky does fall into that vein, then the Colossus becomes an incredibly good unit, especially if they do the Hydra Rush. It's also just good for a ground death ball. Any point until Lurkers and Vipers kick in, right? So yeah, it's old. We haven't seen it in a while. Just kind of wondering about any cool, weird, special tactics we might see from Nice.
Yeah, I almost forgot about that build. I don't know who popularized it, but certainly the player that introduced that build to me, and who, when I learned that build on the ladder and was doing it against guys like Rex, it was Estrella. He loved this 4 Colossus build. I want to say it was like a year and a half ago, where you would just try to get those Colossi out as quickly as possible behind an Oracle, behind a third base, and you would take a 4th, but it would almost be like a feigned 4th. It would be like a Blink Stalker Colossus Death Ball, and it would absolutely destroy Ling Hydra compositions because, I mean, the Stalkers, they're just so tanky, especially with Blink as a front line there for the Colossi, and then all of the light units for Zerg just melt. So if we see Silky continue to kind of lean on this Hydra Ling composition, especially these very Ling heavy early games, I agree with you. This is something we might see from Nice. I mean, these are players certainly that are going to have a lot of range in a best of 5 like this one, where really, you want to lay all the cards on the table. It's not like there's any reason. I'm not even saying it would be a good idea if there was a reason, but don't hide any builds in a situation like this when Silky is the only Zerg remaining in this tournament. If you have any tricks up your sleeve, now is the time to use them. You are fighting for your life to advance to that lower bracket semifinal here is nice.
That's so funny. I mean, just while we have a minute in the early game, it is just the Stargate in the back. I love nerding out over Estrella builds, dude. I feel like you mentioned
He's so good at them.
He always brings out the coolest things. Did you ever try his double Robo 2 base where you do 2 prisms with 4 disruptors? So you're doing double
that sounds
disruptor
disgusting. I want to try it.
and then you
love
2
it.
base all in, you get 2 Immortals and then 2 Colossus and you just go. And it just dies to like Aspire because it's such a delayed 2 base all in. But like
Because it's double Robo.
yeah, it's
When was
so
he
funny.
doing this?
A few years
feel
ago,
like I never
he-
saw him.
He beat Scarlet with it in the regionals, and then I was like, "Oh, this seems like a fun build. I'll try it on my stream." It became my build for like months, and then everyone started blind countering me with like the fastest Spire I've ever seen, and I was like, "Oh, you guys are ruining my fun. I got to start barcoding. I got to play on an alt account or something to do this build now." But yeah, it's kind of cool. The just like. These things you don't think are possible, but then, you'll see guys like Haas, Nice in this region, Australia and the Americas, who will find ways, SOS, of course, in Korea. But great start here for Silky once again, getting in just before the Void Ray's out. Adept, Probe, Pylon Cancel. It's a good start, and he's got a surprisingly good work account. I'm so used to seeing moves like that and then looking down and going, yeah, but you're down 9 workers. Is that really worth it? But hey, in this case, that was actually just like the perfectly timed Ling Poke without cutting too much economy to get there.
Yeah, you want to have some presence on the map anyway with Ling, so just making a couple more than usual and sniping probes like this is fantastic. Plus, also think about it in this way. That's an Oracle that is sitting at home right now and not killing drones.
Yeah.
Usually you can expect the Oracle, even with good Spore Crawler positioning, with good Queen positioning, usually you can trade the shields, you can trade the hit points, and get guaranteed 2 to 3 drones. That is kind of the standard way of Oracle control. If you know that the Zerg player is going to be buttoned up on the defense, you just take what you can get, right? But because of those Lings on the map, this Oracle coming cross map is very late, although it will find a couple of drones rallying down here to the natural expansion. Actually, only able to get 1 of them. Wow.
And he plays solo on Queens as well, so he's kind of expecting losses, like he almost doesn't care. Roachhorn gets spotted, so he knows the Roachhorn's ready, but nice is Glaive Adept timing. If he can sneak out without the Ling seeing it, it could still do massive damage. Oracle goes around the left side for a stasis trap, does perfectly place it to not drift in range, but good reaction here by Silky. It's not taking too much damage. Roach speed's on the way, a few more gases starting to mine. Queen's pushing away the Oracle. Oracle, oh wow, so pig-headed, I love it. It's actually really good to just get in your opponent's face sometimes like that if they're solo on Queens.
Yeah, it's a cool approach. I like that a lot. Glaive's now about finished up around the same time as the third base. There hasn't been too much probing here from Nice. I think it would be disingenuous to call this a fake third base because he is going to have enough workers to saturate it pretty quickly. But we are just sitting at 44, so there are some probe cuts. This is a lot of adepts, and we were talking about kind of the game theory of being like, okay, well, if Silky's going to be going really heavy on the Lings, why don't we bust out some Colossi? Why don't we bust out some Glaives? Here, those Glaives are. Probe production has resumed, so that third base will now start getting saturated.
Oh, man.
But the pressure is about to amp up. 10 Roaches in production, Glaives. Actually, they're going to finish right now. Shade coming in. These Adepts taking the fight here to these Roaches, going to fight them head on while shading all the way into the natural expansion, potentially even to the main base. And low numbers like this, they can get damage done. Good awareness by Silky, takes down that Oracle, was able to also dodge the Aces trap. These Adepts are not getting the drone damage they want.
Nice damage, man. It's nice damage from the Roaches, I mean, on top of those Adepts. Like the first Shade, he got 2 before they even did anything. He's getting good mining time, but he cut a lot of probes to do this, right? Like this is not a super macro Adept timing by any means. So Silky actually handled this so well. Never canceled his Spire. There's Void Rays building behind this, which are not what you want against the Spire. You want it against the Roach counter attack, which is what you normally force with this sort of move. But because there's a Spire, it's actually going to be, hey, I'm just going to drone back up, go into Hydra Den as well. Oh, losing the 4th would be a real bummer though, and that is really smart because remember, Silky does not play with anti-air. He has 3 queens, they're for injecting. One of them puts a creep tumor down in the early game, and that's it. And then he doesn't have anything else that shoots up. So there's just no way for him to defend his 4th base. There is baked-in greed with how Silky's opening these games.
I'm imagining him just reading the patch notes like, wait, hatcheries cost less and queens cost more? This is perfect. I'm only going to make 3 anyway. Oh, by the way, second Stargate completing right now for Nice. Air weapons get started up. More Void Ray production coming in. He's doing this against Hydras, which is a really interesting approach.
Well, this is, if you've, it's okay, I got to explain this because I know you
thank you.
4v4s.
My brain is melting a little bit here.
Yeah, so you don't played enough. If you had played a few more Gold League 4v4s, you'd know that Mass Void Ray is actually the dominant strategy right now. It is dominating the meta. Has been for the last 15 years. And
I was doing some co-op games with Aegas, and I was pumping a lot of Void Rays in that.
It was funny because like they excel at killing roaches and corruptors, as you said. Not good against Hydras. Not amazing if there's a Mutalisk swap, but it's a really weird comp. I wonder if he even goes Void Ray speed, the Flux Capacitors, I believe it's called, as that Fleet Beacon finishes. Problem for Nice is his units he's investing in are absolute garbo against a Hydra push. He's going to go Tempests, which can kind of siege anything down from afar, and he will have some Zealots on the ground, but definitely it's a weird position Nice is in. Oh, he's going to force the 3-base Hydra all in by sniping the 4th. Oh, no, the Hydras get there. Good save.
Yeah, very, very smart play from Nice to not commit. I was afraid for a moment that he was just going to try and stick onto that hatchery and lose 2 or 3 Void Rays, but you absolutely cannot afford that here as Nice. So he's going to come back in. He knows that his opponent wants to go move across the map and try and kill him. Silky just fully committing to the attack. Is recall available for these Void Rays?
He has
it should be,
Void
right?
Ray, a Tempest, and a Cannon here. I mean, there's literally no defense. He's so greedy. Mothership and Tempest on the way. Tempest can't be going down out front. Oh, no. Barely gets it out of there in time. Oh, my gosh. Very dangerous. Zealots are doing nothing. Zealots are a good unit if you overwhelm. When you're outnumbered like this against ranged units, they get shot down before they make contact. You know, it's like charging a machine gun emplacement on foot with a sword. It does not work. And Nice here trying to do an incredibly fancy Sky Toss transition off of the Mass Glaive Adept into Zealot attack, but Silky handled it pretty well. It was like 20 plus Glaive Adepts came in, didn't kill that many workers, and even though the Void Rays are being very annoying, if you get the Zerg to be over defensive against this, you get through this greedy window, and then you come out into an amazing Sky Toss position. But Silky, because his 4th got sniped earlier, he was already thinking about a 3-base all in, and he just decided, well, I guess I'm 100% committing, and it's going to absolutely work. Probes trying to fight Hydras, guys. That is not a good situation. Oh, man. Time Warp comes in, but there's just no damage behind it. It's already been done. 64 workers to 26. Silky dominating against Nice in Game 3, a matchup where I thought Nice was heavily favored.
Very unique approach there from Nice. That was one of the most aggressive Sky Toss transitions I think I have seen in a series like this one. I really like the opening with the initial Void Rays. I think I like that paired up so well with the Glaives because he was able to take down that 4th hatchery, right? But the fact that Silky just was like, okay, well, you know what? Like, you're going to kill my 4th hatchery. I'm going to go ahead and rebuild it. And then I think even if the Void Rays hadn't sniped the 4th hatch, like you were talking about, he plays so low on queens. It's like, well, he needs that for the larva anyway. He might have not been trying to macro up on 4 bases. I think he was always going to be gunning for this timing attack. Yeah. And the Roaches and Hydras just like a battering ram, destroying that 3rd base, breaking into the natural expansion. Turns out Tempest and Void Ray not very good against that composition.
Yeah,
but,
absolutely.
It was a unique approach. I appreciate seeing it. You know, it's cool. It felt very experimental for me. I'm not sure how much Nice actually plays this style, but it was I enjoyed it, even though if it wasn't the success he was hoping for.
Nice has always been a very peculiar player because he'll go from the most standard, like rock solid macro play one game to something like this that looks like something a guy who doesn't know how to use control groups uses in the next game, where like I say that, I know it sounds like rude or something, but like there are literally guys who are like really punch above their weight on the ladder because they do these sort of weird funky builds with like Void Rays, normally off cannon rushes and things. He actually does those builds enough over the years. I've seen enough weird Void Ray openings. I guarantee you he's beaten a lot of top tier Zergs. But yeah, it's a gamble, right? There's a big window and if you don't get punished in that window, you're good. I think the Glaive Adepts didn't do enough damage, so it was a little bit further behind than normal. So that window was like elongated, right? Because of that. There are games where Zergs go, oh, where are these Void Rays coming from? Oh, and then they're okay, they're going for my 4th, and they bring all their anti-air down, and then the Void Rays rotate into the main base, and they start killing Overlords and Hatcheries, and the Zergs kind of building 8 Spore Crawlers across their bases, and Hydras and extra Queens, and they end up so invested in all these like defensive mid-game tools and their armies running around defending, and then suddenly like, oh, you've got carriers, 6 carriers with +2, I can't break you. I need to go Hive, I need to go Spire, but I'm behind on the upgrades. So it's kind of like the Zerg is just 2 steps behind in the long game, but it turns out, hey, Silky's committing. He's committing hard, and I think maybe if you could take a step back and say, Silky looks like he wants to be very aggressive and hit timings and take you down, right? Maybe that's the meta right now. You were saying Zergs want to win early. Maybe it's not the best time to be doing a strategy like this that leaves that big window for Zerg to punch you out.
Yeah, especially on the back of the Glaives build like that one too. I mean, as you said, maybe if he had taken down a couple more drones, then suddenly that window would become a lot shorter, and maybe he can survive, or he can at least see that it's coming and build enough static defense. Maybe even, it might sound weird, but in a situation like that one, warping in some sentries and energy, recharging them just to buy more time because there's no Ravagers can be very helpful. But in any case, this guy right here up 2-1 in this series, your Blue Zerg, he is Silky.
Big map to big map here. Tokamak into Maganatha on the top left side. It's nice.
No early probe scout coming in from Nice.
Yeah. We've seen gate into scout so much more commonly these days. Partially Zergs are going faster hatcheries. Partially longer maps, harder to block. And I think Protoss players just wanting to be nice and safe, as well as I think prioritizing that worker harassment and feeling like they get good value out of it. I am a little surprised that we don't see more gas first no scout builds from Protoss, just because I feel like, especially with Dark having to go do his military service, the number of 12 pools in pro tournaments has dropped very close to 0.
So wait. This is something I actually haven't experimented with. If you go gas first as Protoss, I know that your income distribution is going to be better because you can put 2 probes on that, which are going to optimize mining a little bit the gas. Does that delay the Cybernetics core at all?
No, well...
Is it like 1 or 2 seconds?
Because you're not probe scouting, and you're going Nexus before core anyway, so you've got to wait for that, it doesn't actually delay the cyber core timing. Because you end up basically having more minerals because of the no scout, and then delays your gateway by a few seconds, which means if you were wanting to build a Zealot immediately out of the gateway, that timing changes, but the Nexus timing doesn't change at all. Yeah,
because I'm a greedy Regal, and so I like to play no scout in most matchups.
Oh, you've never played gas first?
No. I think I did a long time ago, but I haven't been doing it recently. This is like, I used to do stuff like that in Heart of the Swarm and Wings of Liberty.
Okay,
yeah.
It's smooth.
The gears are turning in my head right now. I'm like, wait, Pig, you solo cast this. I'm going to go queue up a couple games on that.
Get a custom game open, start practicing. I'm telling you, dude, when you start an Adept, Warp Gate, and a Stargate, all like the second your Cybercore finishes, you're like, oh, I can afford all of these? Oh my lord. You're like, your Stargate's down at like 213 or something, and you're just like, oh, this feels really nice.
Yeah, I was going to say, wait, this is super niche, but wait, you said it's a 213 Stargate with that build? Not even a 217.
Probably like 216, something like that.
Dude, all right, I'm hyped. Yeah, have fun solo casting, man. I'm gonna go queue. I'm gonna try and make one of these qualifiers. No, that is awesome. Yeah, I like that. That is a great point. I haven't heard anybody talk about gas first builds with PVZ in such a long time.
Harstom's a big fan of it, so I picked it up from him a while back, and he talked about it. And
the first person I saw do this in Legacy of the Void. By the way, nothing too interesting is happening right now. We have a couple of links coming out from Silky Void being built by Nice, but just to go back to this point, I remember very back in the day in Wings of Liberty, when there were a lot of eyes on StarCraft II from people that maybe didn't stick around for Heart of the Swarm and Legacy of the Void. We had a couple of people that were like game developers or like just coders in general, and one of them sent me a program that was like a very early version of an AI that would build. It would create builds. Like you would tell it, okay, I want to have like the fastest possible Nexus and like a Stargate and an Oracle, or I guess we didn't have the Oracle Wings of Liberty, but like a Voider or whatever. How do I do that as fast as possible? And it would reiterate, like it had like all the attributes for how fast things can mine. It would know the building times of everything, and it kept pitching me gas first stuff like that can't be right, that can't be right. And then I tried it, I was like, wait, it is. But, yeah, just really fun. Man, I love nerding out about stuff like this, man. I live for these little tiny optimizations.
Speaking of little things, we got a 4-minute lair again here. Silky's been doing a few of these. Normally you can't afford to do this, but he doesn't build queens, so it's actually like crazy. You know, a laser in Dallas over the weekend didn't have the deepest run, but the games I did see, he was, 80 drones really early because he skimps on the queens, or like crazy numbers of roaches to hit beautiful timings. Silky instead says, well, if I don't need so many queens, I'll dump my minerals into a few earlier extractors, mine the gas a bit earlier, get the lair up, and that's going to open up some potential aggressive timings. Now, he did try to go Spire in that last game, didn't get a chance to really use it. I think he might have cancelled it since he went Hydras, or he let it finish and just didn't use it.
He had like a flood of corruptors that came in right when he was hitting the third base, and there was a recall of the Voiders, I think, to try and dodge them, but by then Nice was basically already dead.
Yeah. So he did let it finish, but like it was gonna be a mass muta game, or at least a big wave of mutas, right? That was the plan. I don't think we'll see that again, even though it's a good map for it, right? It's so big is Maganatha. The more space you've got, the more room Mutalisks are going to be able to use that mobility on.
Well, he was going to build something. Oh man, our observer is so on point right now. He is locked in. He saw that drone. There's the Spire. Wow.
He's like, hey, I didn't show it last game, really, so yeah, I guess I can do it again. Normally you don't want to play Mutas 2 games in a row because the Protoss is like blind building Phoenix and this sort of thing, but in this case, he's going to go melee, roaches. Work account, not that high for either player right now, but it's going to be very competitive. Triple Oracle is a real problem when you've got no queens, man.
Man, they barely missed glimpsing that Spire. Queen actually going down here. Yeah, Queen's surprisingly fragile against multiple Oracles, unless you got a ton of Queens paired together. So that third Queen going to be rebuilt now. Spire about halfway done. Silky already bagging a little bit of gas, and on Nice's side of things, he's doing the relatively standard development. He's going for 6 gateways. He got the Forge in the Twilight Council, but he started Blink relatively late. He actually got a robotics facility before Blink, and he's building another Oracle right now. So this muta transition is going to have a really nice window. This is the 4th Oracle being made, right? Didn't one of them go down?
Yeah. Like it's 3 Oracles.
It's a Robo Bay. There's no Templar archives. Oh, this is the dream right now for Silky. Finally, the Spire getting revealed as soon as it's done.
And he's going to start Phoenix right now, and second star as well. So it looks like the Robo Bay gets cancelled, right? We've got Templar archives instead. So it's going to be Blink, Cannon Battery, getting up before the mutas arrive is always big. The question for me is, does Silky commit? Because if he does, he needs droning hard to take gases on the 4th, gases on a 5th. If he can do that, he can absolutely swarm, but he's going Banelings and Lings right now after being scouted. I think the goal, I would think the traditional sense of mass muta would be, I want to deny a 4th, be a bit greedy with just a handful of mutaling, and then swarm with mass. But he's pivoting back into a full ground play. So it is just a single pack of mutas because it got scouted. He's going to play, but it's Ravagerling Bane, which is going to basically run out of utility once there's a good amount of Storm on the map. But because he's worried about the mutas, Storm's not making, so it might have a decent window. The work account, though, very similar between the players. This game is still very up in the air. It does feel like the longer it goes, if Silky doesn't make a play, Nice will get in a very good position, though.
And now Nice, I think he's starting to realize he got duped a little bit. Storm immediately getting queued up, another Oracle getting queued up. He says, you know what, I need everything to be able to counter the ground right now. Luckily for him, these Oracles, at least one of them, very high on energy, so they can kind of parry this attack. Focusing down the Ravagers, Silky going to retreat. I love this move, and oh man, a lot of Banelings. What year is it, Pig? What meta
What are we, boys?
The Banelings coming into the probes. Fast reaction there from Nice, though, only 6. And oh, that Stalker Warping, really good. That was not worth it there for Silky, in my opinion. It was a very heavy investment. A lot of minerals, a lot of gas, a lot of larva, and all of those Banelings.
Yeah, a lot of them didn't really hit. A Nexus cancel on the 5th as well, or the 4th, I should say. Second attempt at a 4th. Third attempt at a 4th is going to happen probably on the bottom left again. And it's a lot of annoyance. I like the way Silky overcommits to Army. More Oracles are building. Dude, Nice is playing like Creator style. Creator does this all the time where he's like, I have 2 High Templar with Storm, 4 Oracles, 1 Void Ray, 6 Stalkers, 2 Sentries, 1 Immortal, 3 Prisms. Like, it just seems like such a complicated army to control. But if you dominate the skies with the Phoenix, right, there's no more mutas, the Oracles can just gun down unlimited Banes and Ravages. It can get supreme efficiency long term, but I have to wonder where the Psy Storm is. Where's the High Templar?
Yeah, I'm kind of wondering what Silky's response is going to be to deal with this. He only has 4 mutas and 4 queens, and those are the only units to shoot up. There's 5 oracles on the field right now. Stasis Trap is going to get a ton of lings at this third base. There are 3 more Stasis Traps behind it, by the way. Fuckers blinking in. They're like, get down, Mr. President. Just absorbing the damage. Oh, even the Archon, look at this. He's baiting the roaches in.
Wow.
Nice is making some amazing plays right now. Look at this low HP Archon. He's like, come on, come get me, come get
Very
me.
fancy.
Wow,
Very
this is
fancy,
some
dude.
cool gameplay coming out of Nice. I have to say, I was a really big fan of Silky's game plan, going for just a hit squad of Muta, trying to bait an overreaction, and then hard switch to the ground. But I don't think he anticipated this heavy air switch from Nice. The 5, 6, maybe 7 oracles that we have on the field right now are really putting a timer on basically any move out that Silky goes for. Those beams just shred Ravagers. Even Roaches and Lings, when the Oracles are this high in count, just get completely melted. It's like being shot by like Wings of Liberty Colossus or something with all those beams coming down in the same way. Like armies completely melt.
And it's kind of fascinating watching a non-storm defense, right? Because it's very meaty army for Nice. A lot of players in this situation struggle to be looking in the right area at the right time and land their storms. Nice solution to this is just to have a very meaty army and then just turn on the lasers when it's effective. And it's working really well. He's going to add Plasma Shields up to +2, a very important upgrade for Archons. Ultras will be amazing against this, but will he even get there? Roachling Bane in the north, Force Field's coming. Look how fancy this defense is. This is what I'm talking about. Nice is playing the fanciest style right now. I don't know any other way to describe this other than fancy.
This is some awe-inspiring control. There is just there's so much technique that is just on display right now for Nice. The Stalkers blinking on top of a massive Banelings, knowing that they're not going to die. They're just going to take a ton of damage, evenly distributed. The force fields as well. The baiting with Archons. Look at that again. The Stalkers, they literally blinked in front of the Templar. Nice. Gonna try and defend this push right now. There are so many Oracles targeting the Roaches. They're not even going after the Lings, the Archons, and deal with them. Can we get a look at the units lost tab? Because I feel like the resources are going to be so much in favor. 5,000.
my gosh.
This is absurd. This is one of the best defensive PVZs I have seen in a long time.
I do think this is the problem with Banelings right now. The reason we don't see that, they're good for defending storm timings. They're good for defending charge lot timings. But on the offense, they're good for run-bys when the Protoss is distracted and attacking elsewhere, right? But otherwise, they are so expensive. They're so fragile. Players are so good at defending these days. And it does feel like Silky, you know, we were saying, okay, this Ravaging Bane's really good, but like it's going to fall off. He transitioned and droned behind it. But despite that, he had so much investment in that army. He wanted to find trades, and those trades were very negative in the cost. And the Banelings, he waits for them to finish morphing, turns on the lasers. Nice. Bullying right now. The Zerg player even sees the Ultras, and I would not be surprised to see a couple more Robos. Yeah, second Robo, Immortal production. You need to get up a bunch of Immortals in your army, and I think as Nice, you don't move out from your 4-base setup until you've got those Immortals. Because Silky has shown he wants to knock you out. This is a man who just wants to give you that old headbutt, man. Wants to come up and just press his forehead against yours with lethal force. You do not want to give him an opening for these Ultras to get on top of your army until you've got those anti-armored units.
The main army right now for Silky going to be attacking the triangle third base right here. There isn't a lot to defend it. Storm is very good, catching a lot of the Banelings, a lot of the Lings as well. And oh man, the Stalkers, they know the Ultras are going to retreat. They blink in front of them and just body block the main force over here for Silky, is able to finally break through into the Nexus, but the SimCity is fantastic. More Warpins coming in. The reinforcing army about to come down from the ramp of the junction between the natural and third base. Killing Ultras. How often do you see this? And this is... It's like watching a sword fight, and just every move that Silky goes for is getting parried flawlessly.
Well, I feel like it's not just that. No. Nice has a sword, and Silky keeps trying to slap him, and each time his hand's getting chopped up, man. He's getting sliced up. He's not landing a hit, man. It's crazy.
I don't know how
so
many fingers he's got left, man. That sword just keeps shredding. Even this Warrior coming in, he's like, come on, I know what the game plan is. You need to go for a Hail Mary and have like a Baneling run by to kill an entire mineral line to get back into this game. And now we have a 5th base coming in for Protoss. Air weapons is starting. Tectonic stabilizers, 2 more starports. Okay, that Blink 4 with the Stalker's a little bit ambitious, but when you have this many, he's almost one-shotting Ultras with the Stalkers. It's just... Wow.
What
a game.
You need Fungal.
Nice.
I think to trap this army, you need some Infestors in the mix, but then you've got Oracles overhead that have been ruining you all game. So what are you going to do? You're going to go like, what, Parasitic Bomb, Corruptors? Oh, you have to have mixed Hydras in. The Oracle commitment on such a big map was actually genius. And he's done it so well with like Stasis Cannon Battery to reinforce. It's infuriating for Silky to play against this. Because it's like, okay, well, you've got air, but whenever your air's not in position, I'll charge in. Oh, there's a Stasis. Oh, there's 4 cannons and a battery and an Archon baiting me into another Stasis trap. It's been a matchup where Silky, you know, he's played some good early games. But, wow, this big macro map. And I was surprised to see Tokamak into Maganatha, because I think of both of them as Protoss-friendly maps, but one big wave gonna come in.
Yeah, it retreats as soon as he sees the main Protoss army right there, sitting in front of the 5th base. I gotta give props. We've been singing the praise of Nice for a very long time. Silky is still in this game. Do not, even though the Nicest plays are very flashy and he's making some incredible moves, there is a chance for Silky here, you know? He's been able to take his entire side of the map. Nice has been playing very defensively. It's just that I've been so impressed by the very clever tactics with which Nice has chosen to defend. It is a little bit offbeat. But I love the way that Silky behind all of this, even though his attacks up until this point have been getting parried relentlessly by Nice, this transition is pretty cool. He's going for a lot of Corruptors. He's adding in, I don't know how many Ultras are on the map right now. He's getting another Carapace upgrade, +3 melee already, 11 Ultras. This is a scary army. And the firepower here, specifically anti-Ultra firepower, isn't that great. We only have 3 Archons, we only have 3 Immortals here for Nice, which they will pack a punch there on the back foot, but mostly it's going to be the 18 Stalkers with their bonus damage versus armor, and oddly enough, up until this point, it has been the Oracles, but the Corruptors are going to have an answer for this. So in terms of the way these army compositions have been developing over the last couple of minutes, I don't know if Silky has an advantage yet, but certainly he is trending in a much better direction than he was in the past.
Yeah, he is. I'm not sure if Silky's much of a spellcaster user though, and because he's forecast the Ultra Corruptor, does look like Nice is really ready for him. That's like a bunch of Ultras for a few cannons. He's trying to do this multi-throw and catch him out of position, but I think you actually have to wait for Nice to move out. And I know that's going to take you gearing in for a 45-minute game, because Nice doesn't show a lot of intention of that. But as Silky with their style, you need like Blinding Cloud on the Immortals is the best. Fungal can really help. He's building Infestors with Neural. Now the Corruptors fly through the Archons. It's a disaster.
Oh. That hurts so bad. I mean, of all the places on the map where those Corruptors would be moving, Silky just had no idea. They fly over, what, 6 Archons in the entire Stalker Ball. Somehow Silky has enough macro left to remax, but there is basically no bank left after this. And now Nice, he is pushing into the heart of the beast, about to move in. Ultra is coming in on both sides. There is a cloak. Overseer's even getting focus fire there for a moment. One of them does survive. Finally, the Tempest is going to clean it up. You cannot see the Protoss army. GG is called. Wow, immaculate defense from Nice over about 18 minutes. Silky, he was trying a ton of different plays, but in the end just couldn't make it happen. And we were all tied up now, Pig. We were getting some epic series here.
The blindfold finishing move there, the sniping the Overseers and the big fight. very nice from our Protoss player. Pun absolutely intended. He just looked very good. I was like, man, are you really going to skip Storm in this situation? But turns out, you know, I always love when a player keeps things relatively simple for themselves. And even though he was doing so many fancy things, delaying Storm for a few minutes made perfect sense, because you're like gunning up more oracles, stasis traps, cannons, batteries, great stalker control, adding archons. You've got cannon battery reinforcing, a few Phoenix to shut down the initial mutas, so they just did absolutely nothing. A lot of really advanced responses layered within there in a game where we were looking at a Protoss who was building a Void Ray, 4 oracles, 5 oracles. It had no idea the mutas were coming. If he didn't spot that Spire, it would have got really out of control.
And he spotted the Spire basically as soon as it was done too. And oftentimes we see this, I don't know if this was originally going to be the plan for Silky, but up until recently, I feel like the meta with a Spire has mostly been, you build this Spire, you make 8 to 10 mutas, and you use them to basically run through, or you run circles around the Protoss, and the main, the natural, the third, you try to kill as many probes as possible, and then you can build a really big army behind that. When they're out of position, they're scrambling, and kill them. And it seems like Silky was kind of going for that game plan, but I feel like part of the recent meta shift to almost mass muta style that we've seen, I think we saw a little bit of it at Dallas, we certainly saw a lot of it at GSL. It makes it so that some of these Protoss players now, they might be overreacting a little bit to the mutas. I mean, we saw the Phoenix production get ramped up really quickly there from Nice, but he was with it enough that he could identify, no, this actually is going to be still a land transition. Let me just start pumping out the oracles. And we had so many oracles on the field that with the minimal anti-air that Silky had, he really can get nothing done. So immaculate defense from this guy in game number 4. Can he seal the deal here in game number 5? Your red Protoss player, he is nice.
And coming in with some smooth aggression in this series, I'm really impressed with him so far. Let's see if he can seal the deal. It's Silky. Silk gets made by worms, silkworms. And guess what? All Zerg come from lava. Lava are a type of worm. Coincidence? I don't think so, State. This man, he evolved specifically for this purpose.
How deep does the rabbit hole go? I love you, Pigda. I would never make these kind of connections.
You know, I think both of our energies bumped up a little bit. We're just so excited to see a Zerg.
Honestly, yeah, I was about to say that. It is very refreshing. You know, I love a good old-fashioned PvP every once in a while, but
yeah,
I feel like in a long day of casting like this, having only one matchup, it can get a little bit monotonous, even though, I mean, our players were giving us some pretty cool moves, some pretty cool mix-ups. Just having something completely new and getting an epic PvZ series like this one is, it is certainly a treat. So I'm very
By the way, just in case anyone in the audience is thinking, oh, I guess this is, you know, I guess this is imbalanced then? Is that why? No, it's been over a decade. It's not this every patch. It hasn't changed. This has been the dominance in the Asian region for over a decade now. With, you know, you've had a few rare players. There was a period in Heart of the Swarm, I think, when especially China specifically was a bit more diversified. You had Tudming, Jigua, a few of these guys, like Zerg players mixed in. Other than Oliveira, Coffee, I guess, was one of the main other Terrans, XY before him. So, you know, there were periods where there was a couple more mixed in there, but it was always pretty heavily Protoss favored, right? Especially in like the Taiwan regionals back when they had their own separate one, where it was like you'd be lucky to get one non-Protoss in the top 8 pretty much every season.
Yeah, it is funny how sometimes these certain regions can become dominated in some way by one particular race, one particular play style. It's cool how these ecosystems develop.
Yeah, for like 5 years.
Even Aiga switched to Zerg at one point.
Yeah, he was I mean, to be fair, playing with lag as Terran, I think I can understand why he's feeling the frustration playing Terran from Australia.
I know. He always... I keep up with Aiga. He's one of my best friends. He always gets a little bit irked when I mention his Zerg days. I think he still prides himself as a Terran player.
Aigos is fantastic because he's one of the people you can have as a good friend, but he'll still like no GG you after you play a game with him.
Oh
and,
yeah,
talk
it's
to you.
I love it. I love it. He's certainly a character.
Passion.
The very angry kind of passion that is the most fun. It's also very Australian.
There's
He's
nothing
certainly
vindictive
true
about
blue.
it. There is just a pure, unadulterated rage at whatever conditions the game has given him that have led to his demise in that particular situation. It's not
Whether
at
it be
you.
Terran or Zerg.
Yeah.
By the way, look at this really cool move with the Overlord bait. Now there is an Oracle to actually escort this soccer, but I almost got a flashback to a play like Raynor trying to bait out one of Maru's Marines with an Overlord and then coming in with like 6 or 8 Lings to get a surround on those Marines. We saw kind of a little bit of a cute move like that here with getting these early Lings out by Silky trying to fish out that one Stalker for the kill. Nice little cute micro trick.
So many Lings early. Silky loves this pressure. Oh, he has a second Queen on the front. That's rare. Oh, it's just the one from the natural walked over, I guess.
Yeah.
I thought he'd built a 4th queen, but no, it's the first 3 queens just coming together. It's kind of cool that he manages to do this at such a high level. I feel like I'd be so traumatized from having to pull all my injecting queens constantly, but he's pretty smooth with it, and because he keeps the oracles at home a lot with his heavy Ling presence, he's delayed the 3rd a long time here. It's actually really nice. I'm going from thinking, oh, this was a 1-game sort of, greedy gimmick he might pull out, to going, oh, he's really good at this. And what the? Really fast roach and Baneling Nest. He's doing something very tricky right now. What is this?
With the lair timing too, I'm actually surprised he's not queuing up more queens. Wait, no, Roach Warrant just got canceled. I was thinking for a moment, we're going to see like Overlord Speed come in. We're going to have a taxi all the way down to the 3rd base with more queens in production and a big like Roach Ling Bane bust, but it's going to be Ling Bane Hydra instead.
Yeah.
I wonder if this is him. Maybe it was like a safety Roach Warren for Glaives, which he then canceled because he didn't see Glaives coming. Now this is not Glaives. It's just a lot of Adepts.
Oh, the stasis
with a
trap, real
stasis
tricky.
ward here. Okay, nice defusal there of the stasis ward. There are a lot of Lings, but with these Oracles,
so low
I mean,
on
they could
queens.
actually take the fight to the Queens. It's only 3 Queens. Hydroless Den still not yet done. The Adepts are going to get cleaned up, but when the dust settles, actually a pretty good defense there from Silky. I thought that was going to go way better for Nice.
Dude, that's so crazy. I think maybe the Oracles should have ignored the Queens and just stayed on hold position above the Lings. Because maybe over to fight the Queen, the Lings took down those Adepts. And if you stop the Adepts from going down, it is such a big problem. But now Hydra production's already in the way. Another 2 gases, a few more drones coming in. I think he just wants to get on the other side of the map with the Hydra Ling, maybe adding a few Banes as well. And force field on the battery goes down. Kind of a delayed one. It almost felt like he was letting the Lings in. I think Silky's probably rather wise to pull back from that. Is he? What? Oh, Silky's mind gaming himself right now. I hate to make a hard read like that, but he's gone. Cancel Roach Warren, go Bane Nest. Not use the Bane Nest, go Hydra Den. Now he's going actually go back to the Roach Warren and the Infestation Pit. Is he just rushing Hive? Is he going Swarmos? He's going Lurkers. Really early Lurkers. He's just cancelled the Roach Warren and gone Lurker Den. Okay, this is really crazy. It looks like he wants to do a Hive Tech Lurker rush. This could absolutely work, but he's been a little kind of awkward and inefficient, or indecisive, I guess I should say, in going there.
The Hydra's catching the Oracles in the middle. That is so important. The Oracles, if Nice doesn't catch wind of what is going on, if he's a little bit too late with a transition, and suddenly upgraded Hive Tech Lurkers move across the map and start sieging down the 3rd Nexus, the 4th Nexus, Nice is going to be in such a tough position. Right now, he's getting the Templar Archives. He is gearing up for Storm. He needs to catch wind of what Zerg is doing, though, or he will be in a world of trouble.
Yeah.
These Oracles now coming into the main base. They are going to see the Hive. They're going to see the Lurker Den. Okay, it is revealed. What is the response going to be here from Nice? Immediately, robotics facility gets started. Charge gets begun.
Yeah, I wonder if he goes double robo. Most players don't. They prefer to go straight to the Tempest Strike because Tempest's so good against Lurkers.
Yeah, I'm a little surprised
we
don't see that.
Yeah, I mean, I do think it's got to be one or the other usually. Like, you got to either go double robo or that. Moving forward as well, great move. Before the Lurkers are ready. No Lurker range. These are only 8 range Lurkers. But Ling's canceling the fourth. Silky is saying, hey, if you don't have a fourth, you're going to be in trouble. Second robo goes down. Nice is going to play the ground battle. And remember, you normally can't afford 20 lurkers. Ground against lurkers, really good until they get a mass up or if they get a really good position. Oh, look at this. Hydra Ling comes forward with the flank. Great force fields, though, zoning the army so nicely. He's doing a really beautiful job as the Protoss player. Clears all the Lings, but he's got to disengage now as those force fields break. He wants to maintain map control to keep the Zerg on his side of the map. It does feel, though, like Silky here just throwing some curveballs at him. Doesn't even have a Spore Crawler on his fourth. He's cutting every corner he possibly can.
Yeah, so many lurkers on the field already, with a lot of Hydralisks to support them too. This is a lot of gas for Zerg on 70 drones. More lurkers getting morphed in. And you can tell, Nice, he wants to get something done. He wants to at least initiate some trades before the high-tech lurkers upgrades come in. But unfortunately for him, Seismic Spines is 80% done. It's nearing completion. And just look at how many corners were cut for this. It's a relatively low drone count, only 72. +1 range weapons only just now being completed. And Nice, again, he is posturing for this ground-based army to deal with this, which is going to work if he can outposition the lurkers. But if somehow Silky can find his way cross-map, if he can get into a siege position, entrench himself, at the junction between the natural expansion and the third, continue to deny the fourth base here for Nice. Nice is going to be hard-pressed to get the engagement that he needs, because really, with a ground army coming in as Protoss, the onus is on you to get the perfect engagement. It's almost like a role reversal in ZVP, where it's not the Zerg that needs to find a surround, it's the Protoss that needs to find a surround to mitigate the splash damage of those lurkers.
And the problem is with no fourth base up against and now 5 base Zerg. I know the fifth isn't being mined yet, but he's just so behind on economy is Nice. He's only just got his first disruptor out. Disruptors can deal with this, but he needs more of them. He's got second out. He needs to start throwing some of these shots. First shot lands massively on those lurkers, but he needs more. Great dodge to get some lurkers out. Stalkers blink into the lurkers. That's so dangerous.
That was such an ambitious blink. I think he just didn't expect to have so many lurkers there on the back line as well. And even more just continued morphing in. This is such an insane line of lurkers.
Oh,
I mean, these blinks, you can see he's just trying to get on top of them. At least the Immortals and the Zealot should have a pretty good job, but this is a very expensive trade. Still, I feel like this is what you kind of have to do here is Nice, but it might just not be enough.
No, he couldn't let him get the position. You talked about it earlier. If he gets a position between the bases, you can't really dislodge that. Now the Disruptors even are struggling because the Lurkers can just spread out. He can spread his whole army out, whole position. He's sieging the natural. He needed to stay forwards on the map, but Silky did such a good job of busting out of the contain. And dude, this whole series, Silky is really impressing me.
Oh, the lunge. Dodge. Man, Silky with some flashy micro right now, and Nice is still stuck on these 3 bases. He's continuing to pump at a surface. That's a really good shot. No lunge on that one.
Good micro though. Silky has really utilized that new Hydra ability that comes in at high tech, and that is going to be a GG. Nice. Gonna fall in that game to Silky.
What a really good series, though. I mean, Nice just played spectacularly. It is very difficult to try and play a ground-based style, especially on a map like that one, where the junction between the natural and the third base is, and also, I mean, the fourth is so critical, because the moment that Zerg gets in there with high-tech lurkers, you're in a lot of trouble there as Nice. And the one Zerg player in this tournament is going to advance to the lower bracket semifinal to take on Firefly. I mean, for him, there are literally only Protoss players left. He has to continue to flex his ZVP muscles all the way to the qualifying match. Firefly, Lemon, and Lancer, aka Sion, are the players waiting in the wings. Silky has to run the gauntlet here as we take a look at that bracket. I mean, I'm getting like fruit dealer vibes right now from Wings of Liberty. Like, Silky, if you're watching this one, I mean, even for me as a Protoss player myself, a fan of Protoss, you gotta be cheering for this guy, right? The one Zerg standing up against the entire armada from Ire.
The one sneaky guy, he snuck in the infestation within the mothership right now, hoping he can find a way to spread the infestation, take over and Europarasite as many units as possible, and find a way to make it happen. Really just clever, cheeky play for him throughout. I think he's shown a pretty good range of different builds and timings, and some pivots, some hard pivots. Very kind of rogue style ZVP. It's not about picking an optimal timing attack. It's about, I'm doing this, you saw it, bam, cancel, pivot in the next direction, go this way, go that way, and some really good handling of things like Glaive Adepts and that sort of stuff, which, you know, we've seen 3 Oracle, 6 Adepts come in, we've seen Glaive Adepts come in, and defending these sorts of attacks when you don't have the insurance of having 6 or 7 queens is very difficult. But he's done a great job scrambling together, and we'll see how he does against Firefly in the next series. I think we should be ready for that ad break. We can take a very quick one and go into that next series momentarily. So thank you very much, everybody, for hanging out. We are going to see if the Zerg Hope of the Asian region can make it through to that qualification match. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
kiss you, if you scream, I'll whisper. La-di-da-di-da-da-da. This is all you ever wanted. Take it all, you deserve it. This is how we're gonna end it. La-di-da-di-da-da-da. Take it all, you deserve it. Take it all, you deserve it. Giving back the freedom you want to destroy. And my power's way too strong for you, so try. 'Cause you can dominate and nor will you survive. And not this time, 'cause I'm the wiser of us two. I no longer blind the antithesis of you. The fire in my heart will only grow. If you shut the gates, I'll burn them down. I am 1,000 steps ahead of you. You'll see soon. If you shoot, I'll take it. If you run, I'll chase it. If you scream, I'll whisper. La-di-da-di-da-da-da. This is all you ever wanted. Take it all, you deserve it. This is how we're gonna end it. La-di-da-di-da-da-da. If you shoot, I'll take it. If you run, I'll chase it. If you scream, I'll whisper. La-di-da-di-da-da-da. La-di-da-di-da-da-da. I am 1,000 steps ahead of you. You'll see soon.
Three, two, one, go. Three, two, one, go. Three, two, one, go.
The road to the Esports World Cup continues, and we are here, of course, in the Asian region. The Open Qualifier has gone through to this next step of the closed qualifier for the Asian region. We have one Zerg left standing, and he was the only Zerg to start with today as well. His name is Silky. He's doing really well, but he's about to face yet another Protoss player. He's running the gauntlet. Can one guy that likes the roaches, likes the Zerglings, likes the little grubby, disgusting, gooey Zerg, is he able to take down the high-tech space elves? Because Firefly is going to be coming at him swinging.
Yeah, Firefly was able to actually defeat Silky in the upper bracket 3-0. And so Silky got knocked down to the lower bracket. From there, he won 3-2 versus Kingslayer, 3-2 versus Nice. That's the series that we just cast. And so he's got to be feeling a little bit of fatigue, and now he's going up against the guy who sent him to the lower bracket in the first place. I would say that Silky probably the underdog in this one, just given the results that happened in the upper bracket. But against Nice, a really good player, I got to give Silky props. He looked really good. But can he stop this guy spawning in the bottom left on lane lines, the red Protoss player? He is Firefly. Mr. Pig?
All right, and the player who did take him down 3-2 the last time they played in the Open Qualifier, can he repeat that performance? It is Silky.
For a moment, I was worried we lost you again.
Sorry, I was literally like looking up their previous results.
Okay.
I was like starting my intro as I was reading the results, and then I was like, oh, yeah, the last time they played, and then I'm like, oh, there's a big red light in front of me that says they can't hear you, because I was coughing and didn't want to put that on the eardrums.
I see.
What can I say? The courtesy micro of the mute button on the microphone does bite me in the butt a little bit there, but we're here. We're good to go. And of course, Lemon, is waiting for the winner of this. Lancer waiting for the winner of that match. We have best of 5. The winner of this will face off with Lemon, another best of 5, then the best of 7. And whoever, of course, comes through to that match is going to be down 0-1 to start that series, since Lancer has not dropped a series and is waiting in that grand finals of this qualifier. It's going to be a nice greedy start for Firefly. We were talking about greedy gas first openings before. I believe this was one, right?
I'm not sure, actually. I wasn't paying too much attention, but look at the gas income.
We can check that.
I'll know when the core is done. Yeah, I was going to say, I will know when the Cybernetics core is done, because all the timings in my head for a Protoss build are based on like when the Cybernetics core finishes. I feel like this is not a gas first. This is not a gas first.
207.
Wait, was it 207? Oh, it was 207.
207, yeah, but this is... was this? Yeah, this is...
Oh, yeah, you're right. Okay.
This is just like straight into Stargate, then the Adept, then the Warp Gate. This is brilliantly greedy. And remember what I was saying in that last series state, people don't 12 pool anymore. It's so rare, especially with Dark not hanging out proxy hatch 12 pooling people, which I feel like Dark was like the one Zerg that was keeping Protoss players honest. And now that he's gone to the military, we're seeing the greed come back. Firefly with a very nice start.
Yeah, I was looking at the minerals and the gas, and I was like, oh no, there's no way this is a gas first. Look at the Stargate timing. Like, he only has the gas for the Stargate and the Adept. And then I look at the clock, and it's like, wait, this is significantly faster than any Stargate we normally see. So yeah, I love Firefly mixing this up with a really greedy build. That Oracle going to be going across the map so quickly, and we have seen already from Silky, this is a guy that does not like to make very many queens. Basically, every ZVP that we have cast from him thus far today, he's sitting on 3 queens in total. He's using spore crawlers to kind of anchor the mineral lines. And against oracles that are moving across the map this fast, I mean, the spore crawler, the first one only just now started, Pig. Second one just got started too. That's the main and the natural expansion. This oracle's gonna get there before they're done.
Does have a 3rd queen he builds ahead of time, so at least his natural's somewhat covered. Main's actually a bit open. Oracle will dive for 2 drones. Not a bad start. Takes a little bit of damage. I think it makes perfect sense to always go at least double Oracle against Silky, right? Because you want to defend the heavy link floods he does on your third, right? Obviously having a few adepts. If you get 2 adepts in the choke point, it's pretty safe. But you also just know things like the gas drones, the drones on the edge mineral patches are always open. Normally, if the Zerg doesn't quickly pull those drones away, he will lose workers on those sides. And with only 1 queen shooting your Oracle, you got 60 shields. You can take like 7 queen shots before you start taking hull damage. As long as you don't go in spore range, you have massive freedom to harass the Zerg player. So 3 oracles into double gas on the natural. It's a good opening, and I really think as the Twilight goes down, there's a lot of opportunities for Firefly to just say, hey, I've had a greedy start, I've got a little bit of pressure going. Should be able to make things hard for Silky in the mid game. Oh, he's so quick
Really
at pulling.
quick pulling. I really like what Firefly is doing right now, though. He's going into 1 Phoenix because I think he's aware that there's 2 Overlords on his side of the map. Oh, might even be able to get this queen if he decides to commit to it. You can take a little bit of the Spore Crawler damage, but unfortunately for him, the lower HP Oracle is on top. But yeah, just like you said, Pig, there you go. 10 of Lings getting, or 10 of drones getting taken down in that gas geyser. 4 in total. So I think it's like, what, 6 drones or so have fallen already? Yeah, 6 drones, and he's going to lose 2 Overlords, too. Behind this, we also have the blink of the +1 ground weapons, so the Gateway Explosion will follow as we see 4 more Gateways getting thrown down right now. Really nice micro here with the pros, by the way. Mineral walking them into that little nook between those 3 mineral patches, so the Lings can't really get the surface area that they need.
And what a commitment. It is a fair bit of commitment to the 3 Oracle Phoenix though, right? So you've done good damage, but it doesn't mean you're necessarily like miles ahead. You're in a good spot as Firefly, but you've still got to respect the 3 base Roach Hydra potential. Firefly actually, or Silky, sorry, hasn't kept droning. Like he's adding a 6 gas, but not droning it. He could just keep building Hydras and Roaches and do a timing. Things like, you know, you've got the blink count now starting to grow. The Stalkers.
Whoa. Look at this Pig. It's lurker timing. With no high. Are we going to have a Lair Tech lurker push?
It's the North American special state. This is like, dude, if you're at 4.6k on the NA ladder, you see this every day. You do not see this in pro play very often. Lair Tech lurkers, if they get sieged up in a good spot, dude, blink stalkers really suck against them, but they do sometimes struggle to get across the map. It's a massive commitment. Silky, we've seen him throw so many different crazy builds out today. I love the range he's showing. 4th base is going to get cancelled. I don't know if he cares too much because he was already planning to get very aggressive on 3 bases.
And look at the way the Firefly is developing too. Normally we see a 6-gate Templar Archives following up the blink and the +1 ground weapons. I think Firefly recognizes because he made those 2 extra Stargate units, he made a 3rd Oracle and a Phoenix. There is this window where he's vulnerable, so what is he doing? Instead of throwing down that Templar Archives really quick and going into Storm as fast as possible, 2 more Gateways first, immediately queuing up Charge after Blink is done, getting +1 ground weapons as well. Able to now interact in the middle of the map right here. Oh, he wants to kill those Lings before the stasis trap so he can trigger it and hopefully get a couple of Hydras.
But more Lings are rallying in pretty consistently, so it does allow that. Do the Hydras have both upgrades, I wonder? It feels like they do. So the Roach Hydra, no, just movement speed, no range on those Hydras, no Roach speed either. You know, he's on a budget. His gas has to go into the Lurkers. Trying to push into Stalker, Oracle, Stasis Trap, always very tricky. 4th baser on the high ground for Firefly, trying to get up. If these Lurkers get in a good position, this could become a killer. These sneaky 5 Lurkers coming in from the bottom side. He's going to get in range of the Nexus, and that's a really big problem there. Okay, 1 Lurker does get hit by a Stasis, but the other 4 are sieged up, and it looks like Firefly is going to lose control of this base. I think he's got to give this up. Okay, yeah, good wise choice. If he stood and fought, that would have been a disaster. Loses a few gateways though, no cancels, and so many pylons. He's going to be massively supply blocked. He's going to try and go for his Zealot counterattack to move around. But dude, what a great surprise strategy for Silky, who goes Infestation Pit and Evo Chamber behind it. He's already getting a transition ready, but he wants more damage.
Man, just an awesome move from Silky. Now he's going to try and push into the 4th base. He's not happy with just 1 Nexus. He wants to take the other one out and completely handicap the economy here of Firefly. Charge only just now finishing. Revelation is going to pop. Keep in mind, these are Lair Tech Lurkers. They do not have range. The splash damage is going to be a little bit mitigated right here. And so Firefly able to completely unseat his opponent from this position, but it was an expensive trade. It was not very cost effective. A lot of these gateway units, they're very deep in the red. Many of them fell. The supplies are deadly even. But look at the worker counts. Only 46 drones right now. for Firefly.
Yeah,
he can't. Firefly needs to pull the trigger. He needs to attack right now. He needs to try and get as much damage as he possibly can done. But I think it's a little bit scary attacking into the Zerg after that push. He has 1-1, so the Lings for Silky are not going to get very much done against these Zealots.
These Zealots will absolutely rip and tear. Each one of those is a Doom guy, man. He's going to be able to rip the Ling's tentacles off and dissect other ones with it in the middle of the fight. These Zealots will destroy these Lings, but as you said, it's a little scary. There's 4 Hydras, 2 Lurkers, and 15 Zerglings. That army is Garbo. It's not good. It's not going to do that well, but does look a little intimidating. That Phoenix keeps lifting Lurkers out of the ground. The Archon's getting on top of the Lurkers, falling. The Hydras, the Zerglings, all struggling now. The Stalkers moving forwards. The Queens and Hydras are going to crumble, and Silky brought out a really cool strategy that may be pushing for a bit too much damage, and having those Lurkers surrounded on the other side of the map, as well as so many of his
And the counterpunch from Firefly is just so strong right now. Even more Zealots trickling in. If this Hydra ball gets thinned out at all here for Silky, he's going to have a really hard time, Pig, because the Zealots just absolutely dominate the Lings on the ground right now. Every time I look at the production tab and I see a big swell of Lings coming in, I get a little bit more worried for Silky, because I know that it has to be the Hydras, it has to be the Lurkers that are going to stand strong and actually dish out the DPS.
Does he have Groove Spines yet?
I don't. Wait, I'm not actually sure. No, I wonder if he forgot it. I feel like he must have.
Well, it's been such a hectic game, he can't afford it, right? So he might have forgotten it in the midst of this as well, but like, it's also like you can barely afford Lurkers and Seismic Spines and +1 range, so I can understand why he doesn't have it. It's just one of those things that's missing that you're used to Hydras having by this point in the game. But a 50 worker Protoss getting crazy aggressive. He's already denied the 4th. He distracts on the front, and the massive Zealot warping in the main is huge. Firefly probing behind this, realizing, look,
how is he going to be able to deal with this warping in the main base? I mean, these Zealots, these are 1-1 Zealots. Okay, finally, Lurker's going to come in. He might go just for the Lurker den. I think if Firefly could see what we can see, oh, never mind, forget about seeing what we can see. He is just going to destroy this 3rd base. The entire Zerg army gets pulled to the main base, and Firefly in a commanding position right now. 27 drones dead. This 3rd hatchery is going to get knocked out. Firefly was up against the ropes after that initial Lurker push at his 3rd base, but boy, has he been able to fight back. These upgrades for the Zealots just so clutch. Firefly biding his time, waiting until the right moment. And that's going to be a GG. Firefly winning game number 1. What a comeback game.
Weathering the storm. Attack Lurkers for Silky. Dude, the amount of pylons and gateways and batteries and stuff on that 3rd base. What a panicky moment. If Firefly hesitated, abandoning that 3rd by even just a few more seconds, disaster. Loses all the Stalkers, all the probes in that base. You could tell there was the moment where he's like spreading the Stalkers through the mineral line, thinking about trying to engage. And if he committed there, lights out, he's gone. But hats off to him, because he was moving for a Zealot counterattack when those Lurkers moved up on his new 3rd base, his 4th base, and he brought everything back, came in from 2 sides, used the revelations, and we saw how vulnerable that Lair Tech army is. The Hydras with only 1 upgrade, a handful of Lings, 3 slow Roaches, and 5 Lurkers and no upgrades. And we also saw the Phoenix constantly picking up Lurkers, popping them out of the ground, and then dropping them. You need to manually reburrow each one. That's actually a really good technique, where even with a low number of Phoenix, you can really mess Lurkers up.
Yeah, that one Phoenix had a lot of got a lot of value. And I have to say, the response there from Firefly was just so smart. The fact that he recognized the situation, he knew that he was spreading himself a little bit thin, going for that 3rd base with 2 extra Stargate units, and he didn't play the typical standard style that we have right now of Fast Storm with 6 gateways +1 and Blink. On top of it, he's like, you know what? I'm going to go up to, 8 gateways, 10 gateways, get a really fast charge. And that basically won him the game. If he had gone into Storm instead, there's no way he's going to be able to clean up those Lurkers after they take down the 3rd base. The 3rd base will fall, and then Silky's going to push in, probably to the natural expansion, maybe to the 4th base. And from that position, I don't know if you actually survive as Protoss unless you have the meaty Protoss army on the ground of all of those charge Zealots. That would not have happened in a more standard development game. So really clever build order selection there from Firefly. Nice adjustments on the fly. I love the gas first opening to the oracles, really exploiting the fact that Silky doesn't really like to invest a lot of money into the queens early, and then just dominating with those heavy gateway units. This guy, he is on fire right now. He is flying right now. Red Protoss player spawning the bottom left. He is Firefly.
And in the top right, he's doggedly played a low queen style so far. After the last game, does he change it up or does he stick with his guns? It is Silky. All right, we are going to be seeing the gateway on the natural there. Hatchery coming up as well. And it is going to be a scout this time. Firefly not being too crazy greedy or anything like that. And we are seeing probes, drones, all the good stuff coming out for the early game. Tokamak, a map where the 4 base, very hard to assault on the ground. As a result, we often see Zergs either bust in with a massive queen drop, you know, big Roach Ravager Ling queen drop that hits early enough that the Protoss isn't really that well established, or we are seeing a fair bit of Mutalisks here on Tokamak as well. So those are the two things which I think Firefly will be keeping an eye out for.
Yeah, but so far from Silky, even though it feels like it would be very on brand for him, we haven't really seen very much in the way of like the European taxi, the Queens getting in the Overlord, and just full sending with Roach Ravager onto the third base of Protoss. And I'm not sure how much of that is just his reluctance to play anything more than 3 Queens in a ZVP, which is just a very, it's a fun and it's a unique approach to this matchup. But I feel like adding that into the repertoire here could be very good against what Firefly is doing. And so, yeah, I'm right there with you. I wonder if we're going to see a kind of shake-up like that. I think it would be an excellent build order selection against Firefly. But as it is right now, just very diverse, aggressive play coming from our Zerg player.
Oh,
none of these games are looking exactly the same.
Yeah, look at that. The Firefly cancel on the Adept to start the Stargate and then rebuild the Adept. And this makes sense, right? If you're doing this modern style, in the last year it's become so popular to go, I'm not even going to chrono Adepts. 2 Adept pressure, that's, I mean, some guys like doing that, but not me. I'm just going to make probes. We're going to chrono probes, and then we're going to chrono oracles. Just build these Adepts much slower and rely on the fact that Protoss economic growth with chrono boost is very, very good. Can definitely keep up with the Zerg. If it wasn't for the Zerg being able to explosively build waves of units at a second's notice, then, you know, I feel like Protoss would get far ahead. They do max out challenges, right? There's speed runs for that, where players have said, okay, you know, obviously not playing an opponent, it's just who can max out the fastest.
Oh, yeah.
It's always Protoss that wins that. Just pure Nexus, Gateways, Probes, and Zealots. And with Chrono Boost, if you don't have to build defensive things at an adequate time, you can go like 4 Nexus before Gateway. It's ridiculous how fast Protoss can max out. Obviously not a realistic game scenario, but it just gives you an idea of how powerful the basic economy production is.
Yeah, I remember doing that all the way back in Wings of Liberty. Those are fun days. By the way, Firefly being really greedy right now. The second Oracle should be able to save this third base. I think it actually might be pretty close. He's going to go for the pylon first.
Yeah,
Oracle
you can
right
waste a bit of DPS. He kind of goes for like the sure thing, right?
Yeah,
you're like, oh, that makes sense.
That's smart. I think it would have been very close if he had committed to the Nexus. But Firefly behind all this, he's going 1 gate. This is off of 1 gateway, third base, Twilight, and Forge. This is exceptionally greedy. And usually if you're going to do something like this, you'll add in the second gateway after you take the third base at the Wallen. He built a pylon there instead. The second gateway is only just now getting added at like, what, 4 minutes and 20 seconds? So this is going to be a really fast blink and +1 ground weapons. I wonder where Firefly is going with this.
I'm so curious as well, State, because I thought that was going to be charge. I was like, it's a really quick +1 Zealot timing or something. But no, it is blink off of an, as you said, obscenely greedy not just economy, but also tech start. One adept only.
Oh, you know, I'm thinking about this even more. And if you're getting the Twilight and the Forge this much faster, it's almost like you just got an extra chrono boost on both of those upgrades, right? That's 2 more chronos you can spend on a probes. We just saw Firefly chrono boosting probes at his third base. Again, he's ahead on workers compared to the Zerg at 5 minutes by 4, and he's adding in so many additional gateways right now.
It's basically a max out challenge, just with 3 oracles mixed in. This is so greedy.
To us, man. He's time traveling 2 minutes into the future. He's like, oh, they're talking about the max out challenge. Let's do it. Oh, this Overlord barely going to survive. But man, Firefly, his economy going to be through the roof. We are at 5 minutes and 30 seconds, and Zerg still has not eclipsed Protoss in the worker count.
Lots of Overlords on the way right now. +1 melee lair is there. Lings as well. It looks like, are we going to see Overlord speed in a moment? It kind of looks like that Ravager Ling with the Queen drop that Solar's been spamming to great success recently. Obviously, a lot of people looking at Solar in this matchup as a guy who makes mid-game timings look almost broken against Protoss. Master of getting in with Queen Roach Ravager Ling. See what Silky brings out. Does take out the probe. I love these little snipes. His activity rate is just off the charts, and it looks kind of like the game we saw earlier that we tuned into initially mid-series. Silky nice. We came in, he was massing Lings against Stalker Oracle. He's got a higher worker count this time, but he does have a very good Ling count. Spire and Roachbait go down behind. Ling's ready to counter. Does he have enough Lings at home to defend? We're about to find out.
Man, that is a lot of Stalkers right now out here. Ling's coming in, looking for this round. Blink away. Very good control here by Firefly. And I gotta say, Big, I am worried about our Zerg player going for the Spire like this. If he starts making up too much minerals and gas, we have additional gateways coming in, Templar Archives as well. If Firefly decides to commit to a really heavy gateway army, if he goes for Archons instead of Storm and just moves across the map, this could be very scary for Silky. And I mean, the Stalker control up until this point, basically no hull damage whatsoever. This is just easy pickings on these Zerglings. 30 more in production, but we're soon going to have 1-1 Zealots. And I'm watching the production tab. Warp Prism, Charge, +1 armor. More gateways being produced. These Lings finally going to get this around. Oracle is activate. That's going to shoo the Lings away. Now Firefly can retreat, but the production capacity of Firefly on 4 gases, not on 6, not on 8, on 4 gases with all of these gateways is going to be through the roof. He is still basically dead even with Zerg on workers. He's been so greedy this game. If these 4 Archons turn, if he makes 2 Archons with those, which he does, oh man. If he moves across the map against these mutas, this is going to be a crazy game. I do not know how you will stop this aggression as Zerg.
Well,
this is going to be a massive army.
Yeah, maybe the Muta Surprise can do something if Firefly doesn't move out. I think that's what you're hoping for as a Zerg fan.
Everything feels like it's going towards a move out here.
Yeah.
Oh, but they catch the Warp Prism. This is huge for Silky.
Sees the army coming as well. Some of the mutas will die, but the mutas can go in and make this a little bit more all in. Oh my gosh, how do you stop those zealots though? The 1-1 zealots, the melee zerglings are so bad against this. He does recall a large chunk of his army. It's going to be an attempted base trade. Zerg's going to have to pull back. This does buy him a lot of time. Lings are on the 4th base, or 3rd I should say, trying to do some damage to the cannon. Zealots are up in his mineral lines doing some damage. He's got to avoid losing too many drones here. Otherwise Protoss is going to get ahead. The muta count continues to grow right now. +2 armor on the way. You might be wondering, why is he going armor over attack? Aren't attack upgrades better? Not against Ling Muta. Against Ling Muta, armor is king. Armor and shields are the most important things against these low damage units. This is really high IQ play for Firefly right now. He's playing so smart. Zealot's on the left distract. Zealot Archon's back on the right already. He says, I recalled. Guess what? I'm back here to ruin your day. You've already lost 20 workers. How do you possibly deal with this well-upgraded ball of Protoss?
This is just an awesome build coming out of Firefly. All of that early game greed was building up to this moment. Their static defense back at home. I mean, these mutas, yeah, they are going to get a lot of damage done, but just look at the drone kills. Continue to stack up. This natural expansion, yeah, good luck breaching that with those mutalisks. More Stalkers, Sentry warping in for Guardian Shield back at home with energy recharge. You can get that immediately here, the natural expansion, if you need it. And Firefly, he's just going to basically sack this base. the army is so huge.
This is big. This is a massive game for Firefly. Not just winning a very tight game one after getting surprised by a scary lurker timing, but now to play one of the most greedy, streamlined builds and then just assert dominance in the mid game. Did you know about the Mutalisk ahead of time? No. Does it matter? Not at all. Not when you are playing this well. You get away with this greedy of a start. 4 Archons. Oh, youchies.
Wow. That was a cool build by Firefly. I have so much greed, man. I got like chills watching that. 1 gateway, 3rd base, 1 adept, not even 2 adepts, 1 adept. Behind that, Forge, Twilight Council, and then he adds in all of these gateways, and he never goes above 4 gas. It's almost like playing like a PvP style where you stay on 2 gas, and you have like Mass Stalker and Mass Zealot, except here you're doing it with a Forge. You're getting +1 ground weapons, you're going up to +2 ground armor, and the moment the Templar is morphed into Archons, I was like, okay, Silky, good luck, bro, because that army, he didn't see the mutas coming. But I feel like if you know mutas are coming, this is what you want to do. Like, that was just the perfect response. Mutaling is never going to kill Zealot Archon with that many stalkers, just a pure gateway army. Wow, that game could not have gone better for Firefly. That is a build that I am going to be stealing.
You know, it's so funny, like when low-level players are like, man, how do I deal with Mutalists? They're so overpowered against me. I'm a Protoss player. I really struggle. And you're like, well, technically, range Phoenix are really good and they outrange the mutas and you can micro them and never get hit, but realistically the easier answer is just go get them with Zealot, Stalker, Archon, right? And especially if you focus on armor and shield upgrades like he did, it's just crazy because like you look at the way Mutaling works and it's like Zerglings attack really fast, they only do 5 damage in attack. Bam, you knock 1 damage point off that, that's a 20% reduction. It's one of the biggest reductions you're gonna get from an armor point. But then you look at the Mutalisk and it's amplified even more because you've got that Mutalisk bounce going 9 damage, then 3, then 1. It goes down, right, to 1/3 with each bounce. Every single one of those gets reduced by 1. So you're like, oh, now it's doing 8 and 2 and 0.5. Suddenly you realize you're just getting crazy value out of armor and shield upgrades. And I love that even in the heat of everything happening, you could see Firefly be like, oh, you know what? I can start +2 armor right now. And going 1-2 upgrades, it's just so unintuitive. Even for a lot of high-level Protoss players, they'll go on autopilot and start +2 attack. But I love the way he's doing it. This is awesome.
That was a very cool build. On top of that also, in a situation like that one where you know the Zerg is going to try and force a base trade, he didn't make static defense, and I think that was so smart. That is also a very unintuitive thing to do, because he knows, you know, I have a Sentry, I have Guardian Shield at my natural, I have a ton of Stalkers. You're never breaking through that with just pure Muta. You're not going to work your way through that wall. Just really cool decision making from this guy right here. Red Protoss player, spawn in the bottom right, he is Firefly.
And in the top left, he's got to be frustrated. He managed to take down this guy last time they played 3-2, but now he needs to win 3 games in a row. It's Silky.
Firefly's PvZ just looking deadly right now.
Yeah, it's one of those things as well. We've had, you know, gas first, super greed into Gate Scout, but also super greed follow-up, right? And not really chronoing adepts or anything like that, just going straight for the Stargate. It makes you want to go 12 pool and build a hatchery in their wall or in their natural, like, you know, like looking at the way Firefly is playing, you're like, man, I feel like these sort of crazy all-ins and aggressive strats just aren't as good right now as they were before, especially with, like, once the Oracle comes out, it's got so much more energy. So like weird Ling Floods and stuff, follow-ups aren't going to work as well. But then you see the greed he's doing and you're like, oh, I don't know if I can let you get away with this, man. Like we gotta put a dampener on that Protoss greed. This is getting out of control.
It's a gas first build again for Firefly, by the way. Gas first, 19 Nexus, 19 core. He's gonna have a really fast Stargate. And one of the cool things about this too is that he is playing super greedy like this against a Zerg who up until this point has been succeeding in ZVP because of his aggression. Firefly, it almost reminds me of the PvP games we were casting earlier on today, where I believe it was it Lemon that was going really, really greedy in the early game and was just getting shown respect by his opponent, Nice. It's kind of the same thing. Like, Nice was so aggressive in that series versus Jaishi, and then Lemon is like, you know what? I see that aggression. I'm going to be really greedy. Yeah, try to stop me. It's the same story here. Silky against Nice, incredibly aggressive in all of these games. And now Firefly, game 1, gas first greed, really fast Stargate. Game 2, 1 gate, 1 adept, third base, Forge, Twilight Council. Then he adds the additional gateways. Then he gets the extra gateway units. It's doing this kind of greed in the face of an aggressive player and getting away with it. It builds so much momentum that it's hard to stop. And I mean, you see the story in game number 2. It looked like Silky was completely helpless against the army that Firefly had assembled. And here we have another switch up. Not only do we have this super fast Stargate coming in, there's a Twilight Council.
Before the first Stargate even begins, I mean, 1 Oracle into Twilight. It's a charge all in, right?
I think it has to be.
He's gonna get. Has he pulled off gas yet? Well, he's gonna get scouted immediately. I mean, this is great Overlord, beautiful Overlord, sees everything.
This might just be Glaives, actually. I mean, with the double gas, I'm not. Yeah.
I mean, okay, so this is so funny. Firefly's build is so optimized. He's like, I'm not pivoting. I don't care if you see it, dude. Good luck stopping this. Like, this is gonna be so hard hitting, so fast. It's gonna be not that much later than if you open Twilight Council with a normal build. That's what's so weird about this. Like, he's got the Stargate and the Phoenix out, but it's gonna hit a similar timing to straight Glaive Adept. If you go like 4 gate, Glaive, obviously there's no Robo with it, so there's no Prism. Baneling Nest is on the way. Oh, Silky's going for the Gambler's Response. If you can catch the Adepts of the Surround, you'll get a big bust. But if they realize it's coming and they spread those Adepts out and they just keep making Adepts, the Ling Bane actually, you can't really produce enough to deal with the Adepts unless you get that good surround, especially when you play like Silky, because Silky doesn't have queens. You can't pull those 6 queens to the front to help. It's all about the Ling Bane off just 3 hatcheries. He's got very limited production. It's going to be very dicey.
Yeah, Firefly spotted the Baneling Nest too, so he's going to have this on his radar. I can't believe Glaives is already done, but we have the Phoenix on the map. This is crazy. Warp Prism, or not Warp Prism, Robo starting production right now. Forge as well, so this isn't really an all-in. This is just Firefly going for, you know, some really, really heavy pressure. By the way, warping in Glaive Adepts to try and kill Lings like this, it seemed like a good idea at the time, and then they get surrounded and they die before they actually get any attacks off, and it feels really bad. So Firefly actually bringing all these units back at home to defend. But I wonder, I don't know, I feel like it's almost an exploratory cast for me because I haven't seen anybody approach PvZ exactly the way that Firefly has been over the course of these last 2 games. Because now we have charge and +1 ground weapons coming in. I think you and I were both looking at this with the Glaive timing and the Phoenix and thinking, oh, this is going to be a really fast Glaive. Maybe not necessarily an all-in, but a big commitment from the Protoss player. And Silky certainly was thinking the same thing too. He did a big drone cut. He went for the Baneling Nest. Firefly just moved across the map. He basically sharked with the Adepts, moves across the map, scares his opponent, and then goes right back home with a third base of Forge, gets charged, and adds in additional gateways.
I think this is the best thing as well, because he might have been planning to commit more, but when the Overlord scouted it, it would be very silly to just go all in with it. So he still commits to the initial thrust, but it's more of a poke than a thrust, I guess, is what I'd call it, right? It was like a little couple of Adepts go across, don't really do that much, but he's already got the big response, so it's just going to slow down the entire game. But now we have a weird situation where he's got Hydras, you've got Banes, and Firefly is making, what, Zealots? A Warp Prism?
I think it's going to be a Zealot Archon timing attack. That's what I'm thinking, because he took the gases at the third base, not at the natural expansion. I think he's trying to telegraph that he's playing a more standard game.
Oh, that's
because Firefly is going to, Silky's going to see those gases at the third base, and he's going to think, oh, hey, you're on 6 gas. You're probably going to be really defensive. I can make up for my early defensive play by being very greedy. We have even more gateways. How many gateways in total do we have right now? 2 are in production. 4th base, we're going to want 10 gateways. This is a unique style. He's taking a 4th base behind all of this. Firefly, what are you cooking up, my man?
Well,
is he just preparing to absorb the impact?
I mean, I don't think he knows how all in Silky is, but remember, Silky's always very aggressive. Now he knows he's gonna have to cancel that fourth. Oh, watch out for the Banes! Does a lot of Adepts get hammered? It's not the most important units, the Adepts, but you don't want to be losing anything that clumped up. Zealots charging into Banelings. Where are the Archons? The Templar Archives isn't even here. Zealots
the Archives
against
is already
Banes.
done. What is happening right now? It's just it's Zealot Adept versus Baneling Hydra. Oh, man.
He's going to warp Zealots into the Bane, realizing, well, I can't fight the Hydra Bane. I got to wreck you at your home. But this is so late in the game to not have anything other than Adepts, Zealots, a Phoenix, and a Warp Prism on the map. Firefly playing a highly experimental style, a Mad Lad style. This is so funny. I had a guy... I was talking to a guy in Platinum League the other day in Twitch chat who was saying, I like going Glaive Adept into Zealot every game. It's a bit of a meme build. And I've seen it twice today. It's amazing. It's actually a really cool style, but it's just, Silky is so good at finding the window. So good at finding the window.
I could have sworn that earlier on in the game, I saw the Templar Archives in production. I don't know if I just imagined it or if it got canceled or something, but yeah, Firefly doing the no range unit challenge. These Zealots are still doing work. He's got 1k gas. The army supplies are basically equal. It's like a base trade. All the gateways are unpowered right now. Is there
He could have made 3 Archons. He would have won this game.
I know.
It's still very close.
It's possible that he wins this. He's going to recall. The Hydras are the scary thing. The Zealots are going to two-shot the Lings because of the +1 ground weapons. I mean, you could do some micro with a Warp Prism and try and save some of these Zealots. Touch the Hydras. The probes are getting pulled.
The Zealots.
Oh, that's too much. Too many Hydras. But what a
stutter step.
Wait, though. Okay, wait. No, wait. Does he have the Templar Archives? Because with the Warp Prism, he could power up the. He doesn't. I was going to say with a Warp Prism, he could power up the gateways again and warp in Archons. The Templar Archives is gone.
He lost the Templar Archives before. Otherwise, dude, a few Archons. Even Archons defending the Baneling attack would have been incredible there. But I'm glad Silky wins a game. That's very cool because this series deserves to go on. Firefly with some of the coolest, most creative, greedy kind of corner-cutting build orders. But Silky has been really good at finding these mid-game timings, and he's got such range as a Zerg right now. I feel like Silky's flowing really nicely, and he's actually adapting very well to the current meta.
I feel like I could have sworn that I saw Templar Archives getting thrown down. I must have just imagined it. But yeah, that was such a unique build coming in from our Protoss player. I love that so much. Just Zealots with +1 in charge and Glaive Adepts and literally no other range units besides a Phoenix. What in the world?
I think you might be right.
Worked. It was so close. If there was a Templar Archives that was done, if he got, because he had the gas for it. If he had 3 Archons, I think he wins that game. It's a 3-0.
Even the initial attack, when you're attacking with that Hydraling Bane army and they have a few Archons, especially if they have like a Warp Prism, if you see them like stutter stepping back, it's so annoying because the Zerg needs to keep like control clicking all their Lings and Banes and pulling them behind the Hydras and say, let the Hydras kill the Archons, otherwise I can't go in. And there's this like back and forth within the Zealots charge forward and the Hydras kind of like, oh, pull back, get the Banelings in here. And if you're doing that while the Zealots in your main base, that can be really stressful. So yeah, it's a little bit crazy the way Firefly played that. I also would have just loved to see that game if the Overlord didn't scout, right? Because that was a great early scout for Silky. This seems like a sort of build order that could completely trick a Zerg player. Because Overlord sacrificing at that time, not very common. That's a very early time to do that. If the Phoenix comes out, gets your Overlord, Silky's often sending 2 Overlords across the map as well. So you know you're getting quite a bit of value out of the Phoenix, unlike most Zerg players only send 1. Deny the scouting, and then you go, okay, it's Stargate. I gotta be worried about 5 minutes maybe. Some early Glaive Adepts could come. 4 minutes 35, 6-8 Adepts come in with Glaives, and you're going, what? Was that a hallucinated Phoenix? How did he, like your brain is kind of trying to compute as the Zerg, and you're very likely getting caught off guard by it. So hats off to Silky for scouting it that early, otherwise that would have been much harder for him.
Yeah, that was a pretty cool game. I'm telling you, Pig, Firefly is quickly becoming. I mean, I've seen 2 games from him in PvZ so far. He's becoming my favorite PvZ player. These are just so awesome. The builds that he is going for they feel so out of the box, especially compared to the very standard and safe meta of PvZ that we've seen showcased in the GSL so far in season 1 and like the round of 12 of season 2. Oh boy. I'm excited for this. I'm feeling very giddy. Let's cheer for this guy in the top right so that we get some more PvZ games. Your Blue Zerg, he is Silky.
And in the bottom left side of the map, playing for Protoss, seeing if you can get the 3-1, it is Firefly. Grid is good, Grid is great, but I think he's going to go for that Gate Scout this time around and say, you know what, I've taken enough economic gambles so far, let's be a bit more contained and controlled. Silky, of course, happy to take his natural on location right on 46 seconds.
Can you imagine if this is the game? Sorry, the delay. I was going to say, can you imagine if this is the game where Silky goes for a 12 pool and Firefly just plays straight up and defends it?
Yeah. I mean, this is why if Firefly did another gas first, it would be actually heinous greed, right? Like, it's good to mix in. Like, you know, I was saying in the earlier series, I was like, I'm surprised since there's no 12 pools at the moment, we don't see more gas first. I was thinking at least 1 in a series, right? Not 2-3 games in a row, right? So, you know, there are limits to the grid. At a certain point, Zergs will start cheesing you to try and punish you. So I think Firefly he's definitely erring on the side of greed, but he's mixing in some scouts so that it at least makes it a riskier proposition as the Zerg player to try and go for that opening. We are seeing the probe accidentally mined 5 minerals, small mistake, so we can't do the mineral interrupting harassment. It has to just do the Tazy Taze, which the drones mostly ignore and will regenerate relatively quickly. Behind this, second gas pylon, cybercore, all the standard stuff. And I feel like, you know, we're settling into a rhythm now. I think this one will probably be a return to triple Oracle against 3 Queens and seeing kind of Kindlings keep the Oracles at home long enough for Silky to get away with that limited anti-air defense. Because if not, Firefly could just, you know, dominate the macro, dominate the mid game, and run away from there. I feel like if Firefly plays perfectly, he should be able to punish this, but Silky's been surprisingly resilient at stopping any of the harassment that comes in to try and ruin his very greedy low queen opening.
It's honestly surprising that he's been able to get away with it. So many CVPs. You know, I just imagine, and my intuition tells me that if the Zerg is going to be playing 3 Queen like that, there are just going to be so many openings to get so much drone damage done. But I guess he's practiced it so much that his control and his positioning with the Queens is superb. He hasn't really missed. I think there was like, 1 gas first Stargate timing where the Oracles were there a little bit before the Spore Crawlers. But besides that, everything has been rock solid for Silky on the defense. It's always fun when you cast somebody that kind of plays to the beat of their own drum, like Gumiho does with Terran, and now Silky and his ZVPs. Actually, are you going to let that finish for a second? I was wondering. The way that Silky is playing this with just 3 Queens, it's very unique. I can't think of any other Zerg in modern StarCraft that does this style, who, at this level at the very least.
Yeah, Mio Michael would be very proud, I think.
Mio.
Like, oh, yeah. Yeah, Creep Tomb is overrated. Lots of Queens overrated. You know, Queens aren't that good at attacking. And that's what's always fun about these styles. If a Zerg cuts on Queens, like, even well into Legacy of the Void, Sue was a player who, even against Terran, would skimp on Queens and then just have these brutal mid-game timing attacks. And you go, how does he have so much stuff? And you'd realize, oh, he has 2 or 3 less Queens than a normal Zerg. He's cut that corner. And I mean, that's what Silky's doing, is if he does get away with it, there's a very narrow window. And then he goes, look, my lair's 30 seconds earlier than a normal Zerg's. My Hydras are coming in faster, and all my Mutalisks. So yeah, there's a bit more urgency to get the damage done, even though there definitely is more of an opening.
Yeah, it's a very interesting approach. You know, the more that I see Silky play these EVPs, the more I wonder why we don't see other Zerg players do this. Because it definitely does seem to have its benefits. There are situations like this one where the oracles are just exceptionally annoying, and also your creep spread is always going to be a little bit slower than, I mean, I guess a little bit's an understatement, considerably slower than it would be otherwise, because all that energy basically needs to go into injects for your economy to develop appropriately. But yeah, it's specifically for these timing attacks focused builds. Like, Silky has been so aggressive. It has its benefits.
Lair is finished. Lots of gases going down. 55 drones to 50 probes. 10 more workers popping out. Very good worker advantage this time, since there was no crazy greedy build, no crazy drone damage, of course. There we go. 2-3. 2 drones do go down there. Oracle takes a bit of damage. Hydrogen and Baneling Nest both on the way for Silky. I can't say I'm blown away by aggressive Banelings. Like I said recently, we've just noticed a pattern where they're so good for defending timing attacks from Protoss players, but it feels like the moment you're like off creep and kind of attacking rather than defending with like a flank or something like that, they're so difficult. The Protoss players are just so on guard. They also don't one-shot the probes anymore with +2 melee. And what's that state?
And we're going right back to the basics. What is it gonna be, like 5 lurkers pushing the third base here against Firefly? Hey, if it worked once for Silky, try it again.
I mean, it almost worked. It had good success in game 1, but then he overcommitted, right? So maybe this time, if you can get on the base, do the damage, and then pull out, or reinforce it even harder and go even more all in.
I think there's a very good chance. By the way, another expansion coming in for Silky all the way up here in the top left. 4 more Hydras in production. Now, Firefly has been doing... I'm starting to think this is just the standard way that he plays and was not a response to Silky's approach. He's very slow in adding his Templar Archives. It seems like he'd much rather prioritize getting a Warp Prism out very quickly, adding additional gateways, getting +1 ground armor. It's a unique take on PvZ.
Yeah.
So much of PvZ, especially nowadays with energy recharge, has been about getting Storm out as quickly as possible on 6 geysers, but the 4 gas PvZ style that Firefly has been showcasing here is very interesting. Look at that, 4 more gateways, charging +1 armor.
Oh, he does see the lurker morph, so he knows about it. Okay. And I really feel like having delayed Storm has been a problem against fast lurkers. He's going to go Templar Archives. He will try to get there. Remember, we saw Nice earlier try to use Disruptors. I think Storm's much better because it doesn't just damage the lurkers, it wrecks Hydraling, which is almost the more important part of stopping these advances. Because if you can storm back the Hydraling, the Stalkers will stop the lurkers from moving forwards. You can't engage the lurkers when they're sieged up, but you can stop them from moving forwards. And that's why right now he's fighting so hard to defend this bridge. You cannot let him siege up outside your base. But oh man, I don't know if Silky's going to let himself get stopped. 67 workers behind and a massive Hydraling lurker army shoving forwards. The Stalkers trying to lead him on a merry chase around the left side of the map, but he will not get distracted. Oh, he's kind of blocking himself with Banes a little bit. I feel like he could be sieged up in the natural. I think he's got to keep going. There's an opportunity, but wait, lots of Zealots. Oh my lord, that's a lot of Zealots. What the heck?
Yeah,
so many Banelings are going to counter that.
He is not going for Storm. I mean, it will. If he's able to layer the Zealots coming in, though, he might be able to mitigate the splash damage a little bit. The surround potential is huge here for the Protoss. Most of the Banelings, you have to be very careful. Here is Silky. Don't spend all of them in one place. And look at that. There's just so much gateway. Look at this. The full surround at 360 degrees on Silky's army. This is a 4-gas Protoss. This is not a 6-gas Protoss. He is not going for Storm. He is going pure manpower. He is building the strongest army he possibly can at this stage in the game. And I think Silky, while this build would have stopped a Protoss player that might have been going for something like Disruptors, might have been going for something like Storm, a Protoss like Firefly, who's going all out on the gateway aggression, just completely stomped that attack.
He zerged the Zerg player state. That was beautiful. He came in with a 360-degree surround of mass basic units. It was Zealots, Stalkers. There was like 1 Immortal and 1 Archon that were not even important, but he just had so many Zealots. And it's funny because I'm like, well, Bane's counter that. And yeah, if he grouped his whole army and headbutted into it, yes. But you could even see Firefly kind of panicking. His army was in a ball. I do think if he shoved in a bit quicker instead of getting distracted by the Stalkers, he might have been able to get up the ramp to either the 3rd or the 4th, burrow the lurkers, spread the Hydras out, do a bit of stutter step, and the Banes can kind of defend you. But in that position, right there, the way the Stalkers harassed him, led him around, bought enough time, and then the Zealots from every single side. The Banes were running around. The Hydras weren't even attacking. Silky was just trying to make sure the Banes blew up on the Zealots, but he was like, well, which way do I go? They're naturally spread out, and they were just mincing him.
Yeah, I mean, they both did a really cool play right there. Firefly coming in with the Zealots on all these different angles. And also you could tell that he was trying to make it such that when the Zealots do engage, because they have to engage, it's not going to be an insane amount of them that get taken out by the Banelings. It'll be a manageable amount. And Silky, just as you said, he made a great effort of microing those Banelings to try and get maximum value. It's just the odds were not in his favor. That's going to be Firefly winning the lower bracket final 3-1. We're going to go to the lower bracket grand final between Lemon and Firefly. The winner of that series will go into the qualifying match against Lancer, aka Cyan, who has been waiting very patiently for this lower bracket to play out and decide who is going to face him in the finals.
Yeah, it's going to be really exciting to see what goes on. I do believe the lower bracket grand final should be a best of 5 as well. Best of 7, of course, in the final qualification match. Winner of the next match will be getting a spot in the overall global closed qualifier, I believe it's called. Essentially the last chance you have to qualify for the Esports World Cup. So you've got that way in, but obviously you want to win this entire qualifier, get straight to the Esports World Cup, and you know, massive prize money, massive opportunity there to make a name for yourself at the biggest StarCraft II tournament of the year. I mean, Clem made history last year winning the World Cup and won a ridiculous amount of cash in one go, a ridiculous amount of prestige. Everybody has got their eyes on getting that EWC trophy in 2025.
All right, guys, we're going to go to a short break. When we get back, that lower bracket final. Don't go anywhere. We'll see you in a bit. Welcome back, fellas. We're getting ready to close out the lower bracket of the EWC Asia qualifier. Stay with me is Pig. We have 2 series left today. First, Lemon versus Firefly, and the winner of this series is going to go on to face Cyan in the qualifying match for the Esports World Cup.
Indeed. I can't wait to see what goes on here. We've already seen a bunch of very hectic matches so far. And I think we're about to see it go back from Silky just putting up such a good, surprising fight, some upsets there, but the Zerg has fallen. And now it is a civil war as the space elves, those who wield lasers and psionic powers, that other people can barely behold. I mean, a psionic storm. Imagine that, creating a storm with your brain. But you know what? They have an armistice, an agreement. No storms allowed to be used in PvP. Very rare you see that ability here. It's weird.
True.
They saved that for the other ones. They hate Terran and Zerg state. They hate them.
Oh man, that is so funny. The rare times I have tried going Storm in PvP before, and whenever you do, it doesn't work. And it's like, well, yeah, these guys are Protoss. You shouldn't be doing that to them. It's not right. It's not the way the world is supposed to work. But yeah, this is going to be a best of 5, the last best of 5 of the night. Of course, that qualifying match for EWC is going to be a best of 7. But oh, we're already into it. Look at this. Okay, spawning down here on ley lines in the bottom left, your red Protoss player, he is Firefly.
Some cool, tricky builds, but he's up against the Macro King. That's right, he's been looking fantastically good, but he has had only a few losses. Let's see if he can get back in the win column. In the top right, it's Lemon.
And we jumped
one game away.
Quick.
Yeah, he was 1 game away as well from reversaling against Lancer, wasn't he, Mr. Lemon? So he kind of almost made a crazy comeback before. I imagine he's going to be a bit more assertive and either aggressive or safe here. Like, I think if he sees what looks like it might be a proxy robo, I think Lemon's not dropping that Nexus this time. I think he's going to be just that little bit safer after Lancer bringing out proxy Stargate, proxy robo, all sorts of crazy attacks that kind of put him on the back foot from the start of that series. So I think we'll see a safer Lemon. Firefly, we haven't actually seen his PvP today yet, so curious to see what he brings out.
Yeah, Firefly actually lost to Lancer in the upper bracket semifinal 3-2. That's the match that knocked him down to the lower bracket, and from there he was able to beat Jayshi 3-1 before the magnificent series that we just got to cast between Firefly and Silky. So he's gotten his reps in for PvP so far today, just none of them have been here on the mainstream. But I'm excited. Firefly does seem to have a very unique and aggressive outlook on a lot of these games, and based on the way that he was playing PvZ, I'm thinking back to how many of those maps versus Silky where he just stayed on 4 gases and had mass gateway units. PvP is another one of those matchups where you can absolutely play that style if you want to. We might see some 2-gas play out of Firefly. I mean, I feel like that might be a little bit of a big prediction here this earlier on and like game number 1, but it just stylistically, it feels like that matches up very well with what he's been showcasing with us today.
Well, I mean, we've seen some, Glaive Adept Immortal and stuff like that. Robo first builds have had some decent threat, some capabilities to potentially knock the opponent out or at least make them uncomfortable. Lemon does go for the early pylon block, as does Firefly. Firefly going for Robo first. So more of a sign of him potentially preparing for that Immortal Glaive Adept. Also could just go, of course, for, just go across the map Immortal Prism. You can chrono a Prism across, ferry 2 Adepts in the main. There's a few things you can do off it, as well as, of course, the comfort of getting an early Observer out, which just lets you see what's going on and make much more informed decisions. But Lemon sticking at what he knows and loves, which is Blink Stalker's mobility, map control. It's the more standard, and you could argue well-rounded option. But the Robo has some sharper edges, right? Immortals and Prisms, if they find you a little out of position or a little undefended, they can finish the game just like that.
Yeah, I wonder exactly what this is going to be. Warp Prism does get started out. I feel like usually with an opening like this, if you're going for the Robo and an expansion this quickly, it's almost always 2 Adepts in a Prism just using their shade into the corner of the main base and trying to get as many probe kills as they can before they escape to the safety of that Warp Prism, and especially with the Twilight Council follow-up from this. It could be leading towards, as you pointed out, Big, a Adept Glaives Immortal push. By the way, supply block a little bit painful here for Firefly. That Nexus is actually so far away from completion still. Oh no. This robot's been idle for ages, man. Oh, that's painful. That's just a little bit of a hiccup in the build. You know, this is, I wouldn't call it a... Oh, wait, what are we... It's a 4th Sentry drop! Dude, Firefly, you are just the best player. I am loving this so much, man. I told you, he's somebody you got to look out for, but this is just a treat.
He's just going to go straight for the middle line. Doesn't even go for the ramp.
Force field him, man.
He's like, I just want to trap your probes so they can't run, bro. Where are you going to run? Where are you going to run, boy?
Yeah. He has to recall in because he knows he would get force fielded out if he didn't. Oh my goodness. I've 4 Sentry drop. It's almost like a stasis ward too with all the force fields in the mineral line. Kills 6 workers and also significantly delays the mining. And behind that, 2 more gateways and glaives. Dude, that is so
love
cool.
it.
You know, the awesome thing about this too is that the sentries this early, not only are they good for that drop, I guess, but also, you know, ever since then they're gonna keep accumulating energy, and when this immortal adept shove does come in, having those force fields at the disposal of Firefly is going to make it so much harder for Lemon to defend his third base effectively. He might just need to sack it outright.
It's such a scary thing. You see the gateways now. Counter-attacking is usually the play here. We saw Lemon do a great job on this map against, it wasn't an adept attack, but it was like a 2-base or 3-base charge immortal earlier today. I think his Stalkers need to get across this map right now. I don't think he used a recall yet, but he's staying at home. Is Lemon getting a bit too defensive? I'm not quite sure. He's going to try and maybe just pick off the adepts, blink backwards, get the numbers up, but those immortals, very dangerous, and great ambush in the middle, already getting a bit of damage on those Stalkers. As long as you're near the Prism, you can always pick up those Immortals as well. So remember, the Stalkers want to focus the Immortals down. Warp Prism, able to save them from that threat.
Yeah, I think Lemon was also fishing for that Warp Prism a little bit, was hoping he can catch Firefly unawares. And here we go, that counterattack going to be taking place here at the Natural Expansion. Adept's not very good at chasing down Blink Stalkers, and so Lemon, once again, utilizing the mobility of this Stalker Ball, buying himself time back at home with that 3rd Nexus. Is there going to be a recall here? I thought for a moment there would be as he worked his way into the corner. Did he think that he recalled this? Because he is not microwing.
Oh, is he too good at Chrono Boost? Oh, the force field blocked him.
Oh my goodness, just GG. I honestly think that Lemon, I think he thought he recalled. Because that was a rare moment where there was literally no micro taking place on those Stalkers. I think that he might have just misclicked.
Or maybe he ran out, he didn't have energy. He'd chrono boosted too well, so he's like, yeah, groups them, goes to click it, it doesn't work, and then he just kind of goes
maybe.
Like, oh, it didn't register?
In a situation like that, though, you would think that Lemon would like panic and immediately try getting the Stalkers to the top side of the Natural Expansion to start shift click blinking them away into that 3rd base. So I don't really know what happened there, but that is painful, man. The last 2 games that Lemon has lost in this tournament, one of them he lost to literally 2 adepts getting to his main base. That was the upper bracket final. I'm not even exaggerating. It's not like that put him so far behind. If you miss the series, it didn't put him so far behind. He literally quit out of the game because 2 adepts killed like double-digit workers. The first 2 adepts. That sent Lancer to the grand finals, and that sent Lemon, down to the lower bracket to play against Firefly. And now here in game number 1, the second game that Lemon has played, I mean, losing like that is just absolutely brutal. I'm curious what happened. I feel like it must have been something with recall where he thinks it happened because there was literally 0 micro.
I think you're right, Stay. Like something happened. Maybe he thought he clicked it. Yeah, looked away, looked back, was like, what's happening? You know? Yeah. It's crazy though, because you just painted a very important story. We have 2 games in a row that are the most tilting. Losing a series that he was bringing back. It looked like the momentum was going back in his favor. Could have been waiting in that grand final match. Didn't get it to happen. Now again, another very tilting match where he just has to like leave after a bit of a blunder. And this is, we often talk about the tilt building like a snowball, like you starting to build up force and power over time, and it starts to get out of control. I don't know, man. I feel like, you know, he's going to have to try and stabilize it because this man is on a roll in the top left side of the map in the red. It's Firefly.
Spawning in the bottom right. Let's see if he can fight back. The blue Protoss player, he is Lemon.
And dude, did you see I feel like, you know, it's that snowball, you're falling off a cliff, the speed builds up, the momentum, it gets worse and worse when you start tilting, right? And I think Lemon is on the precipice right now where he's got to show that stalwart ability to just calm himself down, reset, not get thrown off. Because did you see the clips of the downhill cheese rolling race in the last 2 days? See that one?
No, what is this?
It's like this like viral thing somewhere in like the UK or something where they roll like a cheese wheel down the hill and people chase it.
Is this a yearly thing? I've seen
a yearly thing.
Yeah,
they just
saw this
one
years ago.
Dude, the clips from the most recent one are insane. There are people literally like flying like 20 meters, soaring through the air. You're like, there must be so many broken bones. It is absolutely wild. Some of the clips have been going out, and I'm like, dude, if Lemon is at the top of that hill, he's a few meters down, he's building up speed right now. He needs to find a way to like throw himself to the side, and like he's got to stop. He's hurtling. He's got to stop before the momentum builds too much.
Yeah, the cheese wheel is right on his heels, man. He's got to be careful. 2 games in a row, losing in some of the most frustrating ways, and now Firefly with an extremely aggressive proxy. Not even really hiding it. Of course, the location is obscure because Lemon doesn't know where it is, but Lemon with that scout in the main base of Firefly, seeing only one pylon, immediately telegraphs that there is a proxy. And the way this is looking, Firefly does not want to let up on the pressure whatsoever. It's actually going to be a Stargate coming out very early here. Stalker's also getting queued up. Those will move across the map very quickly for Firefly. And Lemon's going to expand. That is bold, because this could very well be a proxy robo.
This is exactly what I said Lemon wouldn't do at the start of the series. Remember I said after the last series, he got taken advantage of for seeing proxies and just taking Nexi and being greedy. I was like, well, he's not going to take that risk again. But you know what happens when you're tilted, right? When you're tilted, sometimes you just start to get a bit angry. But if it's Oracle and he scouts it, okay. He can defend this. He needs a battery in the main right now, though. He needs to drop that battery without wasting any time. Otherwise, I mean, maybe he can defend with just Stalker Sentry. He's just got to be really well positioned.
Yeah, 2 sentries and 1 Stalker. As long as you keep all of the probes in the main base, I think you should be fine here as Lemon. And if anything, if I was going to make a shield battery, I'd probably make it to the natural expansion here, but that is going to go down here on the main. First Stalker moving across the map for Firefly is going to start wailing on this pylon. And actually, Lemon with a proxy of his own. Is this going to be some kind of 2-gate or maybe even 3-gate pressure to try and exploit the weakness here of Firefly? Firefly is doing something relatively greedy, going for this proxy Stargate into an immediate Twilight Council. I think the 1 Stalker might be the only gateway unit he has on the map right now.
Pylon barely survives. Good defense for Lemon, and I like the idea of building a 3rd gateway, because once you stabilize here, you know your opponent's committed. He's gone to an Oracle. He's probably going greedy behind it into Blink. We've seen so many players do this, and we've seen just pushing across the map with constant gateway production as a counterattack can be really effective. He's moving across. He's warping those 2 Stalkers in on the other side. Lemon here, 14 army supply against 7, and guess what? 3 of that army supply is an Oracle. A massive unit count advantage. 2 batteries go down. Firefly realizes he may be compromised, but if those batteries can come up, I do think he can defend. The hallucination, 6 fake Stalkers, let's go.
All right, Lemon pushing in. That first Stalker there just to absorb any kind of stasis wards if there is one. Of course, there isn't. And now Firefly, he has to figure out which one of these Stalkers are actually real. It's very difficult to figure this out in the heat of the moment. Firefly on the top of the ramp doing a great job of keeping those Stalkers alive with that shield battery, mitigating a lot of the damage. That 1 Stalker finally does go down. Oracle also, man, the micro from Firefly just on point. He's hardly losing anything right now against all of these Stalkers. He's starting to stabilize. Energy recharge on that shield battery. Firefly had basically no units, and okay, Lemon once again pushing in. Now the shield battery's out of energy here on the left side. This is Lemon's time to get a lot of damage done. The Stalkers, they are chasing down a little bit of
the Cyber Core.
It's the Cyber Core. Probe's going for the surround. He's gonna have to recall out. I have to say, I was expecting Lemon to get a lot more damage done. Firefly's micro was so good defending that push.
Yeah,
still Lemon, he did get a lead for sure. Look, just compare the mineral lines between these 2 natural expansions.
It's kind of crazy because I think if he only went for 4 hallucinated Stalkers, it might actually be better, because then he has the force field the moment he gets there and traps like 2 Stalkers on the low ground immediately, I think. but it still was pretty damn insanely good, to the point where I was like, yeah, Firefly's going to lose 15-20 workers, maybe the Nexus. Defends, he's still behind though. You know, it's still a compromised position, but the fact that he's in a competitive position, the fact that he's alive, and the fact that the Oracle also survived, which is like, what? That thing was dancing in and out of the battle. Very smooth survival for Firefly, showing what he's made of.
Firefly, I'm watching the minimap. He's actually blinking cross map right now, or at least he was for a moment. It seemed like he was keenly interested in trying to exploit this blink timing advantage that he has over Lemon, but perhaps just the Oracle flying in, seeing the Twilight Council getting chrono boosted, might have caused him to shy away a little bit. Some more gateways do come in here for Firefly, and now there is a decision to be made for our Red Protoss players. You go for a third base and play from behind, knowing that your opponent, not only do they have an economic lead already, but they also have third base nearing completion. The Oracle confirms that right now. I think Firefly in this position, 9 times out of 10, the correct call is to go for an all-in. It might not work, but it might give you the best shot of winning the game.
Forge starts up for Lemon. Lemon's got great control, a good contain going on here. Third base is finished as well. And Immortal
forward right now by Firefly. Both of them just blinking on top of each other. There's an Immortal here to reinforce. One more blink from Firefly might be able to catch these 2 low HP Stalkers. Oh, the Stasis Trap. Oh, Observers. So on point, catching that. Gets the entire mineral line of Lemon. And with the blinks forward, man, this Oracle, or not the Oracle, the Immortal getting so much damage done on these blue Stalkers.
Dude, this is why we have a random GM player, caster, content creator, and savant of the game in Indy observing for us. Absolute legend, catching everything.
Yeah, it's been fantastic today so far, man. I mean, you're catching things that sometimes the players, the casters aren't. It is spectacular. Appreciate you, buddy. But for Firefly now, you know, getting that stasis trap dropped in the main base of Lemon, that's a lot of money lost for our blue Protoss. Firefly behind this next Immortal. I'm wondering if we're just going to queue up a Warp Prism and send it. It's a little bit unlucky that this pylon got spotted here right in the middle of the map. Firefly would love to have a closer warp in point to posture from, to try and move in and take Lemon down and hit this Oracle. Going for one more stasis ward. It's sitting at like 27 HP. Oh no, Lemon! Oh, like this. Don't walk up the ramp like that. Now the blink forward. Is blink on cooldown for Lemon? It must be. Otherwise, he would have blinked away already. He's bleeding out so many Stalkers.
Yeah, does use another blink there, but damn, loses a bunch of units. And remember, Firefly's all in on 2 base. You can't be throwing units away in this position. This is kind of reminiscent of that earlier game on Tokamak, where he was miles ahead, and then he got a little sloppy. You can't be getting sloppy when you force your opponent all in like this. It's a pro pull. He's pulling the boys. Let's
Cure's
go.
playing Protoss.
Yes.
Firefly channeling his inner bit by bit. The boys are getting pulled here against Lemon. Firefly knows this is one chance to win the game. He does not have a Warp Prism. He hardly has anything back at home. It's the probes are battling the Warp. Oh my goodness, the Warp Pits are coming in. Lemon with a Stasis Ward, the natural expansion, very low on income, doesn't have that many reinforcements. The probes are slowly dying with these 3 Immortals getting so much done. They are anchoring the right side of this position. Firefly blinking down to the bottom. He's going for these Stalkers at the natural expansion. More probes are getting pulled. It is an absolute brawl, pig.
There's not much damage left. That's the problem for Lemon right now. Probes are there for tanking, but he's got so little damage left. Is it enough? His probes finally do overwhelm. Only 10 workers left for Firefly. Still 30 left for Lemon. But Lemon, can he ever get rid of the Immortals? It's been a struggle. One Immortal does go down. He's warping in Zealots. They're trying to help out, but Lemon is going to tie.
What in the world?
I'm telling you, he's hurtling down that hillside right now, dude. The cheese wheel is in front of him, and it's tilted him off the planet. It's so unfortunate. It's so frustrating for those 2 adepts. Me and you basically were commentating that earlier series he lost to Cyan, aka Lancer, just by making, we were moaning in pain, going, oh, this is one of the worst ways to lose. He started this series with another painful loss, and now in a game where he was quite far ahead, he's letting it slip away from him, and now it should have been tied up here. He's down 0-2. It feels like Firefly navigated his way through an impossible situation, gave himself every chance for victory, but it relied on Lemon making some slip-ups. And that stasis trap in the main, I think that one kind of threw him off, shook him a little bit, and then he was even more caught off guard by the follow-up attack.
It's like Firefly is Doctor Strange, and he lived through a million different realities. Like, the only one I win is where I pull the probes. And just barely by the skin of the teeth, he's able to clutch it out, and he is now one map win away from going to the final qualifying match here, the EWC Asia. I mean, that talk about it, just absurd, completely absurd PvP.
Yeah.
And that was really the only path to victory. Think about the advantage that Lemon had. We were just really praising Firefly for having the capability to just survive that initial push, but he was down so much economically. He wasn't able to get a third base up. It took so many Hail Marys. It took the Oracle getting the stasis wards in the main base and then repeated stasis wards between, I think, like, what, the main and the natural, that, you know, they may only be catching 6 or 7 probes, but every time that happens, that's like basically -1 Stalker, right? That is damage.
Yeah.
And I just can't believe that he was able to navigate a game that started like that into a victory. Every decision made was perfect. The Oracle survived, basically one hit away from death, and got that one last stasis ward too, and the natural expansion of the opponent. And for Lemon, I mean, you think back at these last 3 games, any single one of these games could just knock you off your chair. Like, this is just... sometimes people talk about tilting a little bit too much, but I feel like in this case, I'm not even talking about the mental. I'm not saying he's angry. I'm not saying he's frustrated, but this is just a jarring experience to live through. Losing to 2 adepts in the final match that could send you to the qualifier, and then losing the last 2 games in the manner that he did. It feels like nothing is going his way, and it's this kind of moment where even if emotionally you're still well put together, this has to sap a lot of confidence.
100%. And at its heart, really what being tilted is, it is an inability to focus in the moment, right? It is your head gets stuck on something that's happened before, something in the past, or a perceived future event that you're worried about happening. It's your inability to focus in the moment on what's going on. And right now, this man, he needs to find a way to reset, hit the reset button, clear his mind, because he's got to win 3 games in a row to keep his chances alive. In the top right side of the map, it's Lemon.
And 1 map win away from going to the qualifying best of 7 versus Lancer. Give him your energy. The Red Protoss player, he is Firefly. And man, Firefly has just been playing so well for this past hour. I mean, talk about a hot streak. This is just like the yin and yang of hot and cold right now between Firefly and Lemon. It is such a contrast. Firefly with some amazing PBZs against Silky, and then 2 spectacular wins against Lemon to kick off this series. Whereas Lemon, not only did he lose that last game 5 versus Lancer in such, you know, a frustrating way, but then to have to wait about an hour and for your next match, because, you know, we had to go through a couple of different series there in the lower bracket for him to get to play again. I mean, it is truly hot versus cold in a moment like this, and Lemon desperately needs to start getting the momentum of the series back in his favor. This is a guy that we saw earlier today take down Nice 3-0 in very convincing fashion. He was also able to defeat Jim 3-2 in the first series of the day. That one happened off stream, but I mean, we know how good he can be. He is so good at walking the line of greed, but defendable greed. And by the way, Lemon, was that the scouting probe that got taken out? It's actually so lost in my monologue that I hadn't even noticed.
I didn't even see it either. But
I think it must have been. Look at this. Yeah. Oh no. It's like every possible break is not going his way.
This is why, it's so psychological, StarCraft, but especially when you're on a cold streak like this, and you know, people always say like, hey, how do you stop a losing streak, right? And the thing is, there are so many distractions, there are so many things racing through your mind. But honestly, you need to double down on the basics, right? You need to just like focus on the most fundamental things, right? Your brain's gonna tell you, I gotta think about, I gotta do a special build, I gotta do something different, it's not working, nothing's working. You know, there's so many thoughts that will race through your head. But at the heart of what happens when you get tilted is you stop doing your basics properly. The things you normally do really well, you start to make just little slip-ups on, and they start to stack up. And that's what we see, like a probe going down. Lemon's got to just calm down, tighten things up. Losing a probe is not the end of the world. It's really not, but it's the indication that might give about the mental state. We're hoping Lemon can turn the series around. He's going to move across with a very light pressure. He's got a refill on the sentry. So I think he's going to do a hallucinate stalker poke.
Twilight Council gets thrown down here for Lemon. Firefly once again going back to his tried and true robotics facility here in the main base. 2 stalkers in the sentry. Quite a few hallucinations going to come in. Firefly is well set up to defend this though. With the shield battery especially, there probably isn't too much hull damage, and yeah, I think this is a really smart decision by... This is a very smart decision by Lemon. It's like, you know what? I already spent the energy. This might as well be a hallucinated Phoenix. Let's just walk those stalkers into the main base. No, that is good. That is having your wits about you. I mean, the moment you see the shield battery, you know that you're not even going to get any hull damage done right there. So I love the game.
It kind of reminded me, did you see the game years ago where Haas was trying to do a glaive all-in against a Terran, so he hallucinated a Colossus, walked it up the cliff, and then stood it on the depot so they couldn't raise the depot.
This sounds vaguely familiar. It sounds like something he would do.
It's one of these spells, like, you know, over the years of StarCraft II, it's been the one so many Protoss players completely ignore, hallucination, right? It barely gets used, but you've got these moments when it gets used in these just very clever, genius ways. Like when Clem first started playing Protoss off-race against Terran, you'd see him constantly spawn 4 probe hallucinations and just spread them out to scout the map for proxies, to clear Widow mines.
It's meta now, man. I'm telling you, we're seeing that in GSL. It's been happening in the qualifiers. We saw it in Code S a couple of days ago.
It's so cool. Like Clem just is like, why aren't you guys doing this? And then everyone's like, oh, that's awesome. Like it feels like even now, so many 1.5 decades into StarCraft II, we're figuring out just how to build all these little details into our play. And it does look like Lemon's stabilizing, by the way. It does look like he's kind of calmed down a little bit. His third base is on the way. He's only down a few probes. I still give a bit of an edge to Firefly, and I think there's the real danger of a kill timing as the Adepts sneak into the natural.
And into the main base with a shade. This is a lot of workers going down. Probes getting pulled right now, going for this round. Actually, not just sending them to the natural expansion. It's going to be a while until the reinforcements get here with no blink. That's a lot of workers going down for just 2 Adepts. 9 probes in total, over half of a mineral line. And Firefly, let's not forget, his natural expansion was faster. His third base is faster. He's chrono boosting every single Nexus. That's basically +3 probes right there in those 3 chronos. The economic lead right now might start compounding for Firefly, and he's already playing a 2-gas style. And what do you have, an economic lead and you play a 2-gas style like this one? Yep, there's 5 more gateways. There is just going to be so much on the ground. This kind of style of play in PvP, it's almost safe in the sense that your army isn't very technical. You just have, for lack of a better phrasing, a lot of everything. That your standing army, you just have so much. So many different positions are just stable. There is no way you can micro your army really wrong when you just have as much as Firefly is going to have. And so for Lemon right now, him poking in with these stalkers is probably going to be one of the last chances that he actually has to find some meaningful pokes, some meaningful snipes before the economic machine that is Firefly becomes fully online, with all these gateways finishing, with charge nearing completion, with +1 nearing completion. Because Firefly's just going to have so much on the board. And Lemon, he's doing the exact same style. He's also playing only 2-gas. They're both going to have a ton of gateway units. But the fact that Firefly, in a mirrored situation, has about 20 more supply does not bode well for Lemon. But the one lemon, or not the one, I almost said the one lemon in his cap, the one feather in Lemon's cap is the fact that he has been, so far today, very on point with his Stalker micro. He's excellent at setting up counterattacks. He's very good at intercepting small groups of units, forcing recalls against less mobile armies, sniping Immortals, sniping sentries, just like we saw. So honestly, even though he's on a bit of a cold streak right now, if anybody in this tournament is in a position to come back from this supply deficit with basically a mirrored approach to the game, I think it's going to be Lemon. But first he's got to deal with this drop in the main. Oh no, and Firefly is beelining to the third. Recall's going to happen in the main base, actually to the natural expansion with the Stalkers. The gateways are getting unpowered. Oh my goodness, Pig.
Every
That's just
single
it.
gateway gets depowered, and the tilt train is complete. Firefly there just absolutely derails the hype train that is Lemon in this tournament. He derails the Zerg hype train in Silky. Firefly is the man. He's the boogeyman. It's Baba Yaga. He's here. He's the boogeyman because that's what Baba Yaga means. Sorry, that's too funny. Yeah,
I'm sorry I didn't laugh. Your jokes are too smart for me, Pig. You gotta dumb it down.
I'm sorry. I'm just. It's anyone who's a John Wick / mythology fan knows the joke inherent there. But Hollywood doesn't always get things right. Let's put it that way. But you know who does get it right? Firefly. He's derailed the Zerg hype train, derailed the Lemon hype train, who we've said, a lot of people, myself included, have said that's going to be the next guy. Oliveira used to dominate Asia. Nuh-uh, Lemon's the next one. Well, not today. Barely stopped against Lancer. Shut down completely against Firefly. And now we're heading into the grand finals next. It's going to be Firefly challenging against Lancer. These players are so evenly matched. There's been so many 3-2s between all these players. Asia has become an open field since Oliveira retired, and that's what's so exciting right now. We don't know what the heck is going to happen in this next match.
Yeah, I mean, Lancer versus Lemon's going to be really exciting, but my heart breaks for Firefly. He showed such great games earlier today, and I think that, or for Lemon, excuse me, I think Lemon, he's got a really good chance. We're going to take a look here at the lower bracket. Firefly winning 3-0 in that lower bracket grand final. Dude, he is, pun intended, on fire. His series against Silky, he looked superb. And then against Lemon, I mean, talk about a confidence boost. Everything went his way. Firefly just absolutely unstoppable, and he's going to be going up against Lancer. Now, because Lancer, aka Cyan here in the graphic, has not lost yet, he hasn't used his second life. He's coming from the upper bracket. Everybody else in this tournament has already lost one series. And so in the grand final, Cyan is going to start with a 1-map advantage. But Firefly, dude, he is on such a hot streak right now. I almost have him pegged as the favorite to win this thing. I mean, he is just looking so good, Pig.
He really is. That last series was clinical. It was, I mean, he almost made it look straightforward by how he dissected things, but there's a lot of details that allow it to look straightforward. It's the Adept sliding in at the perfect time. It's the Observer snipes. It's the Army just committing 100%. It's easy to lose a lead in StarCraft, right? You get a bit ahead and then you throw it away. I mean, he's committed hard into things that have shut games down when he's ahead, right? You were talking about the 2 gas, just get the swarm of zealots. Prism gets in the main while the Stalkers are out on the map. It was just depower all of the production, lights out just like that. He's on fire right now. He's flying through this bracket. All of the lame puns are here with me and State. We're going to be going to the next series to find out who's getting the spot in the Esports World Cup, because it is a massive chance to get into the World Championship. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. Some people like comps, others like esports. But you know what brings them all together? It's the Esports World Cup. And this, we are about to see who will qualify from the Asian region. The final match, it's a best of 7. We've already been watching 6 hours of banging StarCraft. We had a Zerg player that survived way longer than we thought he would and gave us some bangers. We've had PvP, crazy awesome games, great strategies. We've also had PvPs that fell apart like houses of cards so suddenly and so brutally. And now we're about to see a rematch of an earlier, very close match that we didn't get to see here on the mainstream. It was a 3-2 before, and it's kind of perfect that it was, because you had Lancer on the one side win by only a single game, and he only gets a 1-game advantage here in the grand finals for being the player who came from the upper bracket. So whoever comes out is the player who actually just wins fair and square in the head-to-head between these two players. No ifs or buts about it. Player that wins gets to the World Cup. Second player gets a chance in the wildcard qualifier, which I would say is probably going to be harder even than this entire qualifier, because you're going to have so many good players in there. You want to win this match so badly.
Man, that is beautifully put, by the way, with Lancer having that one map advantage coming in. Yeah. But I gotta say, Firefly, looking at the last couple of series, has just been on an incredible run. 3-1 over JG, 3-1 over Silky, 3-0 over Lemon. He's looking unstoppable right now, whereas Lancer, having won the upper bracket final, I want to say like 2, maybe even 3 hours ago, has been a little bit cold. I'm sure during that time he's watching these games, he's studying his opponents, he's probably playing a little bit of ladder or maybe a little bit of custom games just to kind of keep his hands warm. But there is something to be said about waiting so long for your opponent and your opponent just absolutely crushing it for hours and hours in a row. I think that even though Lancer is starting with a 1-map win advantage, Firefly has been showcasing some really unique strategies. He's been showing some very clever movements and also really decisive gameplay in moments where I feel like I would be surprised if he just moves across the map and kills the other guy, even though it is the right decision to do. He's not afraid just to go and do it. We saw that there in the very last game against Lemon, where it's like, hey, you know, Lemon, he's roaming around with these Blink Stalkers, he's picking off sentries, he's trying to get these Immortals, he's making plays happen, and then in one fell swoop, takes out all of the production, moves across the map, takes down the third base. It's like, within a span of 20 seconds, that series is concluded. And now with Firefly versus Lancer here, you have to wonder, is the momentum actually gonna be for Lancer coming from the winner's bracket side, who hasn't lost a series, who's up 1 map in a best of 7, or is it actually Firefly who has just been on cloud 9 for literally hours right now in terms of these series? Because I gotta tell you, when you're playing this well and you're feeling this confident, I don't think that kind of fatigue is gonna tax your endurance. I think that if anything, Firefly is probably gonna be feeling even stronger in this moment than he was when the tournament started.
It's so interesting. Every player handles every situation differently. I tend to agree with you. When you're hot and you're building up momentum, you want to keep it going. But this man on the right side of last, fair to see. I told you this today. I told you we'd see this map. He's been watching from the sidelines, planning his strategies. Let's see what he brings out. It is Lancer.
And he is red hot right now. If he wants to qualify for the EWC, he has to win 4 games in this series. Your Red Protoss player, he is Firefly. And how exciting is it that we're going to get to watch this game number 1 of this series on Last Fantasy, the only 3-player map in the pool. We have had this map for so long. This is the first time that I am casting a game on Last Fantasy, which feels absurd. Yeah, this is the map that I by far know the least, but oh, it is so much fun to have a 3-player map back in the pool. I don't even veto this one on the ladder, but I feel like I never get it. Nobody wants to play on Last Fantasy.
Yeah, I actually forgot this was on the ladder. I don't do any vetoes either, but I guess so many people have vetoed it. You know, it's StarCraft players don't like new things. They don't like change. To be fair, if you've played enough StarCraft ladder, you do understand your opponents are crazy enough and through such a range of strategies. The less variables, the better. But no, it's great to watch. So this map has air blockers. You can see the orange areas in the mini-map. Those are not traversable by air or ground. You see this big red barrier? Air units can't go past that. So you'll often see, though, you can still click past it. So if you try to shift-click units around the edge of the map, they'll kind of get stuck on it and bug out a little bit and take a while to waypoint around. So you got to be careful with your shift clicks around the edges of the map, number one. Number two, there's no dead space to hide. Like, Blink Stalkers can always catch a prism. There is like maybe one tiny spot between the natural and third, but pretty much everywhere else, you can't move around the edges, right? Whereas we're used to maps where there's always areas where your air units can hide.
No, I think it's a really good change because one of the problems that we have, or we used to have when we had a lot of 3-player and 4-player maps in the map pool, is that due to the rotational symmetry, usually some spawns would favor some players just based on where the locations of your starting base are. But with the air blockers, that really mitigates the rotational symmetry balance because, as you said, you cannot use that airspace. Now, in this game, we have Lancer going for an extremely fast proxy Stargate all the way over at the 9 o'clock position. Firefly, back on his side, going for a 1-gate expand into 2 additional gateways. First 2 units are going to be 2 sentries. That Stargate is nearly done. I'm not sure if Firefly knows exactly what is happening right now. He's going to throw down a Stargate of his own. Oh, he's trying to find it. I can't tell based on the pathing if this is going to go up or not. Okay, now it's certainly going to go up.
He actually saw the gateways getting skipped on production earlier as well with his probe, because Lancer cancelled a gateway unit to start the Stargate. So this is really good handling. Firefly scouted that there was definitely like the fastest possible proxy on the map. Wasn't sure what it was, but he knew there was a fast proxy. Goes 3-gate Stargate, goes double battery as well. Maybe 2 paranoid here, as it's Oracle. Oracle's not an all-in. And yeah, he cancels his batteries. That's good. I mean, he's still gotta not be too safe because Firefly's only on 23 workers. Lancer, even though he's got a much later Nexus, he's got his Nexus going down. He's not necessarily overcommitting, and because Firefly's not actually using these gateways to set up his own attack, maybe being a little too paranoid.
I love the canceling of the Stargate here for Firefly. Just knowing that you don't want to get into a situation where, you know, maybe you have to play Phoenix or something like that, or go Oracle against somebody who might have a Phoenix out way more quickly than you. And instead for Firefly, it looks like he's going to be going from 1-gate expand into some really heavy pressure. Now, Lancer is going to spot that pylon over there with his Oracle. Quick reactions over here as the stasis trap is going to get diffused. Unfortunately for Firefly, we'll catch those guys in the Vespian Geyser. Lots of hallucinated stalkers coming in. Now, it's important that Firefly uses these hallucinations in the front to disable the stasis trap. Indeed, he will. There's one more stasis, though. Is he going to know?
Ooh,
it's very hard to see with that force field. Yeah, blocking these units out, but they can skirt away. Oh no, the shield battery. The shield battery is going to be able to save those stalkers, and then also the stasis trap catching a lot of these units. All of the sentries basically out of the fight. Firefly is trying to kill as many workers as he can right now, but with 4 stalkers against 3 stalkers and an Oracle, he's going to have to kite back, and now all of those sentries are extremely vulnerable on the front line, Pig.
Indeed they are. He stood and fought a lot longer than I thought he would. The Stalkers took a lot of damage, but the sentries are able to pull back for now. Looking to threaten the force field.
Yeah.
Wow.
Oh, that's brutal.
Oracle's going back in for stasis trap again. It keeps doing it. He's handled it really well so far, but it's so annoying. It's really limiting his gas income because it keeps freezing 2 workers on that gas in the main. Lancer's still up 4 workers. He doesn't have any sentries on the defense though, so if his units get like force field popped forwards, it can be problematic, and you can see them kind of getting isolated. 5 stalkers against like 9 or 10 here. That's such big firepower for Firefly, and he's starting to hammer through these stalkers. Shield battery not enough there. Great micro for Firefly. He's finding the damage. The Oracles have been annoying, but these stalkers are finding what appears to be a win condition.
One more force field going to lock all those units in. The focus fire from Firefly has been exceptional so far. This Oracle is going to find some damage, but the entire natural base here for Lancer is just getting ravaged. These stalkers continuing to push forward. Blink is nearly done, but there's no stalkers to have it. And this best of 7 is already tied up after game number 1, man. Say goodbye to that advantage from the upper bracket. We are all equal now.
This is so interesting. We have watched a lot of PvP today, and the Oracle openings are getting countered by extra gateways, pylon on the front, and just go. We have seen a lot of Oracle openings just get countered by just Stalker Sentry going across the map, and especially these hallucinated Stalkers, adding a lot of tankiness, a lot of confusion about what the heck should I even shoot at, and the ability to set off stasis traps. This is so cool. It felt like Oracle was so dominant in the first few months of this patch. The stasis traps were too good, but countering it now with sentries and hallucinations, it's not what I saw coming by any means. It's very effective though.
Yeah, the fact that he was able to do that off of a 1-gate expand too was really cool. You know, go for a little bit of early greed, get that Nexus as fast as possible. And it wasn't even like that was the original game plan. He was going for a Stargate back in the main base. He canceled it after he saw the Oracle. He's like, you know what? I don't want to play this little game where we both have Oracles and we're dancing around each other and maybe you get a Phoenix, maybe I get a Phoenix. Let's forget all of that. This is a relatively small map from my main to your main. Let's just full send it. Adds 2 more gateways in, sends a probe out, gets 1 pylon, doesn't even make it a quick warp in pylon with an additional gateway, and just goes full throttle on the aggression. That was some awesome play there from Firefly. And it's a very good tone setter here for game 1 in this series because he is showing that this is something that Lancer's gonna have to have on his radar for the rest of these potentially 5 games. You do not want to be too greedy against someone who is not afraid to go for this kind of 3-gate pressure, because these 3-gate pressure builds, especially against Stargate, as you said, Pig, they have the potential to be so deadly. So now this guy spawning here in the top right as your blue Protoss player, he's gonna have to watch out. It is Lancer.
But down here, there is a pyromaniac, a man who has been setting fire to his opponent's hopes and dreams. He wants that spot in the Esports World Cup. It's Firefly. Brutal game, brutal momentum. He's all over it, isn't he? Firefly, he's looking good. I felt like at the start of that game, I was like, oh, this looks a bit overreactive. 2 batteries, 3 gates, Stargate. It has to cancel it all. But after that, rather than, you know, what I'm loving about the successful players today is we're seeing a pattern of when you get to a moment where things are a bit messy and confused, a lot of players' instinct is to pull back and just be defensive and macro up. The players who are having success today are doing the opposite. They're saying, oh, this is messy and weird, pull the boys go. You know, like we literally saw a boy pool win a game before for Firefly, right? You're not meant to see that.
In PvP of all matchups, it's just absurd. Some of the games that we have been treated to today have showcased such unique and clever approaches to the game. It has been so refreshing to watch, and you know, I'm one of those guys that anytime I cast a tournament, I would love to have the perfect balance of Protoss, of Terran, of Zerg. We didn't really get that in this tournament. Of course, Asia, very Protoss dominated region. It has been for a long time, especially with the retirement of a lot of really good players such as Coffee, such as Oliveira. But the style of games that we are getting, especially from guys like Firefly and Lancer, have been so much fun to watch. It's just a little bit off meta, but in ways that make sense. And even if they aren't intuitive, you see the execution and you're like, wow, how is this actually working? Because I gotta say, casting JSL, we've gotten our fair bit of PvPs. We're gonna have a ton of PvPs when we come back in about a week and a half. None of them have really looked like the PvPs that we're seeing so far today. It has been, such a pleasure to break these games down with you, Pig. I'm so excited for the rest of this series. As it is right now, Firefly going for a really fast expansion. I like this as part of a best of 7, by the way, hiding this pylon, not actually going for any proxy tech or proxy gateways with it, but just making Lancer suspicious while back at home you do something very greedy. I think these are the kind of moves where you really start the mind games in a best of 7 series.
Yeah, PvP is a game of information. Protoss, we often kind of meme saying, you know, Zergs, you know, it's all about creep and adapting to your opponent. Terran's all about build orders and just executing your timings really well. Protoss is all about kind of playing around your opponent's expectations. If they think you're being greedy, go all in. If they think you're going all in, be greedy. Obviously, it depends on the style of the player individually, really. StarCraft really is not really, you know, you have to play a certain way. It's how the players play it. But today we are seeing some good mind games. And I think in PvP especially, it's a matchup where that is a nice way to play. Lancer with the more standard blink, Firefly with the robo that served him so very well. And we have to keep our eyes out for the quick prism, the double adept drop into, or actually the sentry drop, right, is another move we've seen a few times. Could see the 4 sentry drop. But you know, there's other chances as well, right? There's the double adept, there's the immortal interglaive adept that is so good right now. We've also seen just delayed, you know, immortal charge lot timings, which can be very powerful. He sees the blink, he goes observer first. Firefly playing a little more conservative as Lancer asks for a pause. So no doubt a small tech issue or something like that. We may get that one sorted out as quickly as possible. Our lovely admin iScar is on the case. And we'll see what goes on. Nexus up against a forward pylon as we freeze the game. Get that one sorted out. And yeah, PvP freezing it. Obviously, if there is a tech issue, whether it be a lag, spike, keyboard jumped on and unplugged the monitor.
Somebody hitting Control S and turning off their sound.
Like, the sound's not working. The sound's not working. You're like, did you? Oh, yep. Okay, let's press those 2 buttons, buddy.
Yeah, hopefully it gets resolved really quickly. Worst case scenario, usually in situations like this, you can just resume from replay too. So I'm not too concerned about it, but it's really
tech
interesting.
issue you ever ran into at a tournament?
I would say the worst tech issue I ever had was playing on the tables at MLG's. I mean, actually, our producer was letting us know what the issue is, but I didn't quite understand what it is. Oh, it's a mosquito, very itchy. Okay. I was gonna say, I heard the word very itchy. I'm like, what could it possibly be? Look, Lancer, we get it. Everybody here watching, we all hate mosquitoes. You know what? Take that Ulysses down, and then we can play the game.
Oh. You know what's funny about mosquitoes, right? I live in Australia. I live in Sydney. We have some decent mosquitoes. The more tropical you get, the closer to the equator, I swear they just multiply in size like exponentially. I can't remember where I was once. I think it was in like Singapore once, and this mosquito, I don't know if it was a mosquito, maybe it was something else, but it looked exactly like a mosquito, but like times 100 the size. It was like someone modded a mosquito and they just made it so, it was like butterfly sized. I was like, what?
Are you sure it wasn't a mosquito eater? Because there's an insect that looks very similar to the mosquito, but is larger than the mosquito and actually likes to eat mosquitoes.
Oh, so it's like a primal Zerg? It like eats the essence and like sucks it up? I like that. Okay, maybe it was that.
I'm pretty sure I'm not just imagining this. You never see them in Korea. I'm originally from California, but I definitely remember, I don't know if they were playing a prank. I want to Google this really quick, but of course I won't. I'm pretty sure. But yeah, I do know what you're talking about with some mosquitoes being bigger, because I have friends and family who live near the Rocky Mountains, and they have very large mosquitoes up in the mountains too.
Wow.
I imagine Lancer right now. I'm just imagining him with like the electric baton in his room, just trying to chase this thing down. I completely understand it. Yeah. I literally have one of those. It's not in the room right now with me here because it's not yet mosquito season here in Korea. But no, I feel for him. I have paused more than one ladder game just because of mosquitoes. So yeah, Lancer, you know what? It's not a tech issue. It's a mosquito issue. We totally understand, man. You do what you got to do. Let's get back into this one.
All right, forward pylon. It's not in a very hidden spot, but it's nice and close to this base. It's going to go for a gateway. It's going to look like Blink aggression against the faster third of Firefly. So it's actually immortal safety third. If he can go out and clear the gateway and then quickly get back to the safety of the third, that'll be excellent for slowing this attack down.
That's a lot of stalkers and sentries getting ready to move across the map, though. You got to keep in mind, immortals. I want to see if there's going to be... Okay, it is another immortal queued up immediately. Mr. Firefly. Blink not done just yet, so these sentries should have time to escape. Firefly again going to come into the natural expansion of Lancer. This is a 2-base build with those adepts. This immortal's going to pack a big punch. Again, Blink is not yet done, so those 2 stalkers are dead to rights right out of the gate.
Oh, nice defense for Firefly while counter-attacking. Adepts come in and grab themselves 2 workers. Good little probes around, does slow things down. Doesn't shade into the main because I think he might have been walled off there indeed. Lancer with a very quick reaction averts complete disaster, but still losing 2 stalkers, 4 probes as well. His attack's being scouted. Firefly knows exactly what he's got to do here. The probes do finally get the citizen's arrest. Third immortal on the way. Firefly is like, look, I'll add some probes, which is maybe a little greedy. I don't know if he has a battery. Yeah, he's got battery. He's got a third immortal on the way. He's really focused on what he needs to be focused on, but good force fields for a Lancer, popping the stalkers out.
Yeah, catching the Lancers out of range of the shield battery too. Very useful there for Firefly. I almost wouldn't mind seeing just a Warp Prism get queued up by Firefly right after this Immortal, because that would allow so much more micro potential. And exactly right there. There it is. 3 Immortals goes into the Warp Prism. Oh, a huge blink forward by Lancer. He's going for the throat right now. Immortal number 1 gets Focus Fire down. Second one going to try and retreat. That shield battery now out of energy. It will get taken down, but was that too expensive? So many Stalkers were lost there for Lancer. Yes, you took down 2 of the key units, but I think a lot of the oomph out of this push has been lost. The firepower is gone. Lancer, he is going to warp in some more Stalkers. He's warping in a Zealot too to absorb damage from the remaining Immortals. But he has to go back to a third base, and Firefly is powering up with Charge and 6 more gateways. Pig, this third base already almost fully saturated. Another blink forward from Lancer, but the Warp Prism is here. That Immortal can no longer go down.
Dude, we got Stalkers trying to pull back there. Immortal Sentry Stalker gathering so many gateways coming up. Firefly's counterattack is not going to be fair. It's going to be a big brother fighting his not just younger brother of a year or 2. It's like when there's a 10-year age gap. It's basically, Lancer's going to have like 9 Blink Stalkers against 43 Zealots. Like, this is going to, that gateway explosion. Firefly just doubles down on the unit production off 2 gas, which he's been doing a lot in this tournament. The Prism going towards the main as well. I don't see what you can do as Lancer. You're at half the army supply of units that need a lot of space to micro. The moment those Zealots hit his main, he's in trouble.
Yeah, Firefly used this tactic to get all the way here to the finals. It might win him a game here in the finals of this best of 7. Charge about to finish, 10 seconds away. The Zealots, they're struggling to charge right now and catch up to these Stalkers. It's gonna be a lot easier in a moment. Here's the massive warp in. 3 Zealots drop out of the Warp Prism, and a ton more get warped in directly. That's gonna lead to a recall. Those Stalkers blink away. Recall is gonna take place. 4 Zealots will escape in the Warp Prism. It's not the crisis that it was in the past for other players when Firefly went for this tactic, but just look at the supplies. We have so many gateways up for Firefly. As soon as this Warp Prism gets stationary here at this third base of Stalkers, they have a long way to go to get down to this expansion. So many Zealots are going to warp in. I don't think he's going to have enough to hold on, Pig.
Oh my gosh, there's so many Zealots. The Stalkers trying to hold on, but the Immortals finally arrive, and it's like, do you even need them? The artillery has arrived, but the infantry have already overrun the enemy position. 3 Immortals walk in, and Lancer cannot keep pace. That early defense was just so good. The scouting for Firefly is so good. I love the way he poked out, attacked the gateway, baited him into chasing him, gets a few Stalkers, does an adept counterattack, and just chronos Immortals out on the defense. Firefly with 2 wins in a row. Remember, he needs 4 wins to get that spot, but his hype train is not getting derailed, dude. You said the momentum's on his side. You think the player who keeps playing. I was thinking, dude, it has been 6 hours of straight tournament play. Like, having the break as Lancer, getting to plan your strategies, there is something to be said for that. You get to have a snack, get some caffeine in you, get ready. But I think we're seeing the power of just momentum and confidence right now for Firefly.
Firefly just seems completely locked in, and I have to say, this approach that he has to PvP with no blink, it's not something that we see very often, especially in the Korean scene, and it is paying off so well here for him. The fact that he's able to be resilient in the face of tons of different kinds of aggression and go for 3 Immortals like this and then charge off of 2 gases. I mean, the powering is just insane. You think of the Stalkers and how expensive they are. If instead of those Stalkers, you just get 3 Immortals out, you get a Warp Prism instead, you use that with sentries to anchor the defense, then suddenly you don't need to invest quite as much money into the supply, into your army supply to defend. You can just use a couple of shield batteries, and you see this constantly manifesting in him just getting a gateway explosion, like 6 to 8 additional gateways coming in once that third base is online, again, with no blink. And then the timing that just gets unleashed with charge and a Warp Prism. Oftentimes, it's the 3 or 4 Zealots in the Warp Prism, plus like another up to 10 getting warped in the main base of the opponent. It is just absolutely absurd what this guy is doing right now, man. Firefly, he is on another level. Give him your energy. You're a Red Protoss player, Firefly. 2 map wins away from qualifying for EWC.
His opponent in the bottom left side, he's gonna need to fight hard like a horseman with a long pointy object. In the bottom left, it's Lancer.
It is so cool to see this clash of style. I just love I love watching Firefly opt for this really fast robo instead of a Twilight Council in basically every situation where he is playing macro, because I look at it and my intuition from everything that I've seen from the games that I have played tells me, no, you're going to be too immobile, you're not going to be able to defend whatever kind of a harassment or attack your opponent throws at you because you can get out positioned. But somehow he just makes it work, and the benefit that he gets as a result of that is that the army composition, once everything comes online, is insane. It is a flood of zealots. It is often anchored by 2 or 3 immortals. The Warp Prism is so safe because you're really gonna try and blink under 2 or 3 immortals and just an army of zealots to try and get on top of that thing. The few times that we see people try to blink on top of Firefly, they are usually punished, even if they get the key kills that they want. There is just too much firepower. And so, I mean, Firefly has just really shown that he is capable of doing all sorts of different tactics in this matchup, whether it be proxies, whether it be early gateway pressure off of an expansion, whether it be macroing in a style that is a little bit different from the way that most people are macroing in the current meta of PvP. It seems like he is really getting under a lot of his opponent's skin, and in a bracket where, you know, 6 out of the top 8 players in this tournament were Protoss, having this kind of unique style that nobody seems quite prepared to deal with, it is absolutely paying off.
Lancer, it looks like, wants to go double sentry. Oh no, cancels his zealot, starts a stalker. Okay, interesting. Pylon block for Lancer does go down. Is Firefly going to opt for the same? Looks like the answer is yes. Doesn't want to lose the probe though, barely gets out. Looks like a gentleman's agreement so far between the 2 players. Sentries, stalkers on both sides coming out. When these pylons get cancelled, of course, 400 minerals. Oh, Cybercore!
Oh, you wanted it. You really wanted it. Good reaction there by Firefly to switch targeting.
Yeah, letting his pylon finish is a bit more expensive, so he figured, hey, might as well. But went in a little too late, was a bit too damaged. Good focus fire, as you mentioned, for Firefly. Looks like Twilight Council from both sides is very likely, but no, Lancer goes Robo. Okay, Lancer's just finding so much success with the Robo. He's like, I think there's no reason to stop doing this. I've used it a bunch of games in a row. It's like players aren't able to handle it right now, so why would I stop doing it? And I agree. I mean, even the Observer first that he's been building some games just so he knows exactly what's happening, it's such an underrated move. This is like, you know, like in PvT, people will just be like, you can't play Robo first, it's so bad, man. And I'm like, I don't know, having invisible units that see everything, I think that's kind of underrated. Like, it's shockingly good knowing what's going on. Hallucinations are nice, but, you know, still having an observer, just track everything, can be very, very top tier. Blink on the way for Firefly. Do we see a Prism? Do we see an observer? Robo's done. Let's find out what Lancer's got in store for us. He's already got 3 sentries. Well, I think we know, actually.
Yeah, gonna be a Warp Prism coming in here for Lancer. Taking a little bit of a page out of Firefly's book. And energy recharge on a sentry, but with no hallucination. I think it's probably going to be a sentry drop. Yeah, I'm right there with you.
I love this build, man. It's just, it looks like he's memeing, and that makes me happy. You know, I wish there was more strategies in Pro StarCraft where it kind of looked like the guy was just doing a fun challenge for like a YouTube video or something. But yeah, he's going to move out with the attack on the front. He can always just force field the front, or he can pick up. You can do the elevator as well, right? You can drop on the ramp, force field them out of their main, and elevate everything to the high ground. That can be a potential game-winning move.
Right, well, there is a little bit of work cut, or at least there was here for Lancer. By the way, hallucinating a Warp Prism, I love this. He's trying to pull Firefly into the main base. Oh, he's doing a very good job of this. 3 Stalkers right now. That's a significant amount of the army supply. Now, what are you going to do with this? Are you going to go right into the main, or are you going to try an elevator? I think he is. No sentries in the Warp Prism just yet, though. Okay, finally drops it. Now, is there going to be a recall?
Oh, he misses the force field. He does miss the force field, but now he traps the sentries. It might be okay that he missed his first force field because he split up the Stalkers. He got them away. The sentries came in and got taken down. That Phoenix ain't doing damage. That's just a hallucination, mate. The Stalkers starting to drop probes have been pulled, though. Probes could overwhelm this army. Good micro by Firefly to handle this. Lancer coming out with the tricks. Was it good enough, though, with the missed early force field? You can see things turning against him now as Blink is finished. Prism does go down, but so many Stalkers are falling. That Zealot warp-in was brutal.
I think this is a pretty good move for Lancer. When the dust settles, it's a lot of workers dead. 39 workers now to 28. Even though Firefly was able to clean it up, I think pulling the probes was the right move. But Lancer has already begun his transition. He's building Immortals, he's getting a Forge and Twilight Council now, taking additional Vespene Geysers, and he is fully saturated on those 2 bases. So unless Firefly can get some real big damage done with these 4 Stalkers, with these Adepts, I really like Lancer's position. It's all about just staying safe these next few minutes because Firefly, he is powering up to try and get something done. Charges being researched now, 4 more gateways underway before a 3rd base. And Lancer, he is not stopping the pressure. Adepts now coming into the natural expansion.
Big sneaky boy shade in. Perfect timing. I mean, Warpin's not going to be quick enough to deal with that. Stalkers try to blink him with the hallucination, but there's an Immortal there. These 2 Adepts come in, but I feel like Lance is handling this really well. You know, we've seen Firefly start to run away with games. Is he able to make some magic happen? Is he able to get more damage with these Stalkers? The blink to the low ground. There's an Immortal there to greet them. And 2 Stalkers will go down. 2 of them do recall out. I gotta say, it looked like those 2 Adepts were gonna make that terrible for Firefly. He does end up trading evenly on workers, but he's still down 8 because of that early trade. Remember, he was already way behind in the worker count, and that first big fight did really well for Lancer. Firefly's gone heavy gateway charge. I'm not sure if that's being scouted by Lancer. I don't think he's seeing the gateways in the back of the base, which is kind of unfortunate. He's hunting the enemy observer right now, and he should be able to take that down.
It's an observer sandwich right now. Although without Blink, I don't know if he's actually going to be able to catch it. Yeah, that observer going to be able to escape, at least for now. Kind of
Yeah, observers are really fast, actually. Like, this is like, you don't appreciate it because they're normally not being paid attention to or they just get blinked on.
What a role reversal. It's actually Firefly who gets to snipe the observer because he has Blink, and that's a pretty good pickoff too because he is going for a Dark Shrine behind all of this. Now, keep in mind, Lancer, he still does have this 1 more observer. You see it right there on the screen. But anytime you can snipe an observer and kind of minimize the observer coverage of your opponent when you're going for DTs, it's a win. And actually, with those 4 Stalkers, I almost feel like he's fishing to try and snipe that obs. Yeah, he was. It's on 1 HP. Wasn't quite able to get it.
Oh, he gets away though, dude. That observer's seen some stuff.
I think Lancer knows what's. Yeah, I think Lancer knows what's up. It's rare that your opponent tries to snipe your obs with 4 Stalkers, and so he does immediately. As soon as that happens, he's like, "What are you doing? Why do you want to kill my obs? I'm gonna make another one." I think something tricky is happening, and yeah, that is the right call because DTs. I mean, the Dark Shrine is done now for Firefly.
And these Stalkers getting chased back. It's not a seriously committed attack, it seems, from Lancer, or is it? Is it? Is he actually? If he got +1 in Blink, he could commit. I mean, he can definitely deny a 3rd, but the Dark Templar, dude, those Dark Templar coming in off the Prism. 1 should run in the front, 1 will drop inside the main base. This could be devastating, but oh, he's in position. He gets rid of 1 of them. The drop in the main could still do big damage.
Immortal takes so much damage. Do we have an observer here on the front line as well? I'm not sure we do, so that DT actually able to get a lot done. DT dropping the main base of Lancer. There's chaos everywhere on the map right now. Many probes going down. This 1 Stalker might actually get focused down. Lancer pulling a couple of the Stalkers to the front line, but he has no detection. The DTs are doing so much work. Firefly somehow with the DTs. His army supply was so much lower. In fact, it still is, but he's able to hold on.
I think Lancer needed to pull back a little earlier there, but it's so hard in the heat of the moment to do that. You know, he caught the DT on the natural. He thought, oh, this is great. I can keep attacking. But then the 1 in the main, 10 probes, so much damage. Lancer can probe up and take a 3rd, but he might think, oh no, I've taken too much damage. And to be fair, the worker advantage doesn't account for much in this situation as both of their main bases are mining out, right? It's not a massive income advantage. I know it shows a few hundred minerals right now, but that's going to peter out as the minerals do exhaust. That being said, Lancer's strung out. He's a little bit thinly positioned. He does have 3 Immortals in his army, and another Dark Templar drops about to try and hit him. Firefly's going to once again say, hey, you're committed on the front. This is my best time to attack you when you're distracted. The Stalkers and Observers are there, though! No! He attacks his gas!
He clicks the accelerator.
Badly timed
gonna jump out right here. Yeah.
Still well done though.
DT's again getting more damage done. Even with observer coverage, there just aren't enough units right now. I mean, Lancer, he has a Forge. He's getting +2 ground weapons. At this point, I mean, it might be a little bit too late, but you just kind of wish that you had thrown down 2 photon cannons. It would have made this so much easier for our blue Protoss player. And Firefly, who was very far behind after that initial elevator up into the main base where Lancer was able to wipe out basically the entire main mineral line, he's turned this game around with some really good DT micro. I mean, DTs on the defense, in the natural expansion of the opponent, being dropped as the main base. And we've had this gateway explosion with Charge on our radar for a little while.
Yeah.
And finally, it is coming to fruition. This is a mighty army.
Yeah, Sentry Immortal
Immortals.
ain't gonna cut it. This army's
Yeah.
bad against his. The Zealot Archon is so good against an Immortal army. Got to pull back into the choke point. Got to pull behind the buildings wherever possible. Trying to use the Warp Prism. Trying to use the Blink Micro as Lancer. But the Immortal's getting caught up front. Nice hot pickups. I mean, Lancer's Micro is really good, but one Immortal does go down. His sentries are gone as well. He's got to keep retreating. He's got to keep using that range superiority in his army. His Immortal's exposed up front. Another Immortal goes down. And the Archon Zealot, the numbers are petering out. It's very even between the sides in the numbers, but one more Immortal and Archon in the back. It looks like they're going to be able to do it. The Immortal is gone on both sides. It's just Stalkers, probes being pulled. It's such a close game right now. The Immortal does go down the probe pool, really helping out. Firefly, though, has worked. It's done so much work of damage.
There's no detection again here in the natural expansion. The DTs are causing problems once again for Lancer. DTs in the natural expansion, probes going down 18, 19, 20 probes. GG is called, and Firefly
Wow.
pulls the rabbit out of the hat. He is one map win away from qualifying for EWC. This guy is smoking hot right now, dude. He cannot be stopped.
Dude, he is hotter than the piano key necktie right now. There is no one hotter than Firefly. Dude, I feel like you can throw anything at him right now. He's so confident he can handle it. I mean, don't get me wrong. Lancer missed the force field on the ramp. Maybe that attack's more deadly. He killed 20 probes. He ruined his economy. He was in a great position. But yeah, DT drops, Zealot counters, great micro on the defense at the same time. Just really well played, sniping observers constantly to set up for the Dark Templar. He was not really meant to win that game. That was meant to start making the series a lot closer, but now suddenly you're one game away from victory, and it feels like it's inevitable with the way Firefly has built up momentum. After his early loss in the tournament, he has made an amazing run through the lower bracket.
The games that he is winning, sometimes it doesn't even make sense. He was able to beat Lemon in the lower bracket final after an abysmal start because he pulled all of the probes from his main and his natural expansion with a timing attack. You know, he pulled the boys as Protoss in a PvP on 2 bases against the 3 bases of his opponent. He won the series largely because of that game. And then here against Lancer, as you said, the elevator into the main base, it didn't get as much damage done as it potentially could have, but it was still monumental damage. So many probes went down. The resources is lost. Yes, they were even relatively, but the economic discrepancy was absolutely massive in the advantage of Lancer, and still somehow Firefly is able to use very clever tactics and just stellar game sense to make all of the necessary plays to achieve victory. It is like something out of a movie script, these victories. And so now for Lancer, you came into this best of 7, the qualifying match from EWC Asia Qualifier for Riyadh, up 1-0 because you haven't lost a series yet. And now it's 3-1. That was a game that by all rights, it feels like Lancer should have won. And now you're on match point. It's an unbelievable scenario that we're in right now. And you would think that after this many hours, Firefly, the endurance would be really tested. He would start to be feeling the fatigue, but it just seems like he keeps getting stronger. It doesn't make sense.
He'll crash hard in a few hours later tonight when the tournament's over, but right now he's riding high. And dude, it's exciting. There's action. There's a lot of excitement. It feels like he can't be stopped. I do kind of have a feeling, for me, as someone who's known Lancer for many years, I don't know why. It's just a bit of intuition. I feel like he's like, well, this is ridiculous. I'm just gonna 1-base proxy robo or something. Like, it almost feels like you need to just do something really simple, execute it really well to get some momentum back. Because right now, this train here cannot be derailed. You need to jam something in the brakes because he is at full speed. It is Firefly.
Now looking to stop the momentum from growing. If you can get on the board, it might go a long way towards him qualifying for EWC. The blue Protoss player, it is Lancer. And we all know that Lancer is capable of eating Firefly because he literally did it earlier on in this tournament in a match that we did not cast, a 3-2 win in the upper bracket semi-final. But since then, I don't know if it's just taking the break or just the fact that Firefly, for whatever reason, can see through the Matrix right now. Things have not been going his way, but I mean, we know that Lancer is capable. Can he actually stop the momentum? Because honestly, I feel like it only takes 1 or 2 wins to completely turn this thing around, you know? I feel like Firefly, once you actually get him to start bleeding, because he seems invulnerable right now. Once you prove once again that Firefly is human, then victory is absolutely possible here for Lancer, but I think that he needs a win and it needs to be a statement in game number 5.
But how does one reveal a god's mortality?
Right now, he is all-seeing, all-knowing, and his name is Firefly, a player who first came into notoriety for taking maps off a lot of top pros like Clem in the World Team League, being a bit of a sniper for his team there over multiple seasons. But now a player who's actually doing well in the individual leagues and really looking for his first spot here at a World Championship finals over there. It's going to be interesting. So Sentry, Warp Gate coming in for both sides. We've seen a lot of sentries. That doesn't cancel out any aggression. That's what's cool about this, right? We're seeing in the modern meta, players are developing and refining the art form of killing you when you see it coming, right? It's almost like, you know, you kind of have to attack slowly to pierce their force field in June or whatever, right? Like, you're kind of like, you can see my blade coming, but it's gonna get through anyway.
Doesn't block the Cyber Core this time.
It's expensive to do this. So I always have mixed thoughts about the Cyber Core block. But 3 probes attacking, I mean, 4 probes now, it's a lot of mining time.
It is, but I think he has 16 on minerals, so it's the least efficient probes.
Yeah.
I remember I think it was like a year or 2 ago, I was struggling a lot with proxy hatches when it was really trending on the Korean ladder. And I think it was Hero or somebody in GSL just pulled a ton of probes, killed it right away, and then threw down the Nexus. And I remember asking Sort of and Scarlet, I was like, is that what you should be doing? And they're like, no, probes are for mining. You shouldn't use them to kill buildings. But I'm starting to think more and more as I see players like Firefly pull probes to deal with something like a cybernetics core. That actually, no, the Protoss players are right. It's the Zerg players that are wrong.
Well, I mean, you're looking at the difference there between mathematical analysis and psychological analysis. Ruining your opponent's strategy from getting going is absolutely worth inefficiency in terms of just disrupting them, right? Whereas you might be like, yeah, scrap that. So it's always fascinating to look at that. Like a gas steal is never cost efficient, but it messes up your opponent's build. That disruption is worth it in a lot of ways that aren't just raw mineral and gas value. StarCraft is not a game that's just pure maths, or it's too complicated to calculate in a very
We're
simple
not there
way.
yet. We need
Just the mineral and gas ratio. Yeah, exactly. Like, it's not that simple. Now, Lancer's going Robo again. Firefly's gone back to the Twilight, so similar matchup to last game. Lancer moving forward with the Sentry Stalker.
He has a Warp Prism too. 2 gateways. He has not stopped production on these 2 gateways. There's even a little bit of a probe cut here for Lancer, just slowly trickling them out because he wants to have as much money as possible for this. And this is a tactic we've seen used already in this series. Hallucinated Warp Prism. This does get spotted. I wonder if you're Lancer right now, do you pause this hallucinated Warp Prism and wait a moment? Because if Firefly sees this, he should know it's not real. There's no way it got across the map that fast, but in any case, he's just gonna take it out very quickly. For Lancer, there's a decision. Do you go for the main? Do you go for the natural? But actually, Firefly coming right into the natural expansion with these 2 Adepts. Oh, very clutch by Lancer, throwing down that shield battery, going to wall this in.
He's gonna have to pull back though. 1v2, waits for the Stalker. And force fields.
Oh, great force fields there for Lancer. He's got the Prism for the micro as well. Good split on the units, but he doesn't actually manage to isolate and focus any down. So it's actually Firefly who comes out on top.
Yeah, very awkward trade right now. Anytime you're both dancing around these force fields, it can become a bit of a mess in terms of control. Looks like Lancer has at least 2 more force fields in the bag. He's going to use them right now. Guardian Shield pops here for Firefly, trying to save the sentry. It is somehow able to escape over here on the right side. Miraculous there for that 1 sentry, but Lancer with some really nice micro here on this Warp Prism. Another force field. This is going to create a logjam. Those probes, they are going to work their way through that force field and the Nexus, trying to get us around right now on the Stalkers. Lancer with so much, he's trying to get back on the board here in this grand final. So many workers going down, 5 in total, and still the standing army for Lancer is better than what Firefly has, but there's another counterattack on Lancer's side of the map. This is going to force a recall.
I can just hear those adepts going la 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 as every single time Lancer tries to attack, he gets backstabbed. Every single time there's a counterattack of adepts or even DTs, he's still ahead, he's in a great position. But you could just see how doggedly frustrating Firefly is to play against today. He's always waiting for you to try to do something, and then bam, in comes the little counter. He's very organized in his timings. A lot of people just throw the adepts in when nothing else is happening. Opponent handles it because there's nothing else distracting them really easily, shuts it down, right? You wait for the right moment till your opponent's focused somewhere else, then you throw them in, much higher success rate. Firefly's been really good about that. Despite that, Lancer's robo-aggression, his early aggression, is finding value repeatedly. And now Firefly has Blink, but he is a little down in some things. I mean, he's up 1 worker, neither of them has a third. And Blink does give good map control. Here come those adepts, though, seeing that the Stalker's left the base. Good surround, but he does get into the minerals.
Wow,
good
look at that mineral drilling right there with the probes. And to Blink into the main base, too. Uh-oh, there's a lot of Immortals here, though. Gonna have to shuffle them back down with a Warp Prism. Oh, that was painful for Firefly.
3 Stalkers went down, I think. Probes do manage to take down the Adepts for only 3 losses in mining time, though. So good defense at home, but likewise, really good defense for Lancer. Lancer's going to go for his own Blink once again. I don't mind this. I like it. It's a similar format to the last game. He just needs to take a 3rd base rather than try to hammer into the 2 base and obviously not get caught out by the DTs. Stalkers come in. They do take out an enemy Stalker, and he tries to save them all, which is insanely greedy.
Yeah, Firefly wanted to save that one last Stalker, but in the end, he lost everything there. That's a really expensive loss. War Prisms do not come cheap, neither do those 3 Stalkers. For Lancer now, with 4 more gateways in queue and Blink halfway done, I think you see that Warp Prism loss, and you're like, okay, my opponent just lost a very important tool for establishing counterattacks. Let's just go for it. I'm expecting a Warp Prism to follow this last Immortal, and Lancer just to absolutely send cross map, because the army supply advantage, even though it's only 12, a lot of that army supply advantage is in Immortals.
Yeah, you can. I think I worry. Are there any sentries for Firefly? I feel like Firefly should still have 3 sentries up, right? Only 1. Okay. Maybe. Because I was thinking, like, attacking on 2 base, no. If Firefly takes a 3rd, absolutely send it. But I love that he's taking his own 3rd. Like, Lance's like, take your own 3rd. I wouldn't mind him adding some probes. Definitely keep committing to army pretty heavily, but have a transition. Don't force yourself to all in against the 2 base guy defending a choke point. So I actually like the balance, and he's going to go Glaives. Glaives is one of these funny things you add in to deal with Heavy Zealot because you're playing a ranged army of Immortal, Stalker, Sentry with force fields. It's kind of weird, though, because for me it always hits at a point where I'm like, it feels like it would be better to just add a few Archons at that point. You know what I mean? Where you just like, well, it's so late in the game, can't you just build Archons instead, which is a more long-term unit? I'm not really sure on the advantages of both of them. You know, I guess the Adept has 4 range, the Archon only has 3. The Archon's a little chunky, so they get popped a bit too far forward and focused down. Maybe too easily. Maybe that's the reasoning for it.
Maybe it's just the Glaives come online a little bit faster. I'm not sure. It's something that I haven't really experimented with, and also it's not a very popular choice in a situation like this one. It's a little bit off the beaten path, and so we're going to see how it plays out. For Firefly, he's just committing fully to this 2 base aggression. Blinks on top of that Blue Saiyan Phoenix because he does not want his opponent to know that there isn't a delayed 3rd coming in, even though I'm pretty sure Lancer has a very good idea what's coming.
Oh me, oh my, that is a giant army. Batteries are trying to come up. He's got some Adepts in there as well. Archon's joining the fray. But using your own Adepts on the defense can be really effective against this. We'll see how it goes. Force fields are not going to help Lancer too much, not with the Archons available. And What an interesting battle we're about to see to potentially decide a spot in the Esports World Cup. 2 more High Templar waddle in and throw snowballs on the front line. That is some psycho energy. Oh, and look at that. The Zealots overwhelming the natural. Not enough warpins there. Those Adepts need to be in choke points. Great angle for Firefly. Dude, Firefly with an amazing angle. The Archons doing big damage against the Adepts, but they do get focused down. There are still 4 Immortals for Lancer. Can those 4 Immortals, though, do enough when the Zealots coming in and tanking all their damage?
This trickle of Zealots is causing so many problems for Lancer. Firefly tries to focus fire down. The War Prism, oh my goodness, the entire natural mineral line got devastated by those Zealots. Is Firefly actually gonna do it? He looked down and out earlier in this game, and now he's breaking the natural expansion. He is breaking the 3rd base. Pig, what are we witnessing here? Firefly, he is unstoppable.
He cannot lose. It does not matter what happens in the early game. This man either stomps his opponent or it looks like they're stomping him, and then he just does an Uno Reverso. The man is a freak. I do not know what Firefly had for breakfast or dinner today. I do not know what his morning routine is, but I need to copy it. If this man sticks his face in a bucket of ice water first thing in the morning, I'm doing that tomorrow before I hop on the ladder, because holy crud, he is killing it right now. I cannot believe he got back, but the way he split the Zealots in the natural, he forced Lancer to engage him in the open. He took the concave. He took the superior position against the guy with defender's advantage. You do not see that every day.
These 3 Archons, so powerful against the Adept-based composition here of Lancer. The Adept's very good against the Zealots, so Firefly's going to send them straight into the main base. He's trying to wall that in with Adepts, but it's going to take a recall. And once the recall triggers here, oh, it's only a couple of Adepts. I was expecting there to be more. These Zealots are actually getting a lot done. Lancer once again trying to isolate these Archons, but there really is no tool at his disposal that can actually take them out. A 4th Archon morphing in. Firefly now, he realizes he's going to be qualifying for EWC. This guy, unstoppable. What a miraculous run through the lower bracket. He gets his revenge on Lancer, the player who knocked him there in the first place. And 3-1 J-Cheese, 3-1 Silky, 3-0's Lemon, and then wins 4 games in a row against Lancer. This guy deserves to be EWC. This has been some really exciting gameplay, Pig.
That was, yeah, I mean, this was like an Oliveira run, right? We're used to seeing Oliveira maybe lose a close series early on, and you're like, oh, is he gonna be upset? And then he just like steamrolls the lower bracket, destroys everybody else, says, no, this is my spot, guys. Sorry, I gave you a bit of hope by dropping his series. No, I am too good, too decisive. We saw him play Robo, Crush. I was like, oh, Robo's the better build. He plays Twilight, crushes the next 2 games. You know, it didn't matter what style he was playing. It was how he played it. It was the details. We kept talking about the Adepts, just kept poking him, making it difficult for his opponents. There was no moment where you were able to just rest on your laurels and relax and say, hey, we've done enough. He made you work for it and always had the comeback play, whether it was a DTs and a Warp Prism in your main, whether it was just a big old Zealot Archon timing, taking that beautiful concave position out front. There was some big problems there. Part of me wonders, you know, if Lancer went Archons instead of the Adepts, maybe they're a bit better there. But I think at the end of the day, it's just positionally on that map. With the angle that the attack came from, batteries weren't very helpful. He wanted to hug the batteries, but that meant he gave up position. And the moment you give up position between your bases, that was an expert display from Firefly of how to take position, split a small section of your army into the natural, which forces them to engage. And when they engage on your terms, despite you being the attacker, you got to feel bloody good about that. Fantastic play for Firefly, and what great, what great redemption for him there, as we do see the upper bracket. And what a great lower bracket run, Firefly, dude.
Yeah, I mean, Lancer showed some really good games. 3-2 win over Firefly, 3-2 win over Lemon. Lancer, aka Cyan, of course, in this bracket too, goes by 2 different IDs, so it could be a little bit tricky, but yeah, this was just a heroic run for Firefly. And probably the most impressive part of this for me, it wasn't just the diversity of builds, it wasn't the different tactics that he showed, even though all of that was impressive. What really took me back was the fact that it felt like in almost half of the games that he won from a position where he was pretty far behind, you know? Like almost to the point where you're expecting the momentum to finally start to run out, like Firefly is finally running out of steam, and then somehow, whether it be with DTs, whether it be with a perfectly timed attack, whether it be literally pulling the boys in a PvP, he is just able to make miracles happen. I think this was one of the best lower bracket runs that I've seen in StarCraft II in a number of years. It is just something, it is a storybook. It is a storybook run. And out of everybody this tournament, Firefly, by far, in my opinion, deserves to be going to Riyadh, to EWC, for a shot of that $700,000 prize pool. And, you know, for Lancer, the story is not over yet. Of course, getting second place here in this qualifier, although he doesn't seed directly into the EWC, he will have one more chance in the final wildcard qualifier coming up in a bit.
Dude, that's so cool. So many comebacks from behind. Yeah. So many surprising results. I really hope people are already clipped and posted social media. Pro pool, all in, winning in a PvP. Not seeing that every day. Honestly, I think the last time I saw, I mean, maybe my memory's just shoddy. I think it was like Wings of Liberty 2012 Elfie, the old Finnish Protoss. I remember winning a game with a pro pool with like his fourth wave of Immortal Sentry after the three previous waves had like barely been held, and it like barely broke a Zerg on Roachling. That was 13 years ago, and it was a meme at the time that I never thought I'd see repeated. But hey, just saw it today in a PvP, a game where he looked pretty screwed. But yeah, he had just his money on the line, his ego on the line, and Firefly found a way in every single game. I'm really proud of his performance. We've seen moments of brilliance from him over the last few years, and who knows, maybe 2025 is his year to make that Cinderella story. Maybe we're going to see another Oliveira style just out of the blue world champion. Who knows?
It's possible, Pig. Honestly, the way that Firefly was playing today, it feels like he is one of the best players in the world. Those games, not only were they really skilled, but they were so unique in terms of playstyle. He was doing things that we hardly ever see anybody do in PvP and PvZ. And sometimes when somebody comes through with very creative and unique ideas and playstyles, it could take a while for people to figure that out in the meta. And there is a moment to shine. Here in 2025, after he books that ticket to EWC, this might be Firefly's chance.
100%. I am so keen to see what he's going to bring out at the big tournament. It's already nice as well. I mean, the next few days, we're going to have a lot of qualifiers. There's going to be a lot of us, as well as a few other people commentating over the next few days. So it's going to be exciting to see, like, okay, we're starting to fill out. You know, we've got Hero qualified from GSL, Clem, the reigning world champion, already there. We had 4 players from Dallas and Shin and Solar and these guys getting in there. It's really exciting to see and start to think about, what is this final bracket going to look like? What is this world championship going to look like in 2025? It's a shorter season. As a result, it's more brutal, it's more savage, but I think we're also going to have the most tight field of qualifiers, where rather than sometimes in a world championship, you have someone who qualified at the start of the year 9 months before the tournament and they're not really in great form anymore. Everyone who's going to make it is going to be in top form going into this one. It's going to be so cool.
Yeah, man. I mean, the road to EWC, it keeps getting more dangerous for these guys. Everybody's basically putting their life on the line. Firefly certainly played like his life is on the line today. And I think that's going to be it, unless I'm mistaken here, for the EWC Asia qualifiers. It's been a pleasure casting this with you, Pig. These games have been absolutely spectacular. And guys, everybody watching at home, make sure that you tune in, because these next few days, a lot more EWC qualifiers coming your way. We love you. We'll see you soon. Take care, everybody.
Have a good night.